Chapter 1. Li Fuchen, even if you train for another 10 years, you still won't be a match for me. Pang! On the martial arts stage, the delicate-looking Li Fuchen was sent flying by a green-cloaked youth. He, just as I expected, defeated in 3 moves. This is already the 7th time Li Fuchen has lost to Li Yunhe in the past year. Isn't that so? Li Fuchen was considered a prodigy in the past and had always been suppressing Li Yunhe. Who would have thought that in just a year, the prodigy would turn into trash? Not only did his ability stagnate, he also became stupid. Knowing that he isn't a match for Li Yunhe, he still accepted his challenge. You are wrong about Li Fuchen. He has always been a prideful person and never avoids a challenge. Sigh, if you want to blame someone, blame Li Fuchen for having a fiancé named Guan Shui. Who knew that Li Yunhe liked Guan Shui too? The 3 of them grew up together, but Guan Shui was already betrothed to Li Fuchen. This made Li Yunhe unhappy. The gloating laughter from the surroundings was so piercing to Li Fuchen's ears, causing his breathing to become slightly rushed. 1 year, everything happened 1 year ago. 1 year ago, he was definitely a prodigy in the Li clan and Li Yunhe was never considered a match for him. But one day, he suddenly lost his talent. To be exact, his talent couldn't be used anymore. Whenever he concentrated, his head would split open in pain. That kind of pain made it impossible for him to cultivate peacefully. After a single exchange, Li Yunhe noticed that Li Fuchen's ability didn't have any improvement, so he tried to find a way to challenge Li Fuchen. Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen looked up at the sky, his heart filled with unyielding will. Damned heavens, how did I, Li Fuchen, offend you? Why did you take away my talent? Do you know that in this world where the strong rule supreme, having no talent is the consequence? Li Fuchen roared in his heart. A pity, the heavens couldn't hear his inner voice. Sneering at Li Fuchen, Li Yunhe felt extremely carefree. He had always been jealous of Li Fuchen. He was jealous that Li Fuchen's father was the Li clan patriarch. Be it resources or treatment, Li Fuchen was better than him. If his father was also the patriarch, his achievements would definitely surpass Li Fuchen. Now that the other party had become trash, the patriarch could not help him. It should be known that the patriarch was not the only one who had the final say in the Li family. Behind the patriarch was the Council of Elders. Once the Council of Elders made a decision, the patriarch could not change it. Of course, most of the time, it was the patriarch who had the final say. The Council of Elders usually did not participate in the family's affairs. Li Fuchen, I advise you to give up on Guan Shui. A trash like you isn't worthy of her. Li Yunhe turned around and left the martial arts field after leaving behind a mocking sentence. The spectators left one by one, leaving only Li Fuchen standing there. In a pavilion far away, a white-robed middle-aged man saw all of this. Fuchen, father may be the patriarch, but father can't help you with such matters. You can only rely on yourself. Seeing Li Fuchen being bullied, as a father, he felt worse than anyone else. But he knew that once he stood up for Li Fuchen would suffer even more humiliation and resentment. In this world where the strong ruled and the hierarchy was strict, everything depended on one's own ability. External forces might make him look good on the surface, but in the dark, who knew how many people would be disdainful and resentful of him? Deep into the night, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the futon, diligently cultivating the red jade technique. The red jade technique was the only high-tier, yellow-class technique of the Li clan. It was separated into 7 ranks. A year ago, Li Fuchen was already at the 3rd rank. But after a year, he didn't make any progress. Li Yunhe used this time to cultivate the red jade technique to the 4th rank, which was why he could suppress Li Fuchen. Ah! Even though he had experienced this countless of times, the pain in his head still made Li Fuchen cry out in pain. This type of pain was 100 times worse than physical pain, it came from the depths of his soul. With his body drenched in sweat, Li Fuchen opened his eyes unwillingly. Due to his tightly clenched teeth, fresh blood flowed down his lips. It was a ghastly sight. Is it still like this? Li Fuchen still couldn't understand what happened to his body. The external humiliation was a huge blow to him, but this ignorance was an even bigger blow to him. It was as if a venomous snake was slowly eating away at his bone marrow. By the time he realized it, his bone marrow had already been sucked dry. The night was over and the sun was up. Early in the morning, a guest came to the Li clan. It was the Guan clan's patriarch, Guan Yu. In the meeting hall, a white-robed Li Tianhan passionately welcomed him. "Guan Yu, what brings you here?" Guan Yu was almost 8 feet tall with a stocky build. He awkwardly laughed. "I have nothing better to do today, so I came to take a look." "Oh right, how is Fuchen?" "He is still the same." This incident had a huge impact on him. "I hope he can pull through." Li Tianhan's expression was a little gloomy. "Don't worry, it might just be temporary. I believe he can pull through." Pausing for a moment, Guan Yu took out a jade bottle. "This is a vitality pill, it might be of some use to him." "Vitality pill?" Li Tianhan didn't accept it and had a puzzled expression. The vitality elixir wasn't just any ordinary elixir, but a high-tier, yellow-class elixir. A single elixir was worth a few thousand gold coins. Even though Li Tianhan's daughter was engaged to Fuchen, they weren't married yet. Gifting such a valuable elixir made Li Tianhan a little confused. Guan Yu unhappily replied, "It's just a pill, why? You don't like it?" "It's not about the pill." "Guan Yu, do you have something to say?" As an old friend, Li Tianhan knew that Guan Yu was hiding something. Placing the jade bottle on the table, Guan Yu spoke with difficulty, "Tianhan, I am here to discuss something with you." "Speak." "I'm listening." Li Tianhan had a bad premonition. Clearing his throat, Guan Yu said, "Just a week ago, my daughter, Guan Shui, broke through to the 7th level of the Qi realm." 7th level of the Qi realm? Li Tianhan took in a deep breath. Guan Shui and Li Fuchen were the same age, 14 years old. A 14-year-old at the 7th level of the Qi realm. If he didn't know Guan Yu's character, he would have thought he was joking. The Li clan's top prodigy, Li Yunhai, was only at the 6th level of the Qi realm. Li Fuchen and Li Yunhe were only at the 4th level of the Qi realm. "I remember she just broke through to the 6th level of the Qi realm half a year ago?" Li Tianhan asked. Guan Yu laughed bitterly, "My daughter is naturally talented, she actually managed to cultivate our Guan clan's aquaselenic arts to the 6th rank. You know, to a certain extent, it is harder to break through a cultivation technique than a cultivation level. Those who managed to cultivate the aquaselenic arts to the 6th rank were all Origin Realm martial artists, none of them were in the Qi realm." "What a monster!" Li Tianhan sighed in his heart. "Brother Tianhan, my daughter has already been accepted as a disciple of the Zhanglan sect. I'm afraid this engagement cannot be carried out." Guan Yu didn't bother to hide anything and got straight to the point. Li Tianhan raised his eyebrows. "They are still young, it is still too early to talk about this engagement. We can talk about it a few years later." Guan Yu replied seriously, "This is also my daughter's wish, I hope Brother Tianhan can fulfill it." Li Tianhan's expression turned ugly, he stared at Guan Yu. "What, your Guan clan wants to break off the engagement? It was your Guan clan who initiated the engagement, now it is your Guan clan who is the first to break off the engagement. What do you take my Li clan for? What do you take me, Li Tianhan, for? Do you think my Li clan has declined and is not worthy of your Guan clan's marriage? Brother Tianhan, my Guan clan will compensate you. Keep this vitality pill first. In a few days, my Guan clan will give the best Guan clan in Yunwu City to your Li clan." Now that the words were out, Guan Yu relaxed a little. Yes, Guan Yu was right, a marriage alliance must have its value. The Li clan had not sent anyone into the Zhanglan sect for the past 10 years, while the Guan clan was thriving. Every 2 years, there would be 1 or 2 Guan clansmen entering the Zhanglan sect. This year, Guan Shui became a disciple of the Zhanglan sect in advance. To be able to become a disciple in advance, which one of them didn't have a bright future ahead of them? If this was the case, the Guan clan wouldn't be in such a hurry to break off the engagement. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. As one of the four major clans of Yunwu City, the Li clan was still a force to be reckoned with, not any weaker than the rising Guan clan. A pity that Li Fuchen was too disappointing. His innate talent was considered decent, but 1 year ago, he did something that angered the heavens and caused his innate talent to disappear. A cripple, how could he be worthy of the Guan clan's #1 prodigy? This was something the Guan clan couldn't tolerate. What's more, Guan Shui herself wasn't interested in this marriage alliance. She had requested to break off the engagement more than once, but Guan Yu kept it to himself. He felt that he had done enough for the Li clan. The pill and the restaurant, my Li clan won't accept it. We can't afford to lose this face. Guan Yu Xiong, this is the last time I will address you as Xiong Guan Yu. From today onwards, we are no longer friends. Li Tianhan was completely disappointed. The Guan clan was able to rise because of the Li clan. He didn't expect them to burn the bridge after crossing it. Tianhan Xiong, I have nothing else to say. It is my Guan clan's fault this time, I will take my leave first. Taking a deep breath, Guan Yu stood up and left. Bring the pill. Li Tianhan waved his hand, an invisible qi was released and the jade bottle flew towards Guan Yu. Catching the jade bottle, Guan Yu left in silence. Crack! Once Guan Yu walked out of the hall, Li Tianhan crushed the armrest of his chair with an ashen face. A few days later, the Guan clan sent over a letter to break off the engagement. At the same time, the entire Li clan and even the entire Yunwu city knew about it. Chapter 2. Did you hear? The Guan clan's Guan Shui is going to cancel her engagement with Li Fuchen. What a pity. Forget about losing his talent, he even lost his fiancée. This is the biggest blow in the world. It's fine if he embarrasses himself, but he even dragged the Li clan down with him. Stop talking, he is here. On the side of the path, the discussions came to an abrupt halt. Li Fuchen walked past these people with an emotionless face. He wasn't surprised that Guan Shui wanted to cancel her engagement. Ever since she displayed her astounding talent, she had slowly changed. She might still be gentle and polite on the surface, but the pride in her bones couldn't be concealed. This was the pride of a prodigy. In her eyes, a mediocre person was no different from an ordinary person. Which was why Li Fuchen only felt a tinge of bitterness. What Li Fuchen couldn't accept was the Guan clan burning the bridge after crossing it. When the Guan clan first came to Yunwu City, they were suppressed by the other clans. Without the support of the Li clan, the Guan clan wouldn't be able to establish themselves in Yunwu City. Because of this, the Li clan offended one of the four major clans, the Yang clan. Is this the fickleness of human nature? Li Fuchen murmured. As usual, Li Fuchen arrived at the peak of the mountain behind the Li clan. He liked to stand on high ground, probably because he wanted to be an expert and look down on the masses. Today's weather was a little strange. The clouds in the sky were fluctuating and had traces of gold. If there is a day when I can blast these clouds with a single punch, I can die without regrets. Li Fuchen punched towards the sky, imagining his fist force penetrating the golden clouds and into the depths of the starry sky. Grinning, Li Fuchen was about to descend the mountain. Suddenly, he was stunned. In his vision, a hole appeared in the golden clouds. A golden stream of light burst out and shot towards his location. The speed was so fast that time seemed to have stopped. The entire world was silent. Li Fuchen wanted to escape, but his body couldn't move at all. The golden light was dazzling. Li Fuchen couldn't help but close his eyes. In the next moment, his forehead felt hot and he fainted. Li Fuchen had a dream. In the dream, he galloped across the world and was invincible. With a swing of his sword, the sword light illuminated the 9 heavens. With a punch, the fist force penetrated the abyss and reached the underworld. What a pleasant dream! The wrinkled eyebrows stretched out, and Li Fuchen's face was full of domineering. When Li Fuchen woke up, the sky wasn't dark yet. What happened? Li Fuchen had a look of doubt. He touched his forehead and his mind subconsciously rose into his mind. Boom! His mind shook violently, and an unprecedented scene appeared in his consciousness. This place was chaos, and in the center of the chaos, there was a gray mist. In the mist, a small golden talisman had appeared out of nowhere. The existence of the golden talisman made his mind feel unprecedentedly good. The gray mist also seemed to condense a little, gradually forming into the shape of a gray ball of light. This is my mind. Could the gray fog be my soul? And what is that golden amulet? Li Fuchen's heart was filled with absurdity. Such a strange scene was completely beyond his understanding. Shifting his gaze, Li Fuchen was attracted by the golden amulet within the gray mist. The golden talisman wasn't worn out in the slightest, yet it revealed a boundless ancient aura. It seemed as if it had existed since the beginning of the world and would exist eternally. Not knowing how much time had passed, Li Fuchen's consciousness was expelled from the mind space due to mental fatigue. It's getting dark, time to go home. Filled with doubts, Li Fuchen returned to the Li clan. Passing by the martial arts field, Li Fuchen saw Li Yunhe sparring with another Li clansman. Sending his opponent flying with a palm strike, Li Yunhe grinned at Li Fuchen. "Li Fuchen, are you interested in sparring? I just broke through to the 5th level of the Qi realm and am lacking an opponent. You are more durable." In the Qi realm, each level was harder than the previous. For Li Fuchen to break through to the 5th level so quickly, it must have been because of the 4th rank Red Jade technique. "I have something to do today, let's talk in a few days." Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen left. This bastard! Li Yunhe's expression darkened. This was the first time Li Fuchen didn't give him any face. "Humph, trash will always be trash. Seems like not being able to cultivate for a year has destroyed his willpower. He doesn't even have the courage to fight me." Li Yunhe sneered. After dinner, Li Fuchen hurried back to his room. Entering his mind, Li Fuchen was surprised to find that the originally gray mist had now turned into a gray ball of light. Only traces of mist lingered on the outside, giving it a blurry appearance. "I wonder if the gray mist turning into a gray ball of light will be beneficial to me," Li Fuchen thought to himself. Putting these thoughts aside, Li Fuchen withdrew his consciousness from his mind and tried to cultivate. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Li Fuchen opened his eyes, his face filled with astonishment and surprise. In the past, he could only concentrate for a short period of time. But tonight, he actually cultivated for an entire hour without any headaches. Could it be because of my soul spirit? My soul spirit was originally gray mist and looked disorganized. Now that the gray mist has condensed into a gray ball of light, I can concentrate on cultivating. Li Fuchen wasn't stupid and quickly figured out the crux of the problem. This night was destined to be a restless one. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that the golden amulet only had the effect of maintaining the soul spirit. But in the following days, Li Fuchen knew he was wrong. Not only could the golden amulet maintain the soul spirit, it could also transform it. Now that his soul spirit had completely condensed into a ball of light, it slowly turned pale green. As the soul spirit changed color, Li Fuchen felt that his mind was abnormally clear, as if countless circuits had been opened up. Not only was he able to think quickly, he could also draw inferences from one instance and comprehend by analogy. Nighttime, revolving the 3rd rank Red Jade technique, Li Fuchen's 5 hearts faced the sky and slowly absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. After revolving the Red Jade technique for the 36th cycle, Li Fuchen's body suddenly trembled. His chi left the meridian of the 3rd rank Red Jade technique and entered a new meridian. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the new meridian was opened up, followed by another. Half an hour later, Li Fuchen's body had 3 newly opened meridians. These 3 meridians combined with the meridians of the 3rd rank Red Jade technique, forming a more complicated chi circulation route. Red Jade technique, 4th rank. Li Fuchen got a shock. Each rank of the Red Jade technique was harder to cultivate. Without the technique intent, even if the 3 meridians were opened, it would be impossible to smoothly circulate it. But Li Fuchen obviously broke through the technique intent before opening the 3 meridians. After not cultivating the Red Jade technique for a year, I thought I would need at least a few months to reach the 4th rank. I didn't expect it to only take 3 days. Li Fuchen was in high spirits. The soul spirit changing color not only made his mind more agile, but also increased his perception. Even though his perception wasn't bad in the past, it wasn't as domineering as it was now. Cultivating the red jade technique at night, and during the day, Li Fuchen spent all his time cultivating his martial arts. Crack! In the yard, Li Fuchen slammed his palm on a sturdy wooden pillar. With a forceful palm force, the top half of the wooden pillar cracked open. If this palm strike landed on a human, it would definitely kill them. Completion stage stone-shattering palm. Not even Li Yunhai could achieve this. The stone-shattering palm was a low-tier, yellow-class palm art, forceful and domineering. Li Fuchen's current cultivation level was still low, but once he was at the 7th or 8th level of the Qi realm, he would be able to shatter boulders with a single palm strike. Cultivating palm arts was done in the yard. Cultivating sword arts, Li Fuchen preferred to do it at the back mountain of the Li clan. At the peak of the back mountain, a fierce wind blew, causing the trees to rustle. Wielding his steel sword, Li Fuchen moved around, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. The current him had a stern expression, eyes like lightning, without a trace of emotion, only passion for sword arts. PFFF. Piercing through the thick trunk of the tree, Li Fuchen twisted his wrist and slashed horizontally. The top half of the tree flew into the sky. Li Fuchen leapt into the air and brandished his sword. PFFF. In mid-air, a cross-shaped sword light flashed, splitting the top half of the tree into pieces. Low-tier, yellow-class sword art, Tiger Fang cross slash, completion stage. Within 5 days, the stone-shattering palm and Tiger Fang cross slash were at completion stage. Li Fuchen's perception had reached an unprecedented peak. It seemed like any martial arts were no longer a secret in his eyes. As long as he spent some time, he would be able to cultivate them to completion stage. Sword arts are the foundation and also the key to entering the Zhanglan sect. It seems like my sword arts perception is superior to palm arts perception. At the same level, sword arts were much harder to comprehend than palm arts. After all, the sword was just an external object, it wasn't as easy to execute as a pair of bare hands. But once a sword art was at completion stage, the power of palm arts couldn't be matched. A single strike from the sword would result in death or injury, making it extremely dangerous. Yinlu City's 4 major clans, my Li clan is the weakest. Now that the Guan clan has betrayed us after crossing the river, the Yang clan is eyeing us covetously, and the city lord is closer to the Guan and Yang clans. If I become a disciple of the Zhanglan sect, I can definitely help the Li clan return to the top. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Zhanglan sect, I will definitely enter. I want everyone to see that my Li clan isn't so easily bullied. Originally, Li Fuchen only had a longing for the Zhanglan sect. But now, it wasn't just longing, it was ambition. The ones that ruled this world were the sects that were high above. The Li clan's Yinwu city was one of the countless cities in the Zhanglan region, and the Zhanglan region was under the rule of the Zhanglan sect. The Zhanglan sect was a sword Dao sect. More than 70% of the disciples practiced the sword. Be it clans or commoners, becoming a disciple of the Zhanglan sect was an honor. Once you became a disciple of the Zhanglan sect, you would instantly have a meteoric rise. Chapter 3. Young Master Fuchen, why are you here? On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the martial library and was greeted by 2 guards. The martial library was an important place for the Li clan. It stored a large amount of martial arts manuals. Regular clansmen had to apply to enter the library, but Li Fuchen didn't need to. Li Fuchen laughed. Why? Can't I come? Of course you can. The guard hurriedly smiled apologetically. After Li Fuchen entered the martial library, one of the guards asked, "This is strange. I thought young Master Fuchen couldn't cultivate. Why is he here at the martial library? And young Master Fuchen seems to be different from usual, he seems to be in a cheerful mood. Perhaps he hasn't been here for a long time. Come in and experience it." The other guard said sympathetically. The martial library had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was filled with low-tier, yellow-class martial arts manuals. The second floor was filled with mid-tier, yellow-class, and the third floor was filled with high-tier, yellow-class. Arriving at the second floor, Li Fuchen began to select sword art manuals. He had cultivated a total of 2 low-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Apart from the Tiger Fang cross slash, there was also the half-moon sword style. A year ago, his half-moon sword style was already at the completion stage. The Tiger Fang cross slash was much more difficult and was only at the completion stage now. This time, he wanted to see if he could quickly comprehend a mid-tier, yellow-class sword art with his current perception. Clear breeze sword style. Clear breeze caresses the face, sword chi oppressive. Only feel the breeze but not the sword. Soaring eagle sword style. Soaring eagle, sword chi crisscrossing. Xiao Shang sword style. Forceful sword force, earth-shattering. Minor cycle sword style, drifting sword style, hidden fish sword style, 8-direction sword style. Within the martial library, most of the manuals were sword art manuals. Looking at the sword art manuals flashing in front of him, Li Fuchen felt as though he could see the rise and fall of swordsmen. Finally, Li Fuchen chose the Clear Breeze sword style and Minor Cycle sword style. The Clear Breeze sword style gave him the highest feeling, while the Minor Cycle sword style was forceful and dominant enough. Finally, Li Fuchen chose the Whirlwind Kick style manual. This was a leg technique that specialized in speed. Once mastered, not only would the leg technique be swift and fierce, but it would also increase one's speed. It was a very practical leg technique. Choosing 3 martial art manuals at once. The Pavilion Guardian Elder was Li Fuchen's paternal grandfather, Li Dexing. With his white hair, he frowned and said, "Fuchen, I don't know if you are able to cultivate in peace. But even if you are able to cultivate, it isn't a good thing to choose too many martial arts manuals at once. Martial arts are about quality and not quantity. If you learn every single one of them, you will only end up mediocre. You have to understand, don't bite off more than you can chew." Li Fuchen nodded and spoke respectfully, "Elder, I know this. I am just bringing it back to take a look. If you're just taking a look, then I won't scold you." Thinking that Li Fuchen couldn't cultivate in peace, Li Dexing felt it was a pity. 1 year ago, Li Fuchen's innate talent wasn't inferior to the Li clan's top prodigy, Li Yunhai. What a pity. The next morning, Li Fuchen brought his steel sword and returned to the back mountain peak. Clear Breeze sword style. The sword style is meticulous and continuous. At sub-completion stage, 3 blades can be brandished in a blink of an eye. At completion stage, 6 blades can be brandished in a blink of an eye. Before cultivating the Clear Breeze sword style, Li Fuchen tested his own brandishing speed and realized that he could only execute 2 blades in a blink of an eye. 2 blades and 3 blades may seem like a difference of 1 blade, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Perhaps this blade was the key to defeating a strong foe. Facing the wind, Li Fuchen closed his eyes and experienced the intent of the Clear Breeze sword style. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and made his move. With a flash of his body, he brandished his steel sword at an extreme speed. As the wind blew endlessly, Li Fuchen's sword style became faster and faster. Indistinctly, it was as though he became one with the wind. Wherever the wind was, the sword would be. When Li Fuchen stopped, his chi was almost depleted. He was panting and sweating profusely. As expected of the Clear Breeze sword style, it consumes so much chi. The higher the grade of the sword style, the faster the chi consumption. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, executing a mid-tier, yellow-class sword style was already a little strenuous. If he were to execute a high-tier, yellow-class sword style, his chi would probably be depleted in a dozen breaths. Once his chi was almost fully recovered, Li Fuchen continued practicing, repeating the cycle. In a flash, 5 days had passed. Facing the wind, Li Fuchen brandished more than 100 blades in a single breath. Due to the extreme speed, the sword seemed to blend into the wind. Under the illumination of the sun, the space in front of Li Fuchen was illuminated. 4 blades in a blink of an eye. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. He was gradually getting familiar with the marvels of the clear breeze sword style. It sounded simple, but it was to harmonize the sword style with the wind of nature. Using the sword as the wind, qi as the wind, and sword qi as the wind. Of course, it was easier said than done. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's pale green soul spirit and exceptional perception, he wouldn't even be able to achieve sub-completion in a month or 2. Leaving in the morning and returning at night, time flew by. On the afternoon of the 10th day, pang! With a palm strike on the tree, the leaves fell like rain. The sword was unsheathed and returned to its sheath. Rustle, the sky full of leaves were all shredded. In that blink of an eye, Li Fuchen brandished 6 blades. Finally at completion. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a clear radiance. The clear breeze sword style relied on speed to achieve victory. When fast to the extreme, one could discover things that were previously undetectable. Like which angle was the fastest, which posture was the fastest, and which trajectory was the fastest. Speed was a truth. If your speed was fast enough, others would be full of flaws in your eyes. Speed was an iron rule. If your speed was fast enough, your sword move would be unbreakable. It could be said that Li Fuchen didn't just obtain the completion stage of the clear breeze sword style, he also obtained the sword Dao comprehension that many swordsmen yearned for. Sword Dao comprehension was related to perception, but it had nothing to do with perception. Those with mediocre aptitudes might be able to obtain precious sword Dao comprehension through years of sword practice and become an elite swordsman. Those with high perception would have an easier time obtaining sword Dao comprehension, but it was also possible that they wouldn't be able to comprehend anything at all. Comprehension, comprehension, comprehension. Just having perception wasn't enough. After returning to the Li clan, Li Fuchen saw plenty of Li clansmen sparring at the martial arts field. He didn't know if it was his misconception, but he felt that these Li clansmen's sword arts were full of loopholes. If Li Fuchen was willing, he had 100 ways to defeat them. After easily defeating a Li clansman, Li Yunha's gaze landed on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, this time you won't reject me, right? Li Yunha looked at Li Fuchen with a smile that wasn't a smile, his eyes filled with contempt. You are not my match. Li Fuchen shook his head. What did he say? Did I hear wrongly? This is going to be a good show. Before Li Yunha progressed to the 5th level of the Qi realm, Li Fuchen wasn't his match. Now, it is even worse. I wonder how Li Yunha will deal with Li Fuchen. Suddenly, the martial arts field was in an uproar. Chapter 4. Lifting his eyelids, Li Fuchen spoke. Li Yunha, you could have been in a good mood. He didn't put Li Yunha in his eyes. Even though Li Yunha was at the 5th level of the Qi realm, ability wasn't just about cultivation. Martial arts allowed one to fight higher levels. Stop the nonsense and draw your sword. Li Yunha drew his steel sword. As you wish. Li Fuchen walked to the martial arts field and stood 5 meters away from Li Yunha. Li Fuchen, I have recently reached the entry stage of the drifting sword style. Let me test it out on you. With a dash, Li Yunha brandished his steel sword at Li Fuchen. Had it been half a month ago, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to withstand Li Yunha's drifting sword style. But now, his opponent's sword style was full of flaws. With a sway of his body, Li Fuchen skillfully dodged the steel sword. Presumptuous. Li Yunha was enraged and increased the speed of his sword. But, no matter how fast his sword was, it couldn't even touch a hair on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was like a willow in the wind, swaying with the wind. His entire body gave off an aura of ease. Impossible? Li Yunha couldn't believe his eyes. With a flushed face, he gathered his qi and executed the drifting sword style to the limit. A pity, it was all in vain. Li Yunha, I am going to draw my sword now. As soon as Li Fuchen finished his sentence, the steel sword on his waist was unsheathed. With a dang, the sword in Li Yunha's hand flew out. With a sway of his body, Li Fuchen arrived in front of Li Yunhe and struck a palm on his opponent's chest. PFFF. Spitting out fresh blood, Li Yunhe was sent flying. His clothes were shredded and a palm print was clearly imprinted on his chest. Li Yunhe lost? On the martial arts field, the spectators were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. How is this possible? Half a month ago, Li Fuchen wasn't even a match for Li Yunhe. Could it be that Li Fuchen's talent has recovered? Even if his talent recovered, to surpass Li Yunhe in half a month is too much. Everyone had a surreal feeling in their hearts, as though everything was a dream. Li Yunhe, you weren't a match for me in the past, neither are you now. Take care. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen turned and left. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the Li clan erupted. Fuchen, has your innate talent recovered? At the dining table, Li Tianhan's voice was trembling. His mother, Shen Yuyan, was also looking at Li Fuchen fervently. Dad, Mom, my innate talent recovered half a month ago. I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Li Fuchen admitted honestly. This child, since your talent has recovered, why didn't you tell us earlier? Seeing Li Fuchen admit it, Shen Yuyan was pleasantly surprised and reprimanded. In the end, the heavens did not give up on you, nor did they give up on me. Li Tianhan threw his head back and laughed, the melancholy in his heart dissipating. For the past year, he was just like Li Fuchen, feeling depressed and sullen. Although he was the clan leader of the Li clan and had a high status, in Yunwu City, the Li clan was on the decline. Not only was the Yang clan left far behind, even the Guan clan had surpassed the Li clan. Originally, Li Yunhai and Li Fuchen were the hope of the Li clan and had the chance to become a Zhanglan sect disciple. Once the two of them became Zhanglan sect disciples, the Li clan would have the chance to return to the peak. At least it wouldn't be like now, where the situation was deteriorating. Taking a step back, even without these burdens, which father wouldn't wish for their children to have a bright future and achieve greatness? But all of a sudden, Li Fuchen's talent disappeared. There was no reason and no solution. He didn't seem to be anxious, but his heart was anxious. But now, everything was back on track. That's right, Fuchen, how did you defeat Li Yunhe? You haven't cultivated for a year? Shen Yuyan asked. Li Fuchen had already prepared an excuse. For the past year, I have been trying to cultivate every day, but it was excruciating. After my talent recovered, I realized that I am extremely focused on my cultivation, 10 times more focused than before. That's why my sword skills improved so quickly. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Not being able to cultivate for a year tempered Fuchen's willpower and gave him a dedication to cultivation that normal people don't have. Naturally, his cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Li Tianhan didn't suspect anything and gave a reasonable explanation. That's true. Shen Yuyan was overwhelmed with emotions. She felt that everything in this world was too mystical and couldn't be explained. The dinner atmosphere was extremely cheerful. This was the first time in a year. The other dinner was much more subtle. Yunhe, tell me what happened. At the dining table, Li Taizhan asked Li Yunhe. Li Yunhe was still in a daze. He mumbled, I don't know, I really don't know. Seeing Li Yunhe in this state, Li Yunhe's brother, Li Yunhai, snorted, I told you long ago, your sword skills have many flaws and your foundation isn't stable. A mere Li Fuchen defeated you so cleanly, what a disgrace. Alright, Yunhai, he is still your brother. Show some mercy when you speak. Their mother reprimanded Li Yunhai. If he can't even take a small blow, how can he achieve greatness? Li Taizhan was extremely dissatisfied with Li Yunhe's performance. He and Li Tianhan had been competing for so many years and had always been inferior to each other. He didn't even get the patriarch's position. Thus, he had high expectations for his sons. His eldest son was, needless to say, as the Li clan's #1 prodigy, he had hopes of becoming a disciple of the Zhanglan sect. His second son had great improvements this year too, but his performance today left him disappointed. Seeing Li Tianhan's dissatisfied expression, Li Yunhai replied, Dad, don't worry. If there is a chance, I will teach that Li Fuchen a lesson on behalf of my brother. He never put Li Fuchen in his eyes. A year ago, he didn't think Li Fuchen's talent could match up to his. Deep into the night, the faint moonlight shone through the window and into Li Fuchen's room. Huff! Huff! Li Fuchen's breaths were long and drawn out. With each breath, a faint red glow could be seen on his abdomen. A year ago, Li Fuchen had already reached the late stage of the 4th level of the Qi realm. If it wasn't for the 1-year delay, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to reach the late stage of the 5th level. To make up for a year's time, it wasn't an easy task. The first thing Li Fuchen needed to do was to break through to the 5th rank of the Red Jade technique and increase the speed of his cultivation. If possible, he hoped to reach the 7th rank of the Red Jade technique in the near future. In his mind, as Li Fuchen cultivated his qi, traces of green appeared within his pale green soul spirit. Like threads, they revolved around the golden amulet. Deep into the night, the faint red glow on Li Fuchen's abdomen suddenly flourished. Within his body, his qi left the 4th rank Red Jade technique's meridians and drilled into another hidden meridian. 1, 2, his qi cleared 5 meridians, causing the qi circulation within Li Fuchen's body to become even more complicated. 5th rank Red Jade technique. Exhaling a blazing breath, Li Fuchen opened his eyes with a face full of joy. Chapter 5. Perhaps it was because he cultivated the Clear Breeze sword style to the completion stage and obtained plenty of sword Dao comprehension, Li Fuchen's Shaoshang sword style was able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It only took him 9 days to reach the completion stage. The large success of the Shaoshang sword technique was truly earth-shattering. With a wave of the sword, even a tree as thick as 2 people hugging together could be cut in half. Its power was at least twice that of the Clear Breeze sword technique. As for the Whirlwind kick style and the Clear Breeze sword style, they had the same effect. The latter required the sword style to be in harmony with the natural wind, while the former required the leg style to be in harmony with the natural wind. Hence, in just 3 days, the Whirlwind kick style was cultivated to the completion stage. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally stepped into the 5th level of the Qi realm, not inferior to Li Yunhe. It's time to hone my combat abilities. Cultivation techniques, and martial arts were the foundation of strength. When the foundation strength was about the same, whoever had a stronger combat ability would have a stronger overall strength. Since young, Li Fuchen had never experienced a real battle. He felt that it was necessary to put it into practice. Equipped with the steel sword, Li Fuchen left the Li clan and headed towards the Misty Mountains. The Cloud Mist Mountains was a huge mountain range. Its name had nothing to do with Cloud Mist City. Instead, Cloud Mist City was named Cloud Mist City because it was adjacent to the Cloud Mist Mountains. The Cloud Mist mountain range was extremely dangerous. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. Demonic beasts roamed freely, and there were even terrifying demons. It would be fine if it was in the outer perimeter, as there were only rank 1 demonic beasts and rank 1 demons, whose strength was equivalent to a mortal realm warrior. Just a little further in, class 2 demonic beasts and demons would appear. These were existences equivalent to Origin realm martial artists. A slightly stronger class 2 demonic beast could easily kill an Origin realm martial artist. As for a class 2 demon, it was an invincible existence amongst the class 2 demonic beasts. Even a 9th level Origin realm martial artist would have a slim chance of survival if they encountered one. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't seek death. He intended to temper his combat skills at the edge of the Misty Mountains, where the class 1 demonic beasts wouldn't be too formidable. On the desolate and uninhabited path, Li Fuchen walked as though he was flying. Taking advantage of the time spent on the road, he could also hone the practicality of the whirlwind leg technique, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen arrived at the edge of the Misty Mountains. As expected of the Cloud Mist mountain range. This barbaric aura is truly awe-inspiring. Walking in a dangerous and unfamiliar area, Li Fuchen felt every pore on his body stand up. Whoosh! When passing under a large tree, a slender green shadow suddenly shot towards Li Fuchen. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen seized the initiative and grabbed the slender green shadow. This was a small green snake. Li Fuchen pinched its weak point and it was twitching all over. The green-striped snake, a low-rank 1 demonic beast. Its strength is not even comparable to a first-level Qi Realm warrior, but its venom can kill a 6th or 7th level Qi Realm warrior. The Cloud Mist Mountain range is more dangerous than I thought. Li Fuchen believed that if he didn't have a strong soul spirit, he wouldn't be able to catch the green-striped snake in advance. And if he couldn't catch the green-striped snake, he would be poisoned to death by the venom. Continuing to walk, Li Fuchen was even more careful than before. With the support of his qi, his 5 senses were stimulated to the limit. As long as there was a slight disturbance, it wouldn't escape his senses. Ah, it's a medicinal herb. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw a small flower growing on a hill not too far away. This was a yellow class, low-tier herb, jasper dew flower, worth 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins wasn't a small amount. A gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins. An average household in Yunwu City would spend around 10 gold coins a year. Even though Li Fuchen was the patriarch's son, his monthly allowance was only 10 gold coins. Plucking the jasper dew flower, Li Fuchen placed it in a large jade box. This jade box was worth 10 gold coins and could preserve the energy of the herb for a long period of time. As time ticked by, Li Fuchen walked along the edge of the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Tang! Stomping hard on the ground, Li Fuchen sprinted along the tree branches. In just a few blinks of the eye, he arrived at the branch of a large tree and looked down at the ground. Just as Li Fuchen climbed up the tree, a malevolent demonic beast emerged from the bushes in front of him. The demonic beast had a brownish-yellow body, with a length of 2.5 meters including its tail. Its vertical pupils emitted a cold and emotionless aura, sending chills down anyone's spine. This was a Class 1 demonic beast, the Steel Bone Jackal. Its ability was equivalent to a 5th-level Qi Realm martial artist. Its bones were extremely hard and without a fatal strike, even a 6th or 7th level Qi Realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill it. It's actually a Steel Bone Jackal. Li Fuchen frowned. The Steel Bone Jackal was rather hard to deal with. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't choose to fight to the death with it, it wasn't worth it. But obviously, the Steel Bone Jackal noticed Li Fuchen. Its ferocious gaze was shot over, even the leaves couldn't block it. Letting out a cry similar to a child's cry, the Steel Bone Jackal shot out like an arrow towards the tree Li Fuchen was on. Pang! The tree shook and the leaves danced in the air. Li Fuchen was knocked down from the tree. Not good. Li Fuchen didn't expect the Steel Bone Jackal to be so ferocious. Caught off guard, he fell from the tree. In the nick of time, Li Fuchen grabbed onto a branch and swung it from one end to the other like a swing. The Steel Bone Jackal leapt into the air and pounced at Li Fuchen. Go down! Grabbing the branch with one hand and drawing his steel sword with the other, Li Fuchen cleaved at the Steel Bone Jackal's face. The sound of leather being cut could be heard. The sword only left a small wound on the Steel Bone Jackal's face, but it didn't inflict any serious damage. Fortunately, the Steel Bone Jackal was knocked down and didn't reach Li Fuchen. Using the swaying force of the branch, Li Fuchen returned to the branch. This time he held on tightly to the main branch to prevent himself from being shaken off again. Pang! Pang pang! The Steel Bone Jackal slammed into the tree again and again. Li Fuchen could already hear the sound of the trunk breaking. He was afraid that after a few more hits, the trunk would completely break. Time to go all out, my sword skills aren't just for show. Clenching his teeth, Li Fuchen jumped down from the tree and thrust his sword at the Steel Bone Jackal. The Steel Bone Jackal was very agile. With a swipe of its claws, it repelled the steel sword and pounced at Li Fuchen again. Just a mere Steel Bone Jackal. Li Fuchen entered the zone. Every move of the Steel Bone Jackal was crystal clear in his eyes. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and thrust his sword at the Steel Bone Jackal's ribs. With a pfff sound, the steel sword sank into the ribs and fresh blood sprayed out. But Li Fuchen underestimated the ferocity of the steel-bone jackal. The heavily injured steel-bone jackal didn't fear death and twisted its body to kill Li Fuchen. PFFF. The sword slashed across the steel-bone jackal's neck. The steel-bone jackal was like a deflated balloon, it suddenly softened and no longer made any sounds. After killing the steel-bone jackal, Li Fuchen stood in the same spot and thought about his flaws. Firstly, he was fearful of the steel-bone jackal and didn't know his own strength. Secondly, his lack of combat ability. The first flaw, Li Fuchen didn't think it was a flaw. After all, this was his first time meeting such a ferocious demonic beast. With this experience, he wouldn't be restricted in the future. The second flaw couldn't be solved yet. He needed to experience multiple battles to slowly gain combat ability. Who? Forcefully exhaling a turbid breath, Li Fuchen's eyes burst with radiance and emitted a valiant battle intent. Chapter 6. Howl. On the uneven hills, Li Fuchen battled with a metal claw wolf. The metal claw wolf's defense was much weaker than the steel-bone jackal's, but its attack was far superior. Its claws were half a foot long and could easily split a tree trunk. Tsang! With sparks flying, Li Fuchen's steel sword grazed the claws of the metal claw wolf and pierced its throat. A total of 4 blades, not bad. With the experience of dealing with the steel-bone jackal, Li Fuchen had an easier time dealing with the metal claw wolf. It only took him 4 blades to kill it. If anyone else knew of this, their jaws would probably drop. Be it the steel-bone jackal or the metal claw wolf, a 5th-level Qi realm martial artist would have a hard time dealing with them. One-on-one, not many 5th-level Qi realm martial artists would dare to face them. Li Fuchen only trained for half a day and could easily kill both of them. His combat prowess had already surpassed most Qi realm martial artists. Of course, a regular 5th-level Qi realm martial artist wouldn't be able to cultivate 2 yellow-class, mid-tier sword arts to completion. Li Fuchen may look like a 5th-level Qi realm martial artist, but his combat prowess far exceeded that of a 5th-level Qi realm martial artist. Killing a metal claw wolf with ease wasn't a difficult task. Steel-bone jackal, metal claw wolf, violent bear, golden pattern panther, in one day, Li Fuchen killed 4 Class 1, mid-tier demonic beasts. As for the weaker Class 1 demonic beasts like the green-striped snake, Li Fuchen killed at least a dozen of them. As the number of battles increased, Li Fuchen's combat prowess improved by leaps and bounds. His sword arts weren't as refined as before, it was still a little stiff. As the sky darkened, Li Fuchen was on his way back to the Li clan. Today's harvest wasn't bad. A total of 7 stalks of low-tier, yellow-class herbs, 20 metal claw wolf claws, and 5 demonic beast pelts. The total value was around 20 gold coins. By the time he got back to the Li clan, the sky was already dark. Li Fuchen decided to deal with the herbs and demonic beast materials tomorrow. Fuchen, where have you been today? Li Tianhan asked at the dining table. Dad, I found a place to practice my sword. Li Fuchen didn't dare to say he went to the Misty Mountains. Oh. Li Tianhan did not suspect anything. When he was young, he also liked to find a quiet place to practice his swordsmanship. He was not used to practicing in the family. After dinner, Li Fuchen returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the futon in the cultivation room, Li Fuchen revolved the 5th-rank red jade technique a dozen times before taking out a jade bottle and popping a pill into his mouth. The medicinal pill was a low-tier yellow-class medicinal pill, the spiritual Qi pill. 1 pill was worth 20 gold coins. In addition to talent, a martial artist's cultivation also relied on resources. With sufficient resources, cultivation would be much faster. However, just relying on resources alone would not work. Otherwise, one's mental state would not be able to keep up, and one would be stuck in a certain realm for a long time. Once the spirit Qi pill's effects were completely refined, Li Fuchen could feel his cultivation level increasing by a small margin. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the 5th level of the Qi realm. The next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the city. Demon Refining Pavilion. Young Master Fuchin, I will give you 1 silver coin for each iron claw wolf claw. 20 of them will be 2 gold coins. Of the 4 demonic beast pelts, the gold-patterned leopard is the most expensive, worth 2 gold coins. The violent bear is worth 1 gold and 5 silver coins, the iron claw wolf is worth 1 gold and 2 silver coins, and the steel-bone jackal is worth 1 gold and 7 silver coins. What do you think? The shopkeeper of the demon refining pavilion looked at the materials on the counter and asked. Sure. Li Fuchin nodded. The demon refining pavilion was his Li clan's business, so the price was naturally more reasonable than other clans. Leaving the demon refining pavilion, Li Fuchin returned to his family's herb shop and sold the 7 stalks of low-tier, yellow-class herbs for a total of 11 gold coins. It was almost noon and it was too late to head to the Misty Mountains. After all, he still had to rush back in the evening and the return trip would take 4 hours. With nothing to do, Li Fuchin began to stroll around Yunwu City. Ever since he lost his talent, Li Fuchin hadn't visited this familiar city for a year. Unknowingly, Li Fuchin arrived at the Treasure Pavilion. This was an accessory shop, but it specialized in martial artist accessories. Martial artist accessories could aid a martial artist's cultivation. The Treasure Pavilion was bustling with activity. Most of the people entering and exiting were at the Qi realm. Occasionally, an Origin realm martial artist would come in to take a look. Big Brother Fuchin. Not long after Li Fuchin entered, a timid voice could be heard from behind. Xiao Dai. Li Fuchin turned around and saw a delicate-looking young lady. Li Xiaodai, a descendant of the Li clan's branch family. Her parents didn't have a high status. Li Fuchin remembered her because during the year when he lost his talent, Li Xiaodai encouraged him. I heard that Big Brother Fuchin's talent has recovered. Xiaodai is here to congratulate you. Li Xiaodai smiled sweetly. Li Fuchin laughed, this is all thanks to your encouragement. Big Brother Fuchin must be joking. My encouragement is useless. Li Xiaodai replied with a serious face. Li Fuchin replied, you are here to look at the accessories, right? Let's go take a look first. Then Big Brother Fuchin shall not disturb you. Li Xiaodai was indeed here to look at accessories. A few months ago, she had her eyes on a bracelet. But she didn't have enough gold coins. After saving up for a few months and with some gold coins from her parents, she finally had enough. The accessories in the Treasure Pavilion were all priceless. Li Fuchin observed for a moment, the cheapest accessory was priced at 20 gold coins. The slightly more expensive ones were priced at 50 to 60 gold coins. While the ones in the deepest section were priced at 100 or even a few hundred gold coins. Let me take a look at this ring. At the innermost crystal display stand, Li Fuchin saw a blue crystal ring. This blue crystal ring was very beautiful. The ring was silver gold in color and the blue crystal was oval in shape. It was the size of a pinky and was shining with a dazzling brilliance. The shop assistant recognized Li Fuchin and hurriedly took out the blue crystal ring and introduced, Young Master Fuchin, this blue crystal ring is our Treasure Pavilion's new product. The blue crystal on the ring is of a high grade and is very effective in gathering energy from heaven and earth. The ring itself is made of cold steel and is extremely sturdy. Li Fuchin sized up the blue crystal ring and nodded to himself. Blue crystals were energy crystals that had the effect of gathering energy from heaven and earth. According to the strength of the effect, it was separated into 4 grades, low, middle, high, and peak. In Yunwu City, high-grade energy crystals were already hard to come by. As for peak-grade energy crystals, there was a demand but no supply. It wasn't something that could be bought just because one wanted to. I am just looking at it, I will buy it next time. This blue crystal ring cost 300 gold coins. Li Fuchin didn't have much savings in the past and only had a few dozen gold coins on him. Even though the shop assistant didn't say anything, but a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Everyone said that Li Fuchin was trash, but who would have thought that he was poor? As a young master of a major clan, he didn't even have 300 gold coins. Compared to the other young masters of the 3 major clans, he was nothing. Wasn't it only 55 gold coins last month? How did it increase to 70 gold coins? This bracelet is the last one. 70 gold coins is very reasonable. But I don't have that much gold coins now. Can I put it on credit first? Sorry, this store doesn't take credit. At the entrance of the store, Li Xiaodai and the shop assistant were having a conversation. The shop assistant's tone was a little impatient. Xiaodai, what's wrong? Li Fuchen walked over. Li Xiaodai reluctantly looked at the bracelet with 3 crystals and shook her head. Big brother Fuchen, it's nothing. How many more gold coins do you need? Is this enough? Li Fuchen took a glance at the bracelet on the shop assistant's hand. It was a very exquisite bracelet. The bracelet was azure in color and was inlaid with 3 low-grade energy crystals. They were red, yellow, and blue respectively. It was magnificent. Li Fuchen took out all the gold coins he had and stuffed them into Li Xiaodia's hand. This is the last one. If you miss it, you might really miss it. Big brother Fuchen. Li Xiaodai was embarrassed and hesitant. Buy it. Just return it to me in the future. Li Fuchen waved his hand. Big brother Fuchen, I will definitely return it to you. Li Xiaodai really liked this bracelet. Not only was it beautiful, but it was also very useful. Under Li Fuchen's persuasion, she took out 15 gold coins from the gold coins that Li Fuchen gave her and added her own 55 gold coins to buy the bracelet. She then returned the remaining gold coins to Li Fuchen. Looking at the exquisite bracelet in her hand, Li Xiaodia's eyes squinted with excitement. I want this bracelet. Chapter 7. Li Xiaodai didn't react in time and stood there in a daze. Li Fuchen raised his head with a gloomy expression and looked at the person who snatched the bracelet. Guan Mei. In his line of sight was a pretty girl in red. Her brows were somewhat similar to Guan Shui's, but she was different from Guan Shui's arrogance. There was a hint of charm and unruliness between her brows. It was Guan Shui's cousin, Guan Mei. Guan Mei, we have already bought this bracelet. Please return it to her. Li Fuchen spoke in a deep voice. To Guan Mei, this bracelet was just an accessory. But to Li Xiaodai, it meant a lot more. Guan Mei didn't mind. How much gold? I will add some gold to compensate you. Isn't your Li clan trying to take advantage of us? My Li clan trying to take advantage of us? Li Fuchen's expression turned gloomy. This Guan clan was shameless. On the day of the annulment of the marriage, in order to prevent others from gossiping about the Guan clan burning the bridge after crossing the river, they secretly spread the rumor that the Li clan was dissatisfied with the Guan clan's conditions and wanted to take advantage of them. As a result, the focus shifted and a portion of the people believed the rumor, causing the Li clan to be in a mess. I repeat, return the bracelet to her. Li Fuchen's voice was stern and his chi surged. Guan Mei was shocked and dropped the bracelet. Li Fuchen used his leg and hooked the bracelet back to Li Xiaodai. Li Fuchen, you have the guts to yell at me. Guan Mei shrieked. Let's go. Li Fuchen grunted and ignored Guan Mei. He pulled Li Xiaodai out of the treasure pavilion. Hold it right there. On the main street, Guan Mei stood in front of the two and suddenly sent a palm strike. Guan Mei's talent wasn't bad, being at the 4th level of the Qi realm. With the Guan clan's soft flowing palm, she thought it wouldn't be hard to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Of course, she didn't know that Li Fuchen's talent had recovered. With a palm against Guan Mei's, Li Fuchen's chi exploded. Pang! Guan Mei flew backwards in fear and almost fell to the ground. At the crucial moment, a hand supported Guan Mei. Guan Mei, what happened? The one supporting Guan Mei was a youth around the same age as Li Fuchen. His handsome face had a trace of arrogance. Brother Qi, he stole my bracelet. Seeing the handsome youth, Guan Mei had a flash of joy on her face. Even though she didn't know how Li Fuchen was so incredible, but compared to this handsome youth, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Hearing what was said, the handsome youth sneered at Li Fuchen, a man bullying a woman. I really don't know how the Li clan has a descendant like you. What a disgrace. Yang Qi, please understand the situation before you speak. Li Fuchen glanced at him. Yang Qi, Yang clan's disciple, 16 years old, 6th level of the Qi realm, one of the 4 prodigies of the Yang clan. Big brother Fuchen, forget it. I don't want the bracelet either. Li Xiaodai tugged on Li Fuchen's sleeves. She knew of the Yang clan's Yang Qi's prowess. Li Fuchen had no chance of winning against him. Li Fuchen patted Li Xiaodia's hand to reassure her. Yang Qi sneered, Li Fuchen, I know what you are thinking. It is true that Guan Shui doesn't like you and it is embarrassing for you. But think about it, are you worthy of Guan Shui? It seems that this matter has nothing to do with you. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Li Fuchen gestured to leave. Did I say you could leave? Apologize to Guan Mei first and return the bracelet with both hands. Maybe I will go easy on you today. Yang Qi had long disliked Li Fuchen, and since he was on good terms with Guan Mei, this was the perfect opportunity. Li Fuchen ridiculed, you? Just because of what you said, I, Yang Qi, will teach you how to behave. Yang Qi stepped forward with an unfriendly expression. Look, the Yang clan's Yang Qi and the Li clan's Li Fuchen are at loggerheads. Yang Qi and Li Fuchen, is Li Fuchen stupid? Not to mention him, even Li Yunhai of the Li clan wouldn't dare to offend Yang Qi so easily. Maybe there's something wrong with his brain. Let's see how he embarrasses himself. Yang Qi isn't someone who is easy to deal with. Unknowingly, the main street was filled with people, all of them rejoicing in Li Fuchen's misfortune, waiting to see how Li Fuchen would embarrass himself. Brother, look, it's Li Fuchen. At the end of the street, Li Yunhe and Li Yunhai were walking out of a shop. Noticing the commotion on the main street, Li Yunhe spoke with a gloomy expression. Reckless, to actually provoke the Yang clan's Yang Qi. Li Yunhai's face was filled with disdain. Yang Qi's cultivation level was the same as his. Although Li Yunhai felt that his combat ability was better than Yang Qi's, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't go head-to-head with Yang Qi. Come, let's go take a look. Li Yunhai planned to stop Yang Qi after Li Fuchen suffered a setback. At the same time, he would teach Li Fuchen a lesson so he wouldn't be too high profile. Even if his talent recovered, he wouldn't amount to much in Yunwu City or the Li clan. Xiaodai, you stand back. Li Fuchen tilted his head. Brother Fuchen. Li Xiaodai was on the verge of tears. She felt that everything was her fault. If it wasn't for her, Li Fuchen wouldn't have had a conflict with Guan Mei, and wouldn't have provoked Yang Qi. Don't worry. Trust me. Li Fuchen confidently said. Then Brother Fuchen, be careful. Li Xiaodai retreated into the crowd. Yang Qi watched on with interest. To be honest, I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. But that's not important. Next, I will let you know that you, Li Fuchen, have always been trash. A trash that I don't even want to look at. Brother Qi, teach him a lesson. Guan Mei instigated from behind. Li Fuchen, get down. Yang Qi made his move. Closing in on Li Fuchen, he threw a punch at Li Fuchen's chest. If this punch connected, it would have broken a few of Li Fuchen's ribs. Li Fuchen gave a cold laugh. Not backing off, he met the punch with a punch of his own. Dong! Like two rocks colliding, what surprised everyone was that Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back. His face wasn't red, and he wasn't even panting. How is this possible? Yang Qi's expression was gloomy. He couldn't understand. With his 6th level Qi realm cultivation, he should have been able to defeat his opponent with a single punch. How could they be evenly matched? How could he have known that Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Red Jade technique to the 5th rank? When the Red Jade technique was at the 5th rank, his Qi power would surpass a 5th level Qi realm martial artist and be comparable to a 6th level Qi realm martial artist. A high-tier, yellow class technique was usually at the 7th rank. Most of the disciples from the 4 major clans were at the 3rd or 4th rank. Even Li Yunhai's red jade technique was only at the peak of the 4th rank. Chapter 8. Venomous Snake Fist. Yang Qi retracted his fist and with a shout, he punched out again. This time, it wasn't as direct as before, but had the characteristics of a venomous snake, vicious and fast like lightning. From Yang Qi's point of view, Li Fuqian must have consumed some kind of pill that allowed his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. But this type of person was usually lacking in combat skills and rough in martial arts. Looking at the incoming fists, Li Fuqian raised an eyebrow. His opponent's fists didn't look weak, but in his eyes, they were full of flaws, probably because his venomous snake fist wasn't at completion. With a sway of his body, Li Fuqian dodged his opponent's fist. Just as Yang Qi's fist paused, Li Fuqian suddenly closed in. "You take a palm from me too." Li Fuqian's right palm cleaved at Yang Qi's shoulder. The palm force was fierce and domineering, giving off an unstoppable feeling. Not good. Yang Qi panicked and quickly used his arm to block. Pang! Li Fuqian's stone-shattering palm was already at the completion stage. Yang Qi felt a stinging pain in his arm and staggered backwards, almost falling on his butt. He was in an extremely sorry state. Yang Qi was repelled. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The spectators were in an uproar. They originally wanted to see Li Fuqian make a fool of himself, but instead, it was Yang Qi. Now, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Brother Qi. Guan Mei was stunned too, she couldn't believe her eyes. Was this still Li Fuqian? Li Yunhe and Li Yunhai had an ugly expression on their faces. Yang Qi specializes in sword arts, fist arts aren't his forte. This Li Fuqian is asking for trouble. Li Yunhai's mouth twitched. Li Fuqian, you are looking for death. Yang Qi's face turned red, he felt like everyone was laughing at him. He praised himself so much, but now he was repelled by Li Fuqian. This was a humiliation that couldn't be washed away. Clang! Yang Qi unsheathed his sword and attacked Li Fuqian with a ruthless sword style. Yang Qi's venomous snake fist style wasn't at sub-completion, but his venomous snake sword style was at sub-completion. Of course, not everyone could be like Li Fuqian, who could cultivate a mid-tier, yellow-class sword style to completion in such a short period of time. In terms of swords, you are even less of a match for me. Unsheathing his sword, Li Fuqian brandished it with confidence and elegance. Ding ding dang dang, the seemingly tricky and vicious venomous snake sword style, in front of Li Fuqian's long sword, was like a weak spot, unable to display any of its power. In the eyes of the spectators, Yang Qi was like a bug in a spider's web, the more he struggled, the deeper he was trapped. You lost. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuqian's longsword was at Yang Qi's throat. Yang Qi felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes went completely blank. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuqian was too lazy to say anything to discourage his opponent. This kind of person was not worthy of his ruthless words. Before he failed, he would bare his fangs and brandish his claws, insufferably arrogant. Once he failed, it was as if the sky had collapsed. When a person thought too highly of himself, he would also fall hard. Just as Li Fuqian turned around, Yang Qi regained his senses and roared, "I haven't lost yet. You must have cheated. Die!" Yang Qi thrusted his sword at Li Fuqian's back. Feeling the bone-piercing sharpness, Li Fuqian was infuriated. With a spin of his body, like a whirlwind, he rushed towards Yang Qi and kicked his opponent in the chest, causing him to vomit blood and faint on the spot. Murder! Guan Mei's scream echoed throughout the street. He is not dead yet, shut your mouth. Li Fuqian gave Guan Mei a cold stare. His eyes were like knives, causing Guan Mei's voice to stop abruptly. Li Fuqian's eyes made her feel fear and dread for the first time. Li Fuqian, you are bringing trouble to the Li clan. You still have a chance to apologize to the Yang clan. Don't think that just because you are the patriarch's son, you can do whatever you want and injure others as you please. Li Yunhai walked out from the crowd and reprimanded. There is a price to pay for doing wrong. This is a lesson for him. As for you, you don't have the right to teach me a lesson. Li Fuchen retorted. Kiki, seems like you are blinded by victory. There is always someone better out there. With your ability, you don't have the right to be arrogant. If we were in the clan, I would let you know if I have the right to teach you a lesson. Li Fuchen's tone caused Li Yunhai to laugh. He wouldn't allow anyone from the younger generation of the Li clan to talk back to him. Xiaodai, let's go. Li Fuchen treated Li Yunhai as heir and left with Li Xiaodai, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Not long after Li Fuchen left Yunwu City, the entire city was in an uproar. Li Fuchen, who was crippled for a year, not only did he recover his talent, he seemed to be even stronger than before. Even Yang Qi, one of the 4 prodigies of the Yang clan, was knocked unconscious by him. Could it be that the Guan clan's annulment of the marriage arrangement actually motivated Li Fuchen? Not only did it help him recover his talent, it also increased his potential. This was what everyone was guessing. During dinner, just as Li Fuchen expected, Li Tianhan inquired about what happened in the daytime city. After Li Fuchen explained everything, Li Tianhan asked curiously, Fuchen, tell me honestly. What is your current strength level? Yang Qi wasn't just anyone, even if he wasn't on par with the Li clan's #1 prodigy, Li Yunhai, he wasn't too far off. Hearing this, Shen Yuyan was also curious. Their son was getting more and more mysterious. Even as his parents, they couldn't figure out his current situation. Li Fuchen took a sip of the soup and spoke in a refined manner, Dad, Mom, I am now at the 5th level of the Qi realm. I have also cultivated 2 mid-tier, yellow-class sword arts to sub-completion, not far from completion. The same goes for my other martial arts. He didn't dare to say that he had cultivated all his martial arts to completion, as it was too illogical. Now wasn't the time to tell them. Close to the completion stage, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan took in a deep breath of cold air. A thought popped up in their minds. Could Li Fuchen be the Li clan's rare martial arts prodigy? Even for low-tier, yellow-class martial arts, it was extremely difficult to reach completion. What about the red jade technique? Li Tianhan asked again. Li Fuchen continued to hide, peak of the 4th rank. Gasp! Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were speechless for a long time. After a while, Li Tianhan laughed heartily, misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Fuchen, from now on, you better work hard. You might have a higher chance of entering the Zhanglan sect than Li Yunhai. Dad, Mom, I will work hard. Entering the Zhanglan sect shouldn't be a problem for me. Li Fuchen was rather confident. Come, have a piece of chicken. Shen Yuyan smiled as she picked up a piece of chicken for Li Fuchen. Her heart was as sweet as honey. In this world where the strong ruled, whether or not Li Fuchen could enter the Zhanglan sect would determine the future of the Li clan. As his mother, she would also be basking in his glory. Not many knew that her maiden family was actually a major clan, but not in Yunwu City. Chapter 9. Now that the red jade technique was at the 5th rank, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation speed was much faster. He could feel his qi growing little by little every day. With this speed, he should be able to break through to the 6th level of the qi realm in 7 to 8 months. Of course, this speed may be fast for others, but for Li Fuchen, it was still too slow. If I have a martial artist accessory, it should be able to increase my cultivation speed. The qi crystals on martial artist accessories could help the martial artist gather the energy of heaven and earth. Even though the effect was weak, it could last for a long time. What's more, Li Fuchen wanted to buy a martial artist accessory that was embedded with a high-grade qi crystal. But Li Fuchen didn't intend to ask his parents for gold. He felt that since the heavens had already given him the golden amulet, if he had to rely on outsiders, it would be useless. He intended to buy it with his own gold. And the only way he could earn gold was by hunting demonic beasts and harvesting herbs. The Misty Mountains was huge. This time, Li Fuchen took a different route to enter the mountains. What he didn't expect was that this route was extremely safe. he didn't encounter a single demonic beast along the way and didn't even harvest a single stalk of herb. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the side of a clear lake. The weeds by the lakeside grew very tall, almost reaching Li Fuchen's waist position. Separated by a few dozen meters, Li Fuchen saw a large stone by the lakeside. The large stone had a gray grass growing on it. Under the sunlight, it was suffused with traces of white light. Stone heart grass. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The stone heart grass was a high-tier, yellow-class herb. One stalk was worth more than 200 gold coins. It usually grew on top of ores that were rich in minerals. This was the first time Li Fuchen saw a stone heart grass of this size. Previously, he only saw pictures of it in herb handbooks. I have to get it. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed. The stone heart grass had the effect of strengthening one's bones. The reason why demonic beasts were so tough was because their bones and flesh were many times tougher than humans. Drawing his steel sword, Li Fuchen carefully approached the stone heart grass. Roar! Just as Li Fuchen was 10 meters away from the stone heart grass, a blood-red shadow shot out from the bushes. A brutal chi presence was like a storm, sweeping up the grass. Clear breeze blade. Li Fuchen didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. With a flash of his sword, a stream of blood sprayed out. Walala! The huge inertia caused the blood-red figure to slide more than 10 meters away. There was a deep, bloody hole at its throat and fresh blood was flowing out. The blood shadow leopard was a Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast that was known for its speed. In a solo fight, it might not be a match for a Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast like the steel-boned wolf, but even if the steel-boned wolf used all its strength, it still wouldn't be able to catch up to the blood shadow leopard. A pity that in front of Li Fuchen's clear breeze blade, the blood shadow leopard's speed wasn't fast enough for him to react. Arriving at the side of the stone heart grass, Li Fuchen was captivated by its beauty. This was a blade of grass that looked like it was carved from grayish-white jade. Perhaps it was because it had matured, spots of white light rose and spread, emitting a fragrance similar to that of rice. Carefully plucking the stone heart grass, Li Fuchen hurriedly placed it into a jade box to prevent the loss of energy. In the dense forest at the end of the grass. Baldy, old 6, guess who I saw? The archer nimbly climbed up the tree. After glancing at the lakeside, he bent down and said to the two people below. See who? The baldy and skinny man asked curiously. Li Clan's young master, Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen. The skinny man had a look of surprise. A kid like him dares to come to the Misty Mountains? Ha, our chance is here. Li Fuchen seriously injured young master Yang Qi. If we can kill Li Fuchen and bring his head back to the Yang clan, we will definitely be rewarded handsomely. The baldy grinned. The three of them were the Yang clan's superior guards. Due to their gambling habits, their salaries were completely inadequate. Hence, they would occasionally come to the Misty Mountains to try their luck and earn some gambling money. Keeping the jade box, Li Fuchen was about to turn around. Xiao! A shrill sound pierced through the air. Someone's sneak attacking. Li Fuchen's senses were extremely terrifying. Before the sound could even be heard, he was already rolling on the ground. Just as he was about to leave his original position, a sharp arrow shot into the grass and deeply embedded itself into it. PFFF. PFFF. Li Fuchen didn't stop rolling on the ground. Behind him, 2 consecutive arrows pierced into the grass. The archer who ambushed him was actually able to shoot according to his movements. Had it not been for him being half a step faster, he would have been a corpse by now. After shooting 3 arrows in a row, the archer took out a fruit and started munching on it. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was dead for sure. Baldy, 6th bro, go bring his corpse over. The archer ordered. You sure are relaxed. The baldy scolded jokingly. Walking out of the forest with the skinny man, they headed towards the lakeside. The wild grass was very tall. Li Fuchen quickly lifted his head to look at the direction where the arrow came from. 60 to 70 meters away, a baldy and a skinny man walked out of the forest, one on the left and the other on the right, heading towards him. With his strong senses, Li Fuchen estimated that the baldy was at the 8th level of the Qi realm and the skinny man at the 7th level of the Qi realm. I need to take care of one first. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He silently crept towards the skinny man on the right like a python. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. When he was 30 meters away from the skinny man, Li Fuchen laid there motionless, without a trace of Qi presence. If it wasn't for the close distance, no one would have noticed Li Fuchen's presence. After 2 days of tempering in the misty mountains, Li Fuchen gradually grasped some of his soul spirit abilities. For example, he could now perfectly conceal his Qi presence. Of course, he wasn't sure if it was due to his soul spirit ability or the golden amulet's effect. The grass was at least a meter tall, completely concealing Li Fuchen. With his right hand on the hilt of his sword, Li Fuchen waited for the skinny man to approach. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Now is the time. Li Fuchen's body shot upwards. Under the sunlight, the dazzling sword light dazzled the eyes of the skinny man. PFFF. Feeling a chill on his neck, the skinny man's eyes widened as he fell backwards. 6th bro. The bald man roared, leaped up, and cleaved at Li Fuchen. A full force slash from an 8th level Qi realm martial artist. Don't even mention Li Fuchen, even a class 1 mid-tier demonic beast would be split in half. A pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a demonic beast. To a human martial artist, he was more fearsome than a demonic beast. At least demonic beasts weren't as agile as him and their senses weren't as sharp as his, able to analyze the trajectory of the baldy's attack in a split second. But Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of the Qi realm. Even if he could predict the trajectory of the baldy's attack, he didn't have the ability to counterattack and could only dodge to the side. Crash! A meter-tall patch of grass was sliced in half. The baldy's combat skills weren't weak. Unable to hit Li Fuchen with his sword, he quickly exerted strength in both his arms and changed from a downward slash to a horizontal sweep. Li Fuchen was already prepared for the baldy's follow-up attack and pounced forward. Good lad. Chapter 10. Chaotic Wind 4 Style. As if 4 swords were attacking Li Fuchen at the same time, the bald brute used his finishing move. Chaotic Wind Sword Style, it's someone from the Yang clan. Li Fuchen recognized the bald brute's sword style with just one look. Using his right foot to create a small pit in the grass, Li Fuchen slid along the ground, once again avoiding the bald brute's attack. At the same time, while sliding, Li Fuchen slashed at the bald brute's calf, fresh blood splattered. At this moment, Li Fuchen combined the whirlwind kick with his sword style. With fresh blood flowing from his calf, the bald brute was infuriated. In the past, even a 7th level Qi realm martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few slashes from him. He didn't expect to be injured by a 5th level Qi realm brat. Chaotic Wind Chop. The bald brute roared and brandished his blade at Li Fuchen's position 7 to 8 times. Each slash would slice off a large patch of grass. In an instant, the grass flew like a storm, blinding the naked eye. Worthy of being an 8th level Qi realm martial artist. Li Fuchen didn't dare to approach the bald brute, but purposely sprinted towards the skinny brute's corpse. Die! The bald brute chased after him, his sword dancing flawlessly. Go! Arriving in front of the skinny brute's corpse, Li Fuchen used his sword to fling the heavy corpse towards the bald brute. Ignoring his comrade, the bald brute slashed at the corpse. But at this moment, a cold glint shot towards him, forcing him to block it. Clang! The cold glint was a sword, the skinny brute's sword. Die! Unknowingly, Li Fuchen appeared in front of the bald brute's left. With a cool breeze, the bald brute wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Fresh blood spurted from his neck as he fell to the ground. Before he could take a breath, Li Fuchen crouched down and hid in the grass. Not far from him, a sharp arrow was quivering. On top of a tree in the forest, the archer couldn't believe his eyes. He thought Li Fuchen was long dead, Who would have thought that not only was Li Fuchen not dead, he even killed the bald brute and sixth brute. How is this kid so strong? Baldi is an 8th level Qi realm warrior. Could he be a genius on the same level as Guan Shui? Some of the geniuses could indeed fight beyond their realms, as their 5 senses were extremely sensitive, especially at the mortal realm. Because mortal realm warriors could not manifest their Jin Qi outside of their bodies, people with higher cultivation would still need to hit their opponents. As for geniuses, although their cultivation was low, as long as they were hit by a sword, even if the power of this sword was not great, with the strength of a human warrior's body, they would still not be able to withstand it. After all, there was still a difference between a warrior and a monstrous beast. Since Baldi and Old Six are dead, these materials are all mine. The archer, carrying a large sack on his back, jumped down from the tree and left the place. Do you think you can leave? Li Fuchen skimmed out from the bushes at the side. So fast. The archer hurriedly threw away the sack and bow on his back and rolled away to avoid Li Fuchen's sword art attack. Such fast reflexes. Surprise flashed in Li Fuchen's eyes. The archer's cultivation level was the same as the skinny man, 7th level of the Qi realm. But the archer's reflexes and agility far exceeded the bald man and skinny man. If it was the skinny man, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. You think you have me in your bag? The archer's weapon of choice was 2 short swords, one held straight and the other in a reverse grip. His battle stance was extremely valiant, allowing him to deal with attacks from all directions without any blind spots. Interesting, cool breeze blowing. Li Fuchen's footwork and sword art were extremely graceful. Even though it was just a single slash, the archer felt as though Li Fuchen had slashed out 6 or 7 times, with a blurry attack trajectory. The archer was shocked, using both of his short swords to block Li Fuchen's sword art. Sparks rained down like rain. He roared in his heart. Others may not know, but he knew very clearly that Li Fuchen's sword art had already reached the completion stage, or else he wouldn't be able to change so much. Xiao Shang sword style. The two of them may seem to be 2 levels apart, but with the 5th rank Red Jade technique, Li Fuchen's Qi burst power was comparable to a 6th level Qi realm martial artist. Li Fuchen unleashed his full power and suppressed the archer. Dang! With his arm numb, the short sword in the archer's right hand flew out. In the next moment, his head was decapitated by Li Fuchen. With my current ability, I can easily suppress a 7th level Qi realm martial artist and contend with an 8th level Qi realm martial artist. But the prerequisite is that the opponent is a regular martial artist. After slaying the archer, Li Fuchen estimated his own ability level. What was an ordinary martial artist? In fact, it was a martial artist who did not cultivate any powerful secret arts. If the other party cultivated the Silver Snake secret art to the 5th or 6th layer, then they would not be an ordinary martial artist. Unfortunately, these 3 people were only the guards of the Yang family, so it was impossible for them to have cultivated the Silver Snake secret art. At most, they would have cultivated the inferior Iron Snake secret art, and their secret arts realm would not be too high. 2 steel short swords, they should be worth 12 gold coins. Li Fuchen picked up the short sword of the archer. Generally speaking, Qi realm martial artists would use steel swords. But there were good and bad quality steel swords. A slightly inferior steel sword could be bought for a few gold coins. A high-quality steel sword could be sold for dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. The steel sword in Li Fuchen's hand was of the highest quality and was worth 150 gold coins. It was a gift from his father, Li Tianhan. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's low cultivation, a single slash would have broken the swords of the trio. There wouldn't even be a need to fight. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen still threw away the short sword. The Yang clan's weapon should have the Yang clan's mark hidden on it. If he sold it in Yinwu City, it would inevitably be leaked. It wasn't worth it for a few dozen gold coins. These demonic beast materials should be enough. The trio had a bountiful harvest. There were dozens of demonic beast pelts, some of which were obviously taken from Class 1 high-tier demonic beasts. A Class 1 high-tier demonic beast pelt was much more valuable than a Class 1 mid-tier beast pelt. A single pelt was worth at least 5 gold coins. Ah, is this a demon core? Carrying the sack, Li Fuchen began to search the trio. From the archer, he found a large jade box with dozens of stalks of low-tier, yellow-class herbs. The skinny man had 3 stalks of mid-tier, yellow-class herbs. The bald man had a green crystal with traces of blood on it. A single stalk of low-tier, yellow-class herbs was worth 1 to 3 gold coins. A dozen stalks would be worth around 20 gold coins. A single stalk of mid-tier, yellow-class herbs would be worth 10 to 30 gold coins. 3 stalks would be worth a few dozen gold coins. But the demon core was worth a lot of money. Chapter 11. I wonder what grade of demon core it is. Demon cores are very expensive. A Class 1 low-tier demon core is worth as much as a high-grade energy crystal. A Class 1 low-tier demon core is worth 200 to 300 gold coins. A Class 1 mid-tier demon core is worth 400 to 500 gold coins, and a Class 1 high-tier demon core is worth 1,000 gold coins. As it was still early, Li Fuchen didn't linger and left Misty Mountains. Yinwu City. After a busy day, Li Fuchen had an extra 500 plus gold coins in his wallet. 14 stalks of low-tier, yellow-class herbs and 3 stalks of mid-tier, yellow-class herbs were sold for a total of 75 gold coins. 15 pieces of demonic beast pelts were sold for a total of 40 gold coins. The most expensive one was the Jade Green Demon Core, which was actually a Class 1 mid-tier demon core. It was sold for 420 gold coins, adding up to a total of 535 gold coins. With 535 gold coins, Li Fuchen felt more confident. This was equivalent to 4 to 5 years of his allowance. Of course, once his cultivation level increases, his allowance will increase. As a disciple of the Qi realm and below the age of 18, the monthly allowance was 2 gold coins, 5 gold coins for the 4th Qi realm, 10 gold coins for the 5th Qi realm, and 20 gold coins for the 6th Qi realm. The increment was exponentially higher. Arriving at the treasure pavilion, Li Fuchen headed straight for the innermost booth. I want this blue crystal ring. Li Fuchen went straight to the point. Young Master Fuchen, you are here again. The shop assistant no longer dared to look down on Li Fuchen. Among the younger generation of Yinwu City, there weren't many who could defeat Yang Qi. Barring any accidents, Li Fuchen would definitely become a big shot in Yinwu City in the future. He would no longer be the trash with no future. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Li Fuchen frowned. Trouble really comes one after another. Blocking his way was a youth with broad shoulders and long legs. He had a high nose bridge and a pair of emotionless eyes, just like a hawk's, extremely sharp. Guan Peng, Guan Mei's brother. One of the 2 prodigies of the Guan clan, second only to Guan Shui. 15 years old and at the 6th level of the Qi realm. Most importantly, Guan Peng had a 2-star bone frame. What is a bone frame? It is actually a person's innate qualities. Those with a good bone frame would be able to cultivate faster and have good perception. For example, if 2 people have the same cultivation technique, but one has a normal bone frame and the other has a star bone frame, then the cultivation speed of the star bone frame would be much faster than the normal bone frame. What's more, under normal circumstances, a star bone frame's cultivation technique would definitely be higher than a normal bone frame's, because the bone frame determines one's perception. It was said that without any opportunities, only when one's bone frame reached 2-star could he break through to the origin realm. Which meant that if there were no accidents, Guan Peng's future achievements should be above the origin realm. One had to know that the number of martial artists above the origin realm in Yinwu City could be counted on one hand, and half of them were in the Castellan's residence. The reason why Guan Shui was able to become a Zhanglan sect disciple in advance wasn't because of her cultivation and technique rank, but because she had a 4-star bone frame. It has been a century since a 4-star bone frame appeared in Yinwu City. Even the city lord only had a 3-star bone frame. Not to mention Guan Shui's high cultivation level, even if they weren't, the Zhanglan sect would still allow Guan Shui to enter the Zhanglan sect in advance. Bone frame represents one's future achievements, and what's in front of you isn't important. 1 year ago, Li Fuchen was a prodigy of the Li clan, but his bone frame was only a normal bone frame, while Li Yunhai was a 2-star bone frame. Yang Qi of the Yang clan was a 1-star bone frame. Yang Kai was a 3-star bone frame. 1 year ago, Li Fuchen could be compared to Li Yunhai with a normal bone frame. To a certain extent, it was enough to prove his perception. Li Fuchen even suspected that it was because he overused his brain, causing his soul spirit to gradually dissipate, causing him to be unable to concentrate on cultivation. Bone frame is really something that makes people sad. It would be impossible to say that Li Fuchen didn't mind his normal bone frame at all. Bone frame determines a person's future. Those with a good bone frame, even if they don't have any opportunities, would still have a bright future. But for those with a poor bone frame, not only would they have to put in a lot of effort, they would also have to find opportunities to not be left behind. Slowly letting out a breath, Li Fuchen's eyes were once again glowing. So what if he had a poor bone frame? In terms of soul spirit talent, how many could match up to him? Under the nourishment of the golden amulet, his soul spirit had already turned from gray to pale green. There were even traces of green within the pale green. Soon enough, his soul spirit would turn green. The pale green soul spirit already bestowed him with a strong perception. A green soul spirit would probably allow his perception to reach an astonishing level. Without a bone frame, he could use his perception to make up for it. Of course, the prerequisite was to enter the Zhanglan sect. Only by entering the Zhanglan sect would he be able to obtain better techniques and martial arts. If not, when the Red Jade technique reaches the 7th rank, his perception would be useless. He couldn't possibly create his own technique, right? How long would that take? Li Fuchen, right? Come with me. Guanpeng spoke coldly. Why? Li Fuchen didn't bat an eyelid. Because you offended my sister. Guanpeng crossed his arms and looked down at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sneered, I think you should know what kind of person your sister is. I don't want to hear your reasons. Your reasons are just bullshit to me. No matter what you say, it won't be of any use. Those who offend my sister only have one ending, and that is to kneel and repent. I advise you to come with me, or else you will suffer some physical pain. I don't think you would want to embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Kiki, your Guan clan sure is shameless and overbearing. My Li clan doesn't expect your Guan clan to be grateful, but I didn't expect your Guan clan to be so arrogant instead of grateful. Li Fuchen had a mocking expression and stood there without moving an inch. Guanpeng's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. My Guan clan has been established in Yunwu City for a long time and no one has ever said such words to me. Very well, you have successfully angered me. I wonder if you have the ability to endure it. The Guan clan's younger generation hated it when others said that their Guan clan was only able to establish themselves in Yunwu City because of the Li clan. This was their reverse scale and not to be touched. Recently, the disciples of the 4 major clans have been getting angry. Last time it was Yang Qi, now it's Guanpeng. I wonder how Li Fuchen is going to handle this. Probably not. Guanpeng has a 2-star bone frame and his perception is much better than Yang Qi's. Not necessarily. Bone frame is important, but it doesn't decide everything. After all, this was the main street and there were plenty of spectators. Li Fuchen spread his hands. It's not that no one has said such things, but your Guan clan chose to deceive themselves. Shameless people will always be shameless. Li Fuchen hated the Guan clan more than the Yang clan. If the Yang clan was a tiger, then the Guan clan was a fox, cunning and shameless. Little bastard, you sure know how to talk. But look at the Li clan, they are on the decline while my Guan clan is on the rise. Who knows, maybe in a few years' time, there will be no more Li clan in Yunwu City. Now shut your mouth. Guanpeng didn't plan to give Li Fuchen any chance to speak. With a stomp of his feet, he brought along a fierce wind and appeared right in front of Li Fuchen. A palm strike was launched at Li Fuchen with a dense palm shadow. Chapter 12. Against Guan Peng's exquisite palm strike, Li Fuchen leapt into the air. Both his legs were like a torrential storm, pouring towards Guan Peng. Soft flowing palm against cyclone kick style. Crackle, crackle. As the palms and legs met, a formless chi wave violently spread out, raising a cloud of dust. Guan Peng and Li Fuchen both retreated, neither of them gaining the upper hand. Water Moon Technique, 5th rank. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with brilliance. His cyclone kick style was already at the completion stage, while his opponent's soft flowing palm was obviously not at completion stage. But his opponent's technique rank was the same as his, and his cultivation level was one level higher. 2-star bone frame is only a so-so. Li Fuchen gently landed on the ground, his movement was extremely elegant. He actually blocked it. Looking at the confident Li Fuchen, the crowd on the street were shocked. Even though they didn't think Li Fuchen would be defeated in one move, but when Li Fuchen actually did it, they were still shocked. To be able to block my soft flowing palm, not bad. But I wonder, how long can you last? Muddy flowing water. Guan Peng's face twitched, the 5th rank Water Moon Technique burst forth. Under the cover of his palm, the air became as viscous as water. Soft flowing palm, the Guan clan's mid-tier, yellow class palm art. It was said that the Guan clan's patriarch, Guan Yu, once used this palm to send for Origin Realm martial artists flying. Tornado scattered clouds. Li Fuchen's combat prowess was on full display for the past few days. Against Guan Peng's palm strike, Li Fuchen's body spun like a whirlwind and rushed towards Guan Peng, sending out a barrage of kicks. Not good. Guan Peng cried out. This move from his opponent seemed to counter the soft flowing palms. Soft flowing palms. Soft flowing palms. Soft chi field was broken. Guan Peng felt his blood boiling and lost the initiative. Peng, Peng, Peng. Guan Peng retreated again and again, both his arms were numb. Not bothering about being criticized, Guan Peng quickly drew his steel sword and slashed at Li Fuchen. Swish! The corner of Li Fuchen's shirt was sliced off. Guan Peng wanted to take advantage of Li Fuchen's lack of a sword to injure him. Shameless! While in midair, Li Fuchen drew his steel sword at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. Using the Shao Shang sword style's mountain cleave, he cleaved at Guan Peng. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere. Guan Peng, who had raised his sword to block the attack, felt his knees buckle from the pressure. Clang 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 clang, borrowing the force of the strike, Li Fuchen continued to soar into the air and slashed at Guan Peng's steel sword with 5 consecutive slashes. Spurting a mouthful of blood, Guan Peng was forced to kneel on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his face was pale. You want to stand up for your sister with just this bit of ability? You're just asking to be humiliated. Li Fuchen mercilessly attacked. Puff! Hearing this, Guan Peng's eyes widened, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. What was dominance? This was dominance. Who cares if you are a 2-star bone frame, you will still be forced to kneel and lose all your face. For a moment, the street was in absolute silence. Everyone's eyes landed on the calm Li Fuchen. When it is possible to let people off, one should forgive them. The people of the Li clan should learn to be magnanimous. Otherwise, they won't be able to go far. Not far away, a voice rang out. It's Shen Tu Liang. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. When they saw who it was, none of them dared to even breathe. Be it the Li clan, Guan clan, or Yang clan, they all dared to talk about them. But there was one clan that they didn't dare to talk about, at least not in front of their faces. That was the Shentu clan. Because the Shentu clan was the city lord's clan. They controlled the fate of Yinwu City. As long as the Shentu clan existed, they would be the #1 clan in Yinwu City. The person who came was around 16 years of age, dressed in embroidered robes and had a noble aura. When looking at others, he liked to lift his head slightly, giving off an air of superiority. So it is young Master Shen Tu Liang, nice to meet you. Li Fuchen recognized the person, He was the son of the city lord's younger brother. 16 years of age, 6th level of the Qi realm, 1-star bone frame. Because he cultivated the Shintu clan's Xiaoyang Luo Qi, his ability was higher than Guanpeng's. Shintu Liang was rather satisfied with Li Fuchen's attitude. Li Fuchen, there is no need to embarrass others in a spar. After all, the Guan clan and your Li clan had a good relationship in the past. Why do you have to be so extreme? How about this, apologize to Guanpeng, I don't think you will reject my good intentions. Hearing Shintu Liang's words, Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. It was said that the city lord had a good relationship with the Guan and Yang clans. It seems like it was true, even Shintu Liang spoke up for the Guan clan. Apologies, I can't do that. Li Fuchen immediately rejected. Why? Is Fuchen bro not giving me face? Shintu Liang squinted his eyes. It's not that I am not giving him face, but he isn't worth my apology. I still have matters to attend to, farewell. Li Fuchen turned around and left. Humph. Shintu Liang wasn't happy. He thought he had already given Li Fuchen face, but Li Fuchen didn't even take him seriously. This made him uncomfortable and felt like his dignity was being challenged. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Li Fuchen's words, "Young Master Shintu Liang, you aren't my match. Just now when I was dealing with Guanpeng, I only used 70% of my strength." Even though he was speaking, Li Fuchen didn't even turn his head. Hearing this, Shintu Liang's body froze and his expression turned ugly. He didn't know if what Li Fuchen said was true, but if it was, then he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. He didn't want to be humiliated along with Guanpeng, even though he didn't believe that Li Fuchen dared to humiliate him. What a Li clan, what a Li Fuchen. I will remember this. Shintu Liang's tone was cold. At this moment, Guanpeng, who still had traces of blood on the corner of his mouth, stood up. He stared at Li Fuchen's back with hatred and bowed to Shintu Liang. "Young Master Shintu Liang, many thanks for what you did just now. What's wrong with you? How come you couldn't even defeat him?" Shintu Liang asked. Guanpeng's face turned ashen. "I am not familiar with his moves and was careless this time. This person is not to be underestimated. The Li clan has been dispirited for so many years, it seems they are planning to return to the peak." Shintu Liang teased. "Return to the peak? Humph, a normal bone frame person may be able to catch up to us in the early stages. But in the later stages, a normal bone frame will just be a normal bone frame. He will definitely fade into the crowd." Guanpeng looked down on Li Fuchen. He didn't know why Li Fuchen was so incredible, but in his eyes, Li Fuchen had no future. As for himself, he had hopes of breaking through to the Origin realm and the even stronger Earth realm. When that time comes, Li Fuchen would be a dog in his eyes, perhaps even worse than a dog. What you said makes sense. No matter what, after offending me, Shintu Liang, he no longer has a future. Shintu Liang was a vengeful person. Now that Li Fuchen offended him, he wouldn't let him off so easily. As long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely put Li Fuchen to death. Chapter 13. A high-grade energy crystal was indeed a high-grade energy crystal. During normal cultivation, Li Fuchen could only rely on himself to absorb energy from the heaven and earth. But now that the blue crystal ring could help him gather energy, the efficiency was increased by quite a bit. Most importantly, the blue crystal ring could store energy. When his qi was depleted, he could absorb the energy within the ring to replenish his qi. This was equivalent to carrying a low-tier, yellow-class qi replenishing pill. Even though the effects wouldn't be as good as a qi replenishing pill, it could be reused. Li Fuchen reckoned that with this blue crystal ring, he would need at least a month less to advance to the 6th level of the qi realm. Exhaling a turbid breath, Li Fuchen retrieved the stone heartgrass from the jade box. The stone heartgrass didn't help with cultivation, but it could strengthen the bones of a martial artist. The bones were the foundation of a human. Bone frame was also related to the bones. Those with a good bone frame were born with tougher bones. With the same palm strike, those with a poor bone frame would have their bones fractured, while those with a good bone frame would be perfectly fine. Of course, those with a good bone frame, other than having a tougher bone frame, had other profoundness. It didn't mean that having a tough bone frame meant having a good bone frame. The two were not directly related, but indirectly related. No matter what, having a tough bone frame is always a good thing. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen consumed the stone heart grass. The stone heart grass may seem tough, but it melted upon entering his mouth. With his soul spirit sensing, Li Fuchen could clearly feel the stone heart grass turning into a white qi flow that dispersed into his limbs and bones. Suddenly, a sore feeling came from within his bones, as though countless ants were gnawing on his bone marrow. Not knowing how much time had passed, Li Fuchen, who was drenched in sweat, slowly opened his eyes. This feeling. Li Fuchen raised his hand. His hand didn't look any different from before, but Li Fuchen knew that the bones inside were twice as hard and the surface of the bones were much finer too. A high-tier yellow-class bone-strengthening herb can double the hardness of my bones. If it's a mystic-class bone-strengthening herb, or even an earth-class bone-strengthening herb, the effect would probably be 10 times or even 100 times stronger. Furthermore, there are many types of herbs, and there are all kinds of herbs. Li Fuchen was amazed at the mystical properties of herbs. Herbs were the #1 resource. In the records, there was someone who obtained the legendary dragon blood herb. After consuming it, his body became even stronger than the demonic beasts. There was also someone who obtained the sun blossom, which transformed his bone frame into the sun bone frame. When cultivating the masculine yang cultivation technique, the result would be 10 times faster with half the effort. There was even someone who obtained the phoenix undying herb. From then on, they would possess an undying body and could even be reborn from the ashes. Medicinal herbs were born from the essence of heaven and earth and could fundamentally change a martial artist's physique. Of course, the more precious a herb was, the rarer it was. Yellow-grade herbs were still okay, but black-grade herbs had already begun to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. That was why they were called black-grade herbs. As the days passed, Li Fuchen would basically visit the Misty Mountains every 2 or 3 days. Die! Facing the pouncing steel claw wolf, Li Fuchen didn't move an inch. When the wolf was about to reach him, Li Fuchen drew his steel sword and pierced through the wolf's throat. As of today, Li Fuchen could already kill the steel claw wolf in a single strike. His combat ability was so strong that even he couldn't estimate it. Before he entered the Cloud Mountain range, his combat ability was 1. On the first day, his combat ability had increased to 2. A few days later, it had increased to 3. Now, his combat ability had basically reached 5. No matter what kind of intermediate rank 1 demonic beast it was, he could kill it instantly with 1 strike. There was no need for him to use a second strike. Not only that, even if it was a weaker class 1 high-tier demonic beast, he could still kill it in a few strikes. My combat ability against demonic beasts is already very strong. But demonic beasts aren't martial artists. In order to perfect my combat ability, I still need to spar with a martial artist. Li Fuchen had a big heart. If it was anyone else, they would be satisfied, but Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied at all. He wanted to become stronger, absolutely stronger. He didn't know if it was his own desire or the changes brought about by the golden amulet. Maybe it was both. Back at the Li clan's residence, Li Fuchen saw Li Yunhai. Li Yunhai looked at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. When Li Fuchen defeated Yang Qi, he still had the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. But after Li Fuchen defeated Guan Peng, he lost his confidence. One had to know that he had fought Guan Peng once before, and both of them were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Li Fuchen, your ability is indeed not bad. A pity that your weak bone frame is your fatal weakness. In 3 more days, the tempering pool will be opened. Only 1 person can enter, and I think you should know who is qualified to enter. Li Fuchen. Li Yunhai's mood improved a lot when the tempering pool was mentioned. He was the only 2-star bone frame member in the Li clan, so he would be the only one to enter the tempering pool. Then I shall congratulate you in advance. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent. The tempering pool was one of the most important places in the Li clan. 30 years ago, the Li clan started to set up the tempering pool. They threw in large amounts of body-strengthening herbs. After a long period of time, the medicinal properties of the herbs merged with the pool water, giving it an astonishing medicinal effect. Anyone who soaked in the pool would have the strength of 1,000 kilograms. But the tempering pool required time to accumulate its medicinal properties. From time to time, the pool would need to be filled with body-strengthening herbs. Under normal circumstances, it would only be opened once every 2 years. This was the second year. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't neglect the medicinal properties of the tempering pool. At the Qi realm, due to the fact that Qi couldn't be externally manifested, physical fitness was very important. Those with great strength would be able to swing their sword with greater force. Once their strength reached a certain level, they would be able to challenge opponents who were a higher level. But even if he couldn't soak in the tempering pool, Li Fuchen didn't mind. He could feel that his red jade technique was on the verge of breaking through. Once his red jade technique reached the 6th rank, his ability would rise to the next level. Kiki, you sure are calm. The Biennial City Genius Contest is about to begin in 2 months. Only the top 5 will be able to become an outer sect disciple of the Zhanglan sect. With your ability, you might be able to enter the top 5 now, but it is hard to say after 2 months. Not seeing Li Fuchen's disappointed and angry expression, Li Yunhai felt uncomfortable and once again gave Li Fuchen a blow. If you want to give me a blow, I advise you to forget about it. Li Fuchen laughed and turned to leave, leaving Li Yunhai with a back view. Humph, just pretending to be calm. Li Yunhai snorted. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't stand Li Fuchen. Maybe it had something to do with him liking Guan Shui. No one knew, but there were 2 reasons why he wanted to become a Zhanglan sect disciple. Chapter 14. Fuchen, the tempering pool is about to open in 3 days. Father will help you fight for it. After dinner, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan pulled Li Fuchen for a long talk. Dad, what is mine will always be mine. If it isn't, I won't force it. Li Fuchen had a good attitude. Hearing this, Li Tianhan nodded silently. Li Fuchen's performance was much more mature than he imagined. He then sighed in his heart. Everything about Li Fuchen was good, a pity that his bone frame was lacking. Even if it was only a 1-star bone frame, he was confident he could help Li Fuchen obtain the spot. A normal bone frame was too much for him. On the side, Shen Yuyan spoke with concern. The 4 major clans have a total of 6 tempering pools, but there are only 5 spots to become a Zhanglan sect disciple. If you can fight for it, you have to. Even though Li Fuchen's current ability was in the top 5, but 2 months from now, everything might change. What's more, other than the 4 major clans, there were many other smaller clans participating in the Genius Contest. 3rd day, Li Clan's meeting hall. Li Tianhan was arguing with the elders. My son Fuchen may only have a normal bone frame, but his perception has been seen by everyone. Not to mention the Li clan, even in Yunwu City, he is one of the best. If he can soak in the tempering pool, he will have a high chance of getting top 3 in the Genius Contest. One of the elders nodded. Fuchen's perception is indeed strong. Being able to defeat Yang Qi and Guan Peng is proof of that. I think we should consider him. I think so too. The Elder Council wasn't a monolithic entity. Everyone had their own selfish motives. The 2 elders who spoke up for Li Tianhan were closer to Li Tianhan's faction. Hearing this, Li Yunhai's father, Li Taishan, gave a disdainful laugh. A normal bone frame is just a normal bone frame. Even if he explodes in the early stages, he will not be able to continue in the later stages. My son, Li Yunhai, has excellent perception and a 2-star bone frame. Choosing him to enter the tempering pool is the safest choice. I think none of the elders would be willing to bet on a normal bone frame disciple. Li Tianhan's words resonated with most of the elders. Placing their bets on a normal bone frame disciple was too risky. Once Li Fuchen runs out of steam, their 2 years of hard work would go down the drain. But Li Yunhai was different. Even if he doesn't do well in the later stages, he at least has a 2-star bone frame. I don't think so. Li Tianhan objected, our Li clan has been declining because we have always been too dependable and lacked the drive to improve. It is true that bone frames reflect a person's innate qualities, but in this world, does a normal bone frame really have no potential? Not necessarily. 3,000 miles away from our Cloud Mist City, the Rising Sun City's City Lord is a normal bone frame, but his current achievements are above the 3-star bone frame Cloud Mist City's City Lord. From what I see, it should be the most outstanding individuals that enter the tempering pool, not just those with excellent bone frames. If not, why would the Zhonglan sect choose disciples with good bone frames? Why would they need a genius contest? The meeting hall was silent. Li Tianhan's words made all the elders fall into deep thought. Seeing the situation, Li Taizhan frowned. The decline of the Li clan isn't necessarily due to our dependability. Humans have their own luck, so does the clan. For the past 10 years, our Li clan's luck wasn't that great and we didn't have any star bone frames. But this time, it is different. My son, Li Yunhai, has a 2-star bone frame. Everyone, this is a 2-star bone frame. Our Li clan hasn't had a 2-star bone frame for 10 years. If we miss this opportunity, our Li clan may never rise again. Li Tieshan's last statement was spoken with a stern tone. The meeting hall once again fell into silence as all the elders lowered their heads in contemplation. Father, elders, this time the tempering pool is open. Let Li Yunhai enter. Li Fuchen's voice suddenly echoed. Fuchen. Li Tianhan looked at Li Fuchen in shock. Even though he wasn't too sure, but among the elders, there were many who supported him. Now that Li Fuchen said this, it was the same as cutting off his own path of retreat. In an instant, Li Tianhan was enraged and felt that Li Fuchen was too unreasonable. Li Yunhai was stunned at first, then looked at Li Fuchen like he was looking at a fool. To be honest, at this stage, he was a little anxious. If the Elders Guild fully supported him, they wouldn't be so anxious. This was a far cry from what he expected. But with this statement from Li Fuchen, the Elders Guild would definitely not support him anymore. What a fool. Don't tell me he is trying to be a good guy. The one who spoke was Li Yunhe, who stood beside Li Yunhai. Li Yunhai snorted, maybe he doesn't have the confidence and doesn't dare to accept this responsibility. This type of person will never have a bright future. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's poor bone frame, lack of confidence and courage, would basically never amount to anything. Fuchen, give father an explanation. Li Tianhan looked at Li Fuchen with a stern expression. Li Fuchen spoke, firstly, Li Yunhai's bone frame is indeed better than mine. I don't wish for the Li clan to take the risk for me. Secondly, I am confident that even without entering the tempering pool, I can still obtain the top 5 of the genius contest and become a Zhonglan sect disciple. He did this out of consideration for his father, Li Tianhan. He didn't wish for his father to tire himself out. A person's potential couldn't be determined in a year or 2. If he really entered the tempering pool, Li Tianhan would be under a lot of pressure. Good, ambitious. No wonder you are a descendant of our Li clan. A Li clan elder praised. With such ambition at such a young age, your future achievements will not be too shabby. A pity that the tempering pool only allows one person. If not, you would have to enter even if you didn't want to. The elders were still contemplating who to let in. Now that Li Fuchen had helped them solve their problems, they all looked at him with admiration. Big bro Fuchen is too domineering. Amongst the crowd, Li Xiaodai looked at Li Fuchen with a look of worship. She and Li Fuchen were blood relatives, but their relationship was a little distant. But it didn't stop her from worshipping her cousin. Since that is the case, then it shall be like this. The one to enter the tempering pool this time is Li Yunhai. Li Tianhan took a deep look at Li Fuchen. He could see the fearlessness, confidence, and wisdom in Li Fuchen's eyes. In a split second, he seemed to understand Li Fuchen's intentions. He was touched and at the same time found it hilarious. He put in so much effort to help Li Fuchen obtain a spot, but in the end, it was his own son who ruined his plans. Just like that, Li Yunhai successfully entered the tempering pool to temper his body. Li Fuchen, as usual, visited the Misty Mountains once every 2 or 3 days and cultivated the red jade technique at night. As the date of the genius contest drew closer, the atmosphere of Yunwu City became more intense. Chapter 15. Inadvertently, Li Fuchen found out who the other 3 clans sent to enter the tempering pool. The Guan clan sent Guan Peng, the Yang clan and Shentu clan each had 2 pools. The Yang clan sent Yang Kai and another prodigy, Yang Hao, while the Shentu clan sent Shentu Ju and Shentu Liang. The effects of the tempering pool was close to a low-tier, mystic class fitness herb. In the entire Yunwu city, it was hard to even find a peak-tier, yellow class fitness herb, not to mention a low-tier mystic class one. The 4 clans could only rely on quantity to win. They poured large amounts of low-tier fitness herbs into the tempering pool, allowing the medicinal properties to fuse and produce a compound effect. In general, a stock of low-tier, mystic class fitness herb was worth around 20,000 gold coins. The tempering pool cost around 40,000 gold coins for 2 years. It wasn't that it couldn't be split between 2 people, but if 2 people were to soak in the tempering pool, it would be worse than 1 person. Seems like after this batch of people come out, there will be a huge increase in their ability. Among them, Yang Kai will definitely have the biggest increase. The tempering pool's ability to grant a person with 1,000 kilograms of physical strength was just an estimate. Different people would have different results. Some could have 700 or 800 kilograms of physical strength, while others could only have 500 or 600 kilograms of physical strength. As for 1,000 kilograms of physical strength, it would require an exceptional bone frame. In Yunwu City, besides Guan Shui, Yang Kai's 3-star bone frame was the best. Good thing my current physical strength is around 300 or 400 kilograms, not too weak. Li Fuchen tested his own strength and found that he could easily lift a 300 kilograms rock. This strength was considered above average for a Qi realm martial artist. Of course, Li Fuchen originally didn't have this strength. But due to the stone heart grass strengthening his bones, his nerves and muscles unknowingly became stronger as he battled with demonic beasts. If only I had a body refinement technique. Li Fuchen thought of a body refinement technique. Body refinement techniques were considered rare, even within sections. It was said that the best body refinement techniques could grant the user the strength of a top-class demonic beast. Complemented with martial arts, the user would be invincible. The night was deep like water, with a crescent moon hanging on the branches. In the cultivation room beside the bedroom, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on a futon, revolving the red jade technique over and over again. Visible to the naked eye, Li Fuchen's abdomen appeared with a pale red glow. In the past, this pale red glow could be seen, but it wasn't as intense as today. At the same time, a scorching qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. The red jade martial art leaned towards the yang attribute of fire. The red jade true qi that was cultivated was domineering and hot. To a certain extent, it also had the effect of tempering the body and could purify the impurities in the body. The scorching aura was getting more intense, and the top of Li Fuchen's head was emitting a white mist. Legend had it that when a person's cultivation reached a certain level, a phenomenon would appear above his head when he cultivated, such as the Great Sun Anomaly, the River Anomaly, the Furnace Anomaly, and the Demonic Beast Anomaly. The phenomenon that appeared was related to the technique. When the red jade art was cultivated to the highest level, the 7th level, there would be a phenomenon above one's head. It was a faint red mist. The higher one's cultivation, the thicker the mist. When his father, Li Tianhan, cultivated the red jade art, a faint red mist would appear above his head. As time ticked by, the white mist on top of Li Fuchen's head got thicker and thicker, like a cloud of steam. Gradually, Li Fuchen's skin turned red. Not knowing how much time had passed, a pop could be heard from within Li Fuchen's body. In the next moment, his abdomen glowed with a faint red light and the white mist on top of his head. A scorching aura spread out and the temperature of the cultivation room rose by a large margin. It was as if a furnace appeared in the middle of the cultivation room. It was a mystical sight. At the same time, an astonishing amount of heaven and earth energy rushed towards Li Fuchen. The absorption speed was obviously much faster than before. Gradually opening his eyes, Li Fuchen's eyes shone with a red glow, finally the 6th rank. From the 4th rank to the 5th rank of the red jade technique, 5 additional meridians appeared on the qi circulation map. From the 5th rank to the 6th rank, 7 additional meridians appeared on the qi circulation map. With the addition of 7 meridians, when circulating the technique, the absorption speed of heaven and earth energy increased drastically. Li Fuchen estimated that in at most 3 to 4 months, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the qi realm. With the advancement of the technique rank, not only did the absorption speed increase, the burst power of qi would also increase. With a single punch from Li Fuchen, an intense burst of qi could be heard in the air. The dust on the ground was swept up and blown away. Walking into the yard, Li Fuchen picked up a fist-sized rock. With a light grip, he burst forth with qi. Pfff. The rock turned into dust and drifted through the gaps between Li Fuchen's fingers. The burst power of qi is at least 30% stronger than the 5th rank red jade technique. Li Fuchen thought to himself. It is time to choose a high-tier, yellow-class sword art. The Li clan only had 3 types of high-tier, yellow-class martial arts. 2 sword arts and 1 palm art. They were the red jade sword style, cycle sword style, and red jade palm style. High-tier, yellow-class martial arts consumed a lot of qi. In fact, with Li Fuchen's current cultivation level, it wasn't enough to cultivate it. Without enough qi, it was impossible to cultivate a high-tier, yellow-class martial art to a high rank. But Li Fuchen wanted to give it a try. Even if he could only master half a stance, it would be enough to be his trump card. Entering his mind, Li Fuchen observed his soul spirit. Under the nourishment of the golden amulet, the pale green soul spirit was getting more and more green. If it was strands before, it was now being dyed. At the same time, Li Fuchen felt that his thoughts were getting more agile. With a single thought, he could think of many problems. The night was over and morning arrived. Martial library. What? You want to choose the red jade sword style? Pavilion elder Li Dexing was shocked. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded. Li Dexing looked at Li Fuchen with a serious expression. Generally speaking, you need to be at least at the 7th level of the qi realm to cultivate high-tier, yellow-class martial arts. Below the 7th level, no matter how good your perception is, you will never be able to cultivate to a high rank. It will only be a waste of time. I know, but the city's genius contest is about to begin. I would like to ponder over it, maybe it will give me some inspiration. Your perception is the best in recent years in our Li clan. Maybe you can get some inspiration from it. Li Dexing suddenly recalled that Li Yunhai, Guanpeng, and the others could soak in the tempering pool, but Li Fuchen didn't have the chance. High-tier, yellow-class manuals weren't on the 3rd floor of the martial library, it was just an empty shell. Lowering his head, Li Dexing took out a wooden box from the drawer. This was the wooden box he brought with him every day. Opening the wooden box, there were 3 manuals inside. They were the red jade sword style, cycle sword style, and red jade palm style. Taking out the red jade sword style manual, Li Dexing passed it to Li Fuchen. The red jade sword style has a total of 3 moves. If you only comprehend the first move, with your perception, you might be able to gain something. Many thanks, Elder. Receiving the manual, Li Fuchen bade farewell and left. From afar, Li Fuchen could hear the commotion at the training grounds. Incredible, Li Yunhai can actually lift a 750 kilograms rock. That's 3 times my strength. With such strength, he doesn't even need to use his qi to defeat us. The training grounds were in an uproar. Is Li Yunhai out of seclusion? Chapter 16. On the martial arts field, the 7-foot-tall Li Yunhai spread his arms, lifting a giant boulder that was half the height of a human. His muscles were bulging, especially his arms, which were as hard as rock. Rumble. Putting down the giant boulder, Li Yunhai was in high spirits. Originally his physical strength was around 200 kilograms, which was about the same as everyone else. But now, his physical strength had tripled to 750 kilograms, which was on par with a Class 1 demonic beast. That fool Li Fuchen, he didn't take advantage of the opportunity and wanted to be a nice guy. How would he know that on the path of cultivation, it is foolish to let go of any opportunity? I wasn't sure if I could defeat him before, but now I don't even put 2 Li Fuchens in my eyes. With 750 kilograms of physical strength and a 6th-level Qi realm cultivation, Li Yunhan felt a sense of power. Look, Li Fuchen is here. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Fuchen was about to leave. Li Fuchen. Li Yunhai called out to him. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion. Stopping his footsteps, Li Fuchen spoke. Li Yunhai sized up Li Fuchen and felt that his qi presence was much stronger than before. Yes, I am out of seclusion. Are you interested in a spar? You know, in the entire Li clan, you are the only one who can withstand a few moves from me. Forget it, the genius contest is about to begin, there will be a chance. Even though Li Yunhai's physical strength had increased, Li Fuchen was more confident in himself. Physical strength didn't mean anything, he just felt that sparring now was meaningless. Li Yunhai let out an expression that didn't look like a smile, thinking to himself, seems like Li Fuchen is afraid and doesn't dare to spar with me. Fine, if I force myself to spar now, it will only cause others to gossip. After all, I soaked in the tempering pool, but Li Fuchen didn't. Seems like only the genius contest can lower Li Fuchen's spirit and arrogance. I shall be waiting for you at the genius contest. Li Yunhai arrogantly declared. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything, he turned and left. Sigh, such a pity. With Li Fuchen's ability, he could have done well in the genius contest. But now, it's uncertain. It's not uncertain, it's basically hopeless. Not necessarily. In the past, there have been precedents of those who have soaked in the tempering pool being defeated by those who have not. Strength doesn't necessarily mean victory. As long as one's combat ability is strong enough, there is still hope. That's what you say, but you have to know that it's not just the 4 clans that are participating in the genius contest. Cloud Fog City has a population of more than 200,000, and Cloud Fog City has a population of more than 1 million. Among these million people, there are bound to be some geniuses. With so many people competing for the 5 spots, you can imagine the difficulty. What you said seems to make some sense. The Guan clan used to come from a remote place. Later on, someone from the Guan clan became a disciple of the Zhanglan sect. That's why they quickly rose to become one of the 4 major clans of Yunwu City. On the martial arts field, everyone was discussing and felt pity for Li Fuchen. In the next few days, the disciples of the other 3 clans who were soaking in the body tempering pool all came out of seclusion. It was rumored that Guan Peng's physical strength reached 900 kilograms, which was much stronger than Li Yunhai. This was mainly due to Guan Peng's innate physical strength. Before entering the tempering pool, he already had 400 kilograms of physical strength. Shentu family's Shentu Ju also had a strength of 800 jin. Shentu Liang was a bit weaker, only having a strength of 650 jin. Yang family's Yang Hao had a strength of 700 jin. The strongest was Kai Yang, who had a strength of 1000 jin. What kind of concept was 1000 kilograms? At the Qi realm, it was already considered godly strength. Legend has it that there were some prodigies with exceptional bone frames. Without any external help, they could reach 1000 kilograms of physical strength in their teens. Like Guan Shui, who was recruited into the Zhanglan sect in advance. Even though she was a girl, she had 500 kilograms of physical strength. It was impossible to tell from her appearance. This was a person's potential strength and had nothing to do with their physique. Of course, bone frame and physical strength were not directly proportional. Some people only had a 1-star bone frame, but their physical strength might even surpass a 3-star bone frame. Fuchen, your mother and I can't help you much. Take this scarlet snow pill. On this day, Li Tianhan, who had been out for a long time, finally returned with a pill. Scarlet snow pill. Li Fuchen uncorked the bottle and saw a snow-white pill inside. A concentrated medicinal energy was emitted from the bottle. With just a sniff, Li Fuchen could feel the qi within his body getting restless. Father, the scarlet snow pill is a high-tier, yellow-class pill. One pill costs a few thousand gold coins. It is too expensive. Li Fuchen shook his head. Even though the Li clan's annual income was around 100,000 gold coins, but everyone in the Li clan had to take a monthly allowance. There wasn't much left over. As the patriarch, Li Tianhan's annual allowance was 3,000 gold coins. Mother Shen Yuyan's annual allowance was 1,000 gold coins. It might seem like a lot, but according to Li Fuchen's knowledge, Origin Realm martial artists needed to consume large amounts of yellow-class, mid-tier pills to slowly increase their qi. A single yellow-class, mid-tier pill was worth a few hundred gold coins. 4,000 gold coins could only buy a dozen pills, which was impossible to save up. This scarlet snow pill probably cost his parents several years or even 10 years of savings to purchase. Li Tianhan snorted, "You think as a father, I only know how to take advantage of my son and not contribute anything?" "Father, I didn't mean it like that," Li Fuchen replied. Shen Yuyan said, "Fuchen, the genius contest is just around the corner. Your cultivation level is still too low. Only by progressing to the 6th level of the Qi realm will you have a higher chance of getting into the top 5. If you have to rely on yourself, then your father and I are not qualified to be your parents. The other clans' prodigies are all nurtured by their clans. If that is the case, then Fuchen shall accept it." Li Fuchen had no choice but to accept the scarlet snow pill. A scarlet snow pill that was worth a few thousand gold coins was the best gift he had received in his life. Even an Origin Realm martial artist wouldn't be willing to buy it for himself. Of course, this was mainly because one scarlet snow pill couldn't allow an Origin Realm martial artist to advance one level. It was too wasteful to buy it for himself. But in other words, a Qi Realm martial artist who consumed a scarlet snow pill might not be able to advance one level. This was related to one's state of mind. If one's state of mind was too low, it didn't matter what pill you consumed, as you wouldn't be able to control too much qi. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were just trying their luck. They hoped that Li Fuchen's state of mind was high enough to bring out most of the effects of the scarlet snow pill. Seeing Li Fuchen accept the scarlet snow pill, Li Tianhan nodded in satisfaction. "Once you become a Zhanglan sect disciple, these few thousand gold coins will be nothing. By then, your mother and I are planning to bask in your glory." If Li Fuchen could become a Zhanglan sect disciple, the Li clan's status in Yunwu City would greatly increase. Some of the benefits that were supposed to be given away might even be retained. In order for a clan to develop, it required a large amount of gold coins. A large amount of gold coins came from businesses. Yunwu City was only so big and every clan wanted more businesses. There would always be disputes over benefits and it all depended on one's background. "Father, mother, don't worry. I will definitely become a Zhanglan sect disciple." Chapter 17. Li Fuchen was now at the middle of the 5th level of the Qi realm. Due to the red jade technique breaking through to the 6th rank, his qi could not be any purer. Li Fuchen didn't need to consolidate his qi and could just consume the scarlet snow pill to increase his cultivation. The scarlet snow elixir was about the size of a longan. It was snow-white and flawless, but upon closer inspection, one could see that in the center of the scarlet snow elixir, there was a faint hint of scarlet. It gave off the feeling that there was a volcano under an iceberg, and it contained immense power. As expected of a high-tier yellow-class medicinal pill, it's so miraculous. I wonder what will happen after I absorb and refine it. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of an elixir, the less impurities there were. But no matter how little, there were still impurities. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen consumed the scarlet snow elixir. Gulp. The scarlet snow elixir melted in his mouth. Like a cold spring, it flowed into his stomach. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt as though his body was about to freeze. But right at this moment, a fiery qi burst out from his stomach, violently rushing at his organs and limbs. Li Fuchen's face was distorted. At this moment, he knew what ice and fire nine heavens was. His body alternated between cold and hot. Towards the end, Li Fuchen's nerves were numb. Fortunately, after revolving the 6th rank red jade technique, the cold and hot were quickly suppressed. The 6th level of the red jade technique was like a whirlpool, sucking in the power of the scarlet snow pill. Every time it spun, it would refine a portion of the scarlet snow pill's power. It was like a millstone, grinding the beans into soy milk. A quarter of an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Li Fuchen's qi presence was getting stronger and more berserk. His cultivation had broken through from the middle of the 5th level of the qi realm to the late stage and peak stage. Success or failure depends on this. Li Fuchen frenziedly revolved the red jade technique to accumulate qi. When the qi accumulated to the point where it could no longer be accumulated, Li Fuchen manipulated the qi to suddenly rush at the 6th barrier. Like a wave, like a volcano, under the impact of the qi, the barrier produced a trace of loosening. The loosening became more and more intense, a trace of crack appeared, followed by boom. Within Li Fuchen's body, there was a faint sound of something shattering. In the next moment, Li Fuchen's qi rose sharply. In the cultivation room, the qi flow vibrated and made a strange sound. 6th realm of the qi realm, completed. But at this moment, the scarlet snow pill's medicinal effects still remained. With a spurt of energy, Li Fuchen raised his cultivation from the 6th level of the qi realm to the middle of the 6th level before the pill's effects were depleted. Slowly opening his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed like swords. Li Fuchen stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. With a single punch, a shadow of a fist flashed through the air. The explosive power wasn't something a 5th level qi realm cultivator could compare with. With my cultivation base at the 6th level of the qi realm, I'm afraid I can even kill a small portion of rank 1 demonic beasts. The improvement of cultivation was different from the improvement of one's martial arts and actual combat ability. The improvement of cultivation was like the improvement of one's life. That kind of satisfaction was indescribable. This was also the reason why one's aptitude was the most important in the cultivation of martial arts. After all, no matter how strong one's combat ability was, if one's cultivation was too low, one would only be an ant. Only by constantly improving one's cultivation could one climb to the peak of martial arts and stand above all others. The next morning, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan hurried over to Li Fuchen's courtyard. The moment they saw Li Fuchen, they knew that Li Fuchen had broken through to the 6th level of the qi realm. Li Tianhan laughed loudly, "Haha, Fuchen, your mental state is much higher than I imagined. I thought you would need a few more days before breaking through." The medicinal effects would normally remain in the body for a few days and wouldn't dissipate so quickly. Even if Li Fuchen didn't break through, he could still use the medicinal effects to break through after half a month. Of course, whether or not he could break through was still an unknown. But neither of them could have imagined that Li Fuchen would break through in a single night. This meant that Li Fuchen's mental state was already at the 6th level of the qi realm. Shen Yuyan laughed. Perhaps after a year of tempering, Fuchen's mental state far surpassed other martial artists of the same level. Yes, that should be the case. Li Tianhan nodded. This was the only explanation that made sense. Fuchen, your foundation isn't weak anymore. You can start your combat training now. Recently, the Li clan caught quite a number of Class 1 demonic beasts. You can use them for practice. Li Tianhan said. Dad, I don't need to undergo combat training. Li Fuchen still wanted to cultivate the red jade sword style. Li Tianhan's face turned stern. All the clan's descendants are undergoing combat training, how can you be an exception? Alright then. Li Fuchen prepared to reveal a little of his combat ability to reassure them. Demonic Beast Testing Grounds. 3 blades. With just 3 blades, Li Fuchen finished off the Class 1 Steel Bone Jackal. And this was with Li Fuchen holding back. Shen Yuyan's eyes widened, speechless for a long time. Tian Han, do you think our son is a freak? Where does his combat ability come from? Shen Yuyan couldn't help but ask. Li Tianhan laughed bitterly. I unintentionally received news that Fuchen would sell some demonic beast materials to the Demon Refinement Pavilion every few days. You mean, he secretly went to the Misty Mountains alone? I'm afraid so. Isn't that too daring? What if something happened? Shen Yuyan was fuming with anger. What's the use of being angry now? I have to say, he was able to defeat Yang Qi and Guan Peng because of his outstanding combat ability. Even though he was reprimanded by his parents, but Li Fuchen didn't need to undergo combat training anymore. As the genius contest approached, many from the Zhanglan sect were rushing towards Yunwu City. On this day, 2 youths came to the Yang clan. They looked to be in their 20s, but were already at the origin realm. One was Yang Lai, the other was Yang Zhan. Both of them were now inner sect disciples of the Zhanglan sect. Lai Ji, Zhan Ji. Facing these 2 youths, even the Yang clan's #1 genius, Yang Kai, would have to address them as brother. Yang Lai laughed. Yang Kai, you are a rare 3-star bone frame. In this genius contest, you have to take first place and bring glory to our Yang clan. Lai Ji, don't worry. Obtaining first place will be as easy as pie. Yang Kai replied casually. Be it Shen Tuju, Guan Peng, or Zhao Yunhai, they weren't even worth mentioning in his eyes. As for the active Li Fuchen, he didn't even put him in his eyes. He heard that Li Fuchen didn't even have the qualifications to enter the tempering pool. At the side, Yang Zhan turned to Yang Qi and said, Yang Qi, even though you didn't enter the tempering pool, it doesn't mean you don't have the chance to enter the top 5. Don't be discouraged. Yang Qi hesitated. Zhan Ji, I am confident I can enter the top 10, but top 5? The top 5 was already decided. It should be Yang Kai, Yang Hao, Shen Tuju, Shen Tuliang, Guan Peng, and Li Yunhai. Yang Lai shook his head. Strength doesn't mean anything. The most important thing is to have a strong combat ability. In the Zhanglan sect, there are some prodigies who can surpass a few levels to defeat other disciples. Chapter 18. Guan Clan. For the past 10 years, the Guan clan could be said to be in the limelight. Within these 10 years, the number of clansmen that became Zhanglan sect disciples was led by the Guan clan with an astonishing 9. Next was the Yang clan with 7, the Shentu clan with 6, and the Li clan with none. As the genius contest approached, 2 individuals returned to the Guan clan. They were Guan Hong and Guan Yan. Guan Hong, first place of the contest 2 years ago. Guan Yan, first place of the contest before Guan Hong. In the past 10 years, the Guan clan had taken first place for 3 out of the 5 genius contests. Guan Hong was 20 years old this year and was at the first level of the origin realm. Guan Yan was 21 years old and at the second level of the origin realm. The Guan clan had always produced handsome men and beautiful women. Guan Hong and Guan Yan were no exception. This year's genius contest, who is the strongest? The 7-foot-tall and handsome Guan Hong asked Guan Peng and Guan Hao. Guan Peng replied, it is the Yang clan's Kai Yang. He is already at the 7th level of the Qi realm and after the tempering pool, his physical strength reached 1,000 kilograms. He is the undisputed first place. Undisputed first place? That may not be the case. Guan Yan and I came back to help you get into the top 5 or even first place. Guan Hong confidently replied. First place, is that even possible? Guan Peng's eyes shone. Others may not know of Kai Yang's prowess, but he knew it very well. He once heard from a servant that Kai Yang had the record of killing a Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast in 2 strikes. A Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast's defense was extremely fearsome. Only a fatal blow could kill it. If not, even a dozen strikes would not be able to kill it. Guan Yen was just like her name, as beautiful as a peach blossom, graceful and charming. From head to toe, she emitted a cold and mature temperament. She stroked the hair on her forehead and proudly said, "The methods of the sects are not something you can imagine. At the same realm, a disciple of the sects can suppress 3 or 4 of you, and you won't even be able to block a single move. Guanhong and I will teach you the combat training methods that we have learned in the sections. If you can grasp 1 or 2, obtaining first place will not be a difficult matter." Hearing this, Guanpeng and Guanhao's eyes lit up. Guanhong then asked, "Apart from Kai Yang, is there anyone else?" Guanhao replied, "Guanpeng lost to Li Clan's Li Fuchen and I heard he lost miserably." He originally thought Guanpeng, who lost to Li Fuchen, wouldn't have the chance to enter the tempering pool. He didn't expect the Elders Guild to choose Guanpeng, which made him unhappy. This Li Fuchen is incredible. Guan Yen and Guanhong looked at Guanpeng with astonishment. Guanpeng glared at Guanhao coldly, "I lost to him because I was careless. Besides, he only has a normal bone frame and doesn't even qualify to enter the tempering pool. He's not worth mentioning." Normal bone frame. This kind of person is not worth mentioning. Guan Yen laughed in disdain. Guanhong seemed to have thought of something. Could this Li Fuchen be Guan Shue's ex-fiancé? He entered the Azure Water sect 4 years ago and had some impression of Li Fuchen. Yes, but our Guan clan has already annulled the engagement with the Li clan. Guanhao nodded. Guanhong laughed, "A toad lusting after swan meat, only the Li clan could think of this." Guan Shui is now a prominent figure in the Azure Water sect's outer sect. Her innate talent is one of the top few in the Azure Water sect. The Li clan knows that Li Fuchen only has a normal bone frame, yet they didn't take the initiative to annul the engagement. Instead, they let our Guan clan announce it. They obviously want the Guan clan to be the bad guy and help the Li clan's reputation. The Li clan is on the decline. They probably wanted to make use of Guan Shui to maintain their status. Such a clan with ulterior motives will never have a bright future. Guan Yen looked down on the Li clan. At the same time, a Azure Water sect inner sect disciple returned from the Li clan. Li Shanhe, who became a disciple of the Azure Water sect 12 years ago. He was 28 years old this year and was at the 4th level of the Origin Realm. This level of cultivation was already considered an expert in the Li clan. But Li Shanhe was only 28 years old, still young. "Shanhe, welcome back to the Li clan." Li Tianhan passionately welcomed. "Patriarch, there is no need to be so courteous." Li Shanhe had an arrogant expression as he nodded. Li Tianhan didn't mind. Sect disciples all had their own pride, and no one was an exception. To be honest, in Yunwu City, the only person who had a higher status than the Zhanglan sect's inner sect disciple was the Yunwu City Lord. For now and in the future, the Li clan still needed to rely on him. "Patriarch, who do the Li clan need my guidance, and what are their bone frames?" Li Shanhe got straight to the point. Li Tianhan replied, "One of them is your nephew, Li Yunhai, and the other is my son, Li Fuchen. Li Yunhai is a 2-star bone frame, while Fuchen is a normal bone frame." Hesitating for a moment, Li Tianhan decided to reveal Li Fuchen's bone frame. Li Shanhe frowned, "Patriarch, forgive me for being blunt. A normal bone frame has no value in nurturing, regardless if he is your son or not." Li Tianhan was embarrassed. Fuchen is a little special, his perception is extremely high. Before this, he wasn't inferior to Li Yunhai. He even defeated the Yang clan's genius, Yang Qi, and the Guan clan's genius, Guan Peng. That doesn't mean anything. The past is the past, and the present is the present. However, you're the clan leader. For your sake, I can help train him. In the end, Li Shanhe still gave Li Tianhan some respect. Li Fuchen was also interested in the Zhanglan sect's combat training methods, even though he didn't like Li Shanhe's arrogant attitude. "Yunhai, your strength is 750 genes. Combined with your Qi realm's 6th realm Qi, your total strength should be around 2000 genes. My strength is only 1500 genes. Now, I will not use my Qi, so you try to attack me. On the martial arts field, Li Shanhe scanned the field. In front of him, there were 4 Li clansmen, Li Fuchen, Li Yunhai, and 2 other outstanding Li clansmen. As for Li Yunhe, he wasn't sure why he didn't participate in the genius contest. He probably felt that he didn't have much hope this time and decided to fight for it next time. Even though only the top 5 of the genius contest could become a disciple of the Zhanglan sect, the top 20 would be rewarded handsomely. These rewards were pooled together by all the major clans. No one wanted to make a loss, so every little bit counted. The other 2 Li clansmen's main mission was to enter the top 20. Yes, uncle. Li Yunhai nodded and took a step forward. With a low grunt, Li Yunhai unsheathed his fine steel sword and swung it forward. The explosive force of 1,000 pounds made Li Yunhai's sword extremely sharp. Before the sword arrived, the wind from the sword had already blown away the dust around Li Shanhe. Dang! Li Shanhe casually swung his sword. With a burst of sparks, Li Yunhai's sword was deflected. How is this possible? Li Yunhai was dumbfounded. Li Shanhe proudly said, physical strength doesn't mean anything. Knowing how to use your strength is the key. My sword just now struck the weakest part of your sword, which is why it was deflected. If this was a life or death battle, I could have killed you with my second sword. Using your strongest point to attack your opponent's weakest point. I know this, but how do you do it? Li Yunhai asked. Chapter 19. Li Shanhe's teachings were indeed good, but Li Fuchen realized that he had already grasped all of them during his battles with demonic beasts. Demonic beasts had strong defenses and fast attacks. Clashing head-on would be a foolish thing to do. With his combat prowess, Li Fuchen quickly grasped the concept of using one's strength to attack the enemy's weakness, which was why he could kill a Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast in a single slash. Combat prowess was something that was hard to explain, but it truly existed. The Yang clan's top prodigy, Yang Kai, had a 3-star bone frame and an incredible combat prowess. At the 5th level of the Qi realm, he single-handedly killed a Class 1 mid-tier demonic beast. Yinlu City's top prodigy, Guan Shui, was even more impressive. With a 4-star bone frame, she naturally knew how to battle and didn't need any guidance. With a pale green soul spirit, Li Fuchen's combat prowess was gradually ignited. The next day, Li Fuchen didn't go to Li Shanhe's place. Since he already understood what he was taught, he might as well spend his time on the red jade sword style. Uncle Shanhe, Li Fuchen isn't here. On the training grounds, the Li clan's Li Hongkai was surprised. Li Shanhe's face was gloomy. It is his loss that he isn't here and it saved me a lot of time. Li Hongkai, Li Xiangdong, the 2 of you practice well. It won't be a problem to defeat him in the genius contest. Let's see if he still has any face left. As a high-tier, yellow-class sword art, the red jade sword style was extremely difficult to cultivate. Normally, one would need to be at least at the 7th level of the Qi realm to be able to cultivate it. Those below the 7th level of the Qi realm would never be able to grasp the essence of the red jade sword style. In order to reach completion, one would need to be at least at the origin realm. So the red jade sword style's combat prowess is to create the enemy's weakness. After a few days of research, Li Fuchen finally understood the essence of the red jade sword style's first move, Touch of Red Jade. Every martial art contained a combat prowess, because every martial art was designed to defeat the enemy. The first move of the red jade sword style, Touch of Red Jade, contained a suction force. Once the sword came into contact with the opponent's sword, it would attract the opponent's sword, interrupting the opponent's battle rhythm. As such, the opponent could be easily defeated. However, in this way, the density and purity of one's true Qi was crucial. The denser and purer one's true Qi was, the stronger the suction force would be. Conversely, the weaker the suction force would be, so it wouldn't have much of an effect. As the leaves danced in the air, Li Fuchen drew his steel sword and thrust it. Invisibly, the dancing leaves were attracted to the fine steel sword. Whoosh! Under the roasting of the red jade Jinqi, the leaves were instantly set ablaze, making the fine steel sword look like a flaming sword. As expected of a high-tier yellow-class sword skill, Li Fuchen was in awe of the creator of the red jade sword style and the profoundness of the martial Dao and sword Dao. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the genius battle. After a period of actual combat training, the disciples of the 4 great clans had all undergone a new transformation. Kai Yang, your combat talent is much stronger than ours. Even if you go to the Zhanglan sect, you would be considered one of the top outer sect disciples. Yang Lai and Yang Zhan were in awe of Kai Yang's combat talent. The two of them didn't really guide Kai Yang and only gave him a few pointers. Even though Kai Yang's current status was lower than theirs, once he entered the Zhanglan sect, after a few years, his status would surpass them. By then, the two of them might even have to rely on each other. Kai Yang replied, "What Guan Shui can do, I can do too. I will let the Zhanglan sect know that not recruiting me in advance was the wrong choice." Kai Yang was very ambitious. Even though he was only a 3-star bone frame, his ambition wasn't something a mere 3-star bone frame could restrain. Guan Clan, demonic beast testing grounds howl. The iron claw wolf bent its knees and leapt towards Guan Peng. With its unstoppable claws, it tore through the air and clawed at Guan Peng. Clang! Clang! PFFF! With sparks flying, Guan Peng consecutively slashed out 3 times. 3 sword lights flashed and one of them pierced the iron claw wolf's neck. Li Fuchen, during the genius battle, I will let you know what true humiliation is. Guan Peng's eyes flashed with a sinister intent. At the same time, a large number of young prodigies swarmed into Yinwu City. These young prodigies came from various towns within Yinwu City. Within the borders of Yinwu City, there were dozens of clans of various sizes. Every clan wished to establish themselves in Yinwu City. 100 years ago, the 4 major clans of Yinwu City weren't the 4 major clans that they are now. Since the 4 major clans could replace the former major clans, why couldn't they? The 4 major clans have a total of 6 tempering pools. It is enough to create 6 clans with immense strength. I wonder who they are. You sure are out of the loop. These 6 are Yang clans Kai Yang, Yang Hao, Shintu clans Shintu Ju, Shintu Liang, Guan Peng, Li clans Li Yunhai. Among them, Kai Yang is the strongest. This is too unfair. The 4 major clans have the tempering pool and we have nothing. If we had the tempering pool too, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat them. In this world, there is no such thing as fairness. If one day, our clan becomes one of the major clans of Yinwu City, we will also construct a tempering pool and ensure that our clan's descendants become Zhanglan sect disciples. When that time comes, will you talk about fairness with the countryside clans? Whose side are you on? Why are you speaking up for the 4 major clans? I am not speaking up for the 4 major clans. I just want to tell you that true fairness is something that you have to work hard for yourself. Don't blame the heavens and blame others. The fairness bestowed by others is just an illusion that can shatter at any moment. The one who spoke was around 15 years old. He looked average, but had a resolute expression. His hands that were supposed to belong to a youth were covered in calluses and were filled with strength. On his cheeks and neck, there were claw marks. It was obvious that he had battled with a powerful demonic beast and was injured. You are He Ping. Suddenly, the youth who spoke earlier recognized the resolute youth. He Ping, an extremely famous youth prodigy in the northern region of Yinwu City. His clan used to be a clan that wasn't inferior to the 4 major clans, but gradually declined. This He Ping, when he was only at the 3rd level of the Qi realm, dared to enter the Yinwu mountains to train himself. When he was only at the 5th level of the Qi realm, he single-handedly took out a bandit at the 7th level of the Qi realm. His combat prowess was outstanding and he was hailed as the #1 prodigy in the northern region of Yinwu City. He Ping, it's an honor to meet you. I am Si Fei. During the genius contest, I will fight against you. I hope you are as strong as the rumors say. Hearing He Ping's name, a youth with long hair and sharp eyes walked over. Si Fei. He Ping lifted his head to look at the youth with long hair. Si Fei, the #1 prodigy in the southern region of Yunwu City. His swift sword was sharp and ruthless. It was said that he had already killed dozens of Qi realm martial artists. His combat prowess was equally terrifying and ruthless. Chapter 20. In the last 2 days, Li Fuchen finally reached the subcompletion stage of the Red Jade Sword style's first move, Touch of Red Jade. At the subcompletion stage, the suction force of the Touch of Red Jade was extremely strong. From half a foot away, it was able to absorb a few kilograms of steel sword. In fact, with Li Fuchen's Qi realm cultivation, he wasn't able to absorb objects through the air. But if he was in direct contact, the suction force would be 10 times stronger. Young master, be careful. In the yard, Li Fuchen's servant, Li Dequan, an 8th-level Qi realm martial artist, brandished his blade at Li Fuchen. The speed of the blade was as fast as lightning and as swift as a storm. If a regular 6th-level Qi realm martial artist was caught off guard, he would have been cleaved to death without any time to react. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile, unsheathing his steel sword and thrusting into the air. Clang! The two swords clashed. Just as Li Dequan was about to use his qi to deflect Li Fuchen's sword, he realized that his sword was no longer under his control and was stuck to Li Fuchen's sword. What's going on? Li Dequan was shocked. You lost. Li Fuchen's sword was at Li Dequan's throat. Li Dequan swallowed his saliva. Young master, have you mastered the Red Jade Sword style? From what he knew, only the Red Jade Sword style could absorb the opponent's sword. I haven't mastered it yet. I have only cultivated the first move to subcompletion. Li Fuchen replied. First move to subcompletion stage? Li Dequan's eyes widened. Didn't they say that those below the 7th level of the Qi realm are unable to comprehend the essence of a high-tier, yellow-class sword style? The subcompletion stage already touched upon the essence of a sword style. A subcompletion high-tier, yellow-class sword style may not be as powerful as a completion mid-tier, yellow-class sword style, but its technique was far superior. And at the Qi realm, technique was more important than power. Remember to keep it a secret. Li Fuchen reminded. I understand, young master. There was a flash of excitement on Li Dequan's face. No one was optimistic about the young master. He didn't expect the young master to have such a trump card. Once the young master became a Zhonglan sect disciple, as the young master's servant, his status in the Li clan would rise significantly. How could he know that Li Fuchen didn't cultivate the Red Jade Sword style for the sake of the genius contest? There were many uncertainties in the future. Constantly strengthening oneself was what a martial artist should do. He cultivated the Red Jade Sword style purely to strengthen himself. Elder Chen, welcome to Cloud Fog City. At the main gate of the city lord's mansion, Yunwu City Lord Shintu Jianhe warmly welcomed a blue-robed old man. City Lord Shintu is too polite. The blue-robed old man was about 60 years old. He wore a blue robe with a small white sword embroidered on the back of his robe. If anyone who knew the attire of the various sects was here, they would definitely recognize that the blue-robed veteran's attire was only worn by the outer sect elders of the Zhonglan sect. And the outer sect elders of the Zhonglan sect, without exception, were all Earth Realm martial artists. Their statuses were equivalent to the city lords of the Zhonglan region. During special periods, their statuses were higher than the city lords, like during the genius contest. Elder Chen, this way please. Shintu Jianhe led the blue-robed veteran to the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, Shintu Jianhe and the blue-robed veteran sat facing each other. The blue-robed veteran was named Chen Zongming. He took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Your Yunwu city is doing well to actually have a 4-star bone frame. This year, we recruited a total of 5 prodigies. The other 4 prodigies came from large cities. Only your Yunwu city is a small city. Shentu Jianhe nodded. That last Guan Shui is indeed not bad. A pity that our Shentu clan doesn't have such a prodigy. Shentu Jianhe was extremely envious of the Guan clan to have such a prodigy. Chen Zongming spoke with a deeper meaning. She isn't just a 4-star bone frame. City Lord Shentu, if I were you, I would build a good relationship with the Guan clan to avoid missing out on this golden opportunity. Oh? What does Elder Chen mean? Shentu Jianhe was surprised. Chen Zongming spoke slowly. Guan Shui isn't just a 4-star bone frame. Within her bone frame, there is an extraordinary power that is comparable to a 5-star bone frame. With such a talent, she would be ranked top 20 in the Zhanglan sect, 4-star extraordinary bone frame. Shentu Jianhe was flabbergasted. There were 2 types of bone frames, normal bone frames and extraordinary bone frames. There was nothing much to say about normal bone frames, but extraordinary bone frames contained extraordinary power. For example, the legendary Sun bone frame was an extraordinary bone frame. There were also thunder bone frames, flame bone frames, icy bone frames, and so on. Extraordinary bone frames cultivated the corresponding cultivation technique. The cultivation speed would be twice the result with half the effort, and the power of the cultivation technique would be extraordinary. For example, if the Sun bone frame cultivated the masculine yang cultivation technique, it would explode with the brilliance and power of the sun. If the thunder bone frame cultivated the thunder cultivation technique, it would have the destructive power to destroy everything. If the flame bone frame cultivated the fire cultivation technique, it would have the blazing heat to incinerate everything. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in just a few years, the 4-star extraordinary bone frame Guan Shui would definitely surpass him. By then, he would be able to look up to Guan Shui, and the prestige of a city lord wouldn't even be worth mentioning. The Guan clan sure is blessed by 9 lifetimes. Shentu Jianhe was no longer envious, but jealous. If his Shentu clan also had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame, it would guarantee the Shentu clan 100 years of glory. Chen Zongming laughed. There are some things that cannot be forced. Every dog has its day. No one knows who will be the main character in the future. Chen Zongming became a Zhanglan sect disciple in his teens. In the blink of an eye, a few decades had passed. Chen Zongming had witnessed the rise and fall of many prodigies. But no matter what, extraordinary bone frames were still rare. Prodigies with such bone frames wouldn't fall and would only get stronger and stronger. Fortunately, I have a good relationship with the Guan clan. Elder Chen doesn't have to worry about this. Shentu Jianhe let out a smile of relief. Back then, he got close to the Guan clan and distanced himself from the Li clan. Now that he thought about it, it was a good move. It seems like in the future, he would have to deal with the Li clan. If he were to give half of the Li clan's assets to the Guan clan would definitely remember his kindness. As night fell, Yunwu City fell into darkness. But everyone's heart was burning with passion. Tomorrow was the day of the genius contest. It would be the time to decide the fate of each individual and their clan. Would they soar to the sky or leave in a miserable state? Tomorrow would be the day to find out. Li clan, Li Fuchen gazed at the starry sky. The starry sky that was filled with stars was shining brightly like never before. It was as if all the stars were bursting with the most resplendent radiance. Which star do I belong to? Li Fuchen reached out his hand with a deep gaze. Perhaps, none of the stars belong to me. Because they do not represent me. I will become an existence that surpasses them. Li Fuchen's eyes shot out a golden light. The imposing golden light seemed to have dimmed the starlight in the starry sky. Everything in this world was centered around him, and he was the ruler. At this moment, Li Fuchen's thoughts had jumped out of the limits of his imagination and had a trace of transcendence. Chapter 21. When the first ray of sunlight tore through the darkness and shone onto the ground, the entire Yunwu city was like a pot of boiling water. On the west side of Yunwu city, there was a massive arena. Usually, martial artist competitions would be held here. But today, this was the only venue for the genius contest. The auditorium, which could accommodate thousands of people, was already filled with a sea of people, densely packed with human heads. Chief Escort Wang, how come you have the time to watch the genius contest? I heard that your Shunfeng escort agency received a big deal. Even if I don't have the time, I have to squeeze some time to watch. My son is going to fight today. Merchant Zhao, don't tell me your son is here for the genius contest too. My son hasn't grown up yet, but my godson will be participating. But your son is already 16 years old and doesn't have a godson. What's the point of watching? I'm here to check the wind direction. Basically, all the influential figures in Yinwu City were here. The biannual Genius Contest was a grand event and also a chance for everyone to find out each other's background. If a clan had more descendants, everyone would naturally get closer. If not, they would gradually drift apart. For the past 10 years, the Li clan had been slowly drifting away from everyone. If they still didn't gain anything this time, they would be marginalized. They might have the name of a major clan, but not the connections of a major clan. Look, the Yang clan is here. Among the 4 major clans, the Yang clan has the longest history. They have been in Yinwu City for close to a century. I wonder if they can create a legend this time. In the eyes of the crowd, the Yang clan walked in from one of the entrances. This time, the Yang clan had the highest number of participants among the 4 major clans with 9 members. I must become a Zhanglan sect disciple. Yang Qi clenched his fist tightly, his eyes flashing with the intent to kill anyone who stood in his way. The Guan clan is here too. The Guan clan has been doing well these few years. In just a few years, the Guan clan will surpass the Yang clan, maybe even the Shentu clan. In the eyes of the crowd, the Guan clan's rise was too fast. 20 years ago, they were just an unknown clan. 20 years later, their glory had already surpassed the Li clan, catching up to the Yang and Shentu clans. In the eyes of some, the Guan clan had already surpassed the Yang clan. The main reason for this was because Guan Shui became a Zhanglan sect disciple in advance. The patriarch of the Guan clan, Guan Yu, raised his head, his face filled with a smile and an air of arrogance. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but at the opposite entrance of the arena, a group of people from the Li family also walked in. The leader, Li Tianhan, couldn't help but look at Guan Yu. In Guan Yu's eyes, there was no longer any guilt. Instead, he was full of vigor. This was a cruel world, it didn't matter who was right or wrong. What was important was how one chose to choose. He believed that the Guan clan had chosen the right path, and the decline of the Li clan further proved that the rise of the Guan clan was unstoppable. Li Tianhan's face was indifferent as he shifted his gaze away. The Li clan is here. TSK, only 4 of them are participating in the Genius Contest. It seems like the decline of the Li clan is destined. I wonder if anyone from the Li clan will become a Zhanglan sect disciple. I don't think so. I heard that many geniuses have appeared in Yinwu City this time. For example, the number 1 genius of the north, He Ping, the number 1 genius of the south, Si Fei, the number 1 genius of the east, Zhu Hongxiu, the number 1 genius of the west, Sun Di. Adding on the geniuses of the other 3 major clans, it would be extremely difficult for the Li family to obtain a spot. If they can't even make it this year, there is basically no hope for the Li clan to make a comeback. In the audience, there was a flurry of discussion. Li Fuchen, who was following behind Li Tianhan, took in everyone's expressions with his eyes. The Li clan isn't in a good state right now. Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. He didn't blame these people for being snobbish. The strong rule was the nature of this world. If they couldn't adapt, then they would only be destroyed. But if they were to forsake their trust and principles for their own benefit, the end result wouldn't be good. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution. Sometimes, retribution will come, but it will come a little late. The arena was shaped like a bowl, with spectator seats on all 4 sides and a battle stage in the middle. Between the battle stage and the spectator seats was a circle of flat land. The youths participating in the Battle of Geniuses were gathered in groups of 3 to 5 on this flat land. Because Li Fuchen didn't receive Li Shanhe's guidance, Li Hongkai and Li Xiangdong stood beside Li Yunhai, separating Li Fuchen. Li Hongkai glanced at Li Fuchen and thought to himself, Li Fuchen is too arrogant. He thinks he doesn't need Uncle Shanhe's guidance. How would he know that after all these years, Xiangdong and I have improved by several folds? We are no longer the old us and he is still the old him. Greetings Elder Chen, greetings City Lord. On the rostrum, Guan Hong, Guan Yan, Yang Lai, Yang Zhan, Shen Tu Hu, Shen Tu Ba, and Li Shanhe greeted Shen Zongming and Shen Tu Jianhe. Shen Tu Jianhe waved his hand, no need for formalities. Sit down and watch. As inner sect disciples of the Zhanglan sect, the 7 of them were qualified to sit on the rostrum. Shen Zongming turned his head and said to Shen Tu Jianhe, City Lord Shen Tu, the time is up. The genius contest can begin. Indeed. Shen Tu Jianhe stood up and began to announce the rules and rewards of the genius contest. There were 4 rules for the genius contest. Firstly, no killing moves. Secondly, after the opponent concedes, no more attacks. Thirdly, no concealed weapons. Fourthly, no consumption of pills in advance or at the last minute. Violating any of these rules would result in immediate elimination and punishment. As for the rewards, they were very generous. 6th to 20th place would receive 1,000 gold coins and a bottle of low-tier yellow-class spirit pills. 4th to 5th place would receive 2,000 gold coins and 2 bottles of spirit pills. 3rd place would receive 3,000 gold coins and 5 bottles of spirit pills. 2nd place would receive 5,000 gold coins and a bottle of mid-tier yellow-class chi gathering pills. 1st place would receive 10,000 gold coins and 2 bottles of chi gathering pills. Of course, other than that, the top 5 could also become a Zhanglan sect disciple. This was the biggest reward. After hearing about the rewards, Li Fuchen was very tempted. A bottle of spirit chi pills was worth over 200 gold coins, a bottle of chi gathering pills was worth over 2,000 gold coins. If he could get first place, the total value of the rewards would be over 10,000 gold coins. This was a very tempting reward, even a high-level origin realm martial artist would be moved by it. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. What a generous reward. Even if I can't become a Zhanglan sect disciple, getting into the top 20 is still a great reward. Of course. Many of them are here for the rewards. After all, there are only 5 spots for Zhanglan sect disciples. It isn't that easy to compete for them. The audience was filled with envy. After Shen Tu Jianhe finished announcing the rules and rewards, the participants went up on stage to draw lots. There were a total of 160 participants. All of them were below the age of 16 and were at least at the 5th level of the Qi realm. On the stage, Li Fuchen randomly drew the number 37, which meant that he was going to spar with another youth who drew the number 37. The genius contest officially begins. May the contestant with number 1 please come on stage. Chapter 22. The ones who drew lot number 1 were 2 ordinary-looking youths, both of them at the 5th level of the Qi realm. For the sake of safety, the weapons in their hands were custom-made wooden swords. These wooden swords were extremely tough and could withstand the force of 1,000 jin. They also wore thick, custom-made leather armor. If they did not intentionally injure others, there would basically be no casualties. Crackle! The 2 of them quickly exchanged blows, the wooden swords clashing against each other at an alarming rate. Unknowingly, more than a dozen battles had ended. Everyone could clearly see that compared to the disciples of the 4 major families, the disciples of the smaller families were much weaker. Up until now, the disciples of the smaller families hadn't won a single battle against the disciples of the 4 major families. Number 15, come on stage. As the referee's voice rang out, a long-haired youth walked onto the stage, followed by Li Hongkai. Li Hongkai smiled confidently. You're unlucky to have met me. Under Li Shanhe's tutelage, he believed that only the descendants of the 4 great clans were his match. Hee, I really don't know if you are ignorant or stupid. Si Fei sneered, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Who is this person? He's too arrogant and ignorant. He actually doesn't respect the number one genius of the South, Si Fei. He's a disciple of the Li family. His name is Li Hongkai. No wonder the Li family declined. It turns out that they are full of arrogant people. Li Hongkai's words made the Li family the target of public condemnation. In the VIP seats, Li Tianhan's expression was ugly. On the rostrum, Li Shanhe snorted coldly, these people will soon know how powerful Li Hongkai is. To the side, Yang Lai mocked, Li Shanhe, I thought you had some ability, but now it seems that you're just a so-so. The opponent of your Li clan isn't some random nobody, but the number one genius of the South, Si Fei. Not to mention your Li clan, even my Guan clan's disciples have no confidence in defeating him except for Guan Peng. The Guan family is the Guan family, and the Li family is the Li family. Don't mix them up. Li Shanhe insisted. Chen Zongming shook his head when he heard Li Shanhe's words. He didn't have a good impression of the Li family. 3 swords. In just 3 swords, Li Hongkai was defeated by Si Feijin. Li Hongkai's face was full of disbelief, and he was in a daze. Li clan's disciple, get off the stage. You're embarrassing yourself. Scram! At first, only a small number of people were shouting, but as time went on, more and more people were shouting. At this moment, everyone in the Li clan felt they had lost all face, and they wished for nothing more than to bury their heads in the ground. Damn it, how did this Li Shanhe teach them? Li Tianhan hated Li Shanhe to the core. In his memory, Li Hongkai wasn't this arrogant before. Yang Lai turned his head to look at Li Shanhe. Now that your Li family has become the target of public criticism, I wonder how you feel. Yang Lai, shut up. Li Shanhe glared at Yang Lai. You are the one who should shut up. Chen Zongming snorted coldly and strands of pressure spread out. At that moment, Li Shanhe felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. Seeing this, Guan Hong, Guan Yan, and the others sneered. Li Hongkai didn't know how he got off the stage, it was as if he had lost his soul. Li Yunhai cursed in his heart and said, you better adjust your attitude. When the time comes, I will make everyone shut up. Hearing this, Li Fuchen reminded, Li Yunhai, the Li clan has left a bad impression on everyone. I advise you to restrain yourself. Li Fuchen, just mind your own business. I will make my own decisions. Before this, Li Yunhai still treated Li Fuchen as an opponent. But when the contest started, he realized that Li Fuchen wasn't even a match for him anymore. His vision should be broader and not limited to the Li clan. Frowning, Li Fuchen didn't say anything else. Some people, if not taught a harsh lesson, they wouldn't know what self-awareness was. To be honest, being arrogant wasn't wrong. But to be arrogant, one must have the capital to back it up. Like Li Hongkai, he didn't have the capital to back it up. This was the main reason why he incurred the wrath of the crowd. If Yang Kai was this arrogant, would anyone say he overestimated himself? Probably not. Because of Li Hongkai, when Li Xiangdong went up the stage, he was once again ridiculed by the crowd. This caused Li Xiangdong to perform poorly and lose to someone who wasn't as good as him. Li Xiangdong's defeat worsened the reputation of the Li clan. It was a vicious cycle. Finally, it was Li Yunhai's turn. His opponent was a prodigy from the south. Even though his ability wasn't as good as Si Fei, he had a good reputation. The ridicule from the crowd didn't affect Li Yunhai's performance. After a dozen moves, Li Yunhai defeated his opponent cleanly. At the end of the battle, Li Yunhai coldly scanned the audience. But his attitude didn't shut the crowd up, instead, it made the situation even more intense. If I knew this would happen, I would have beaten him back at the Li clan. Li Fuchen was speechless. Contestant 37, get on the stage. It was Li Fuchen's turn. Landing lightly on the stage, Li Fuchen looked up and saw his opponent was a Guan clan's descendant. Li Fuchen, Guan Shui has a message for you. This Guan clan's descendant was called Guan Jia. His eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness as he whispered to Li Fuchen. But it was obvious that this sentence was to distract Li Fuchen. He stomped on the ground and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Li Fuchen, thrusting his sword at him. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent. He didn't even draw his sword. With a wave of his arm, he deflected Guan Jie's wooden sword. The difference in ability between us is too great. No tricks will work. While speaking, Li Fuchen sent his opponent flying with a palm strike. Not even drawing his sword, the Li clan is full of madmen. Guan Hong and Guan Yen were displeased. In the following battles, a few of the more popular prodigies went up the stage. There were three that caught Li Fuchen's attention. One was Yang Kai, another was the southern region's top prodigy, He Ping, and the last was the eastern region's top prodigy, Zhu Hongxiu. Yang Kai's ability was overwhelming. Be it his foundation or combat ability, they were all at the peak. His opponent didn't even have the time to react and was sent off the stage with a single palm strike. It was like an adult beating up a child, without any suspense. He Ping's combat ability seemed to be even more outstanding than Yang Kai's. With a single blade, his opponent was sent flying along with his sword. Zhu Hongxiu, on the other hand, was an elegant and beautiful young girl. Just like her appearance, her swordsmanship was gorgeous to the extreme. With a swing of her sword, the sword shadows were like a peacock spreading its tail. The shadows were indistinct and dazzling. Other than that, the Shentu clan's Shentu Ju was also very strong. The Shentu clan was the city lord's clan and their cultivation technique wasn't a high-tier, yellow-class technique, but a peak-tier, Shaoyang Luo Qi. Chapter 23. After the first round, the top 80 was decided. 7 from the Yang clan, 6 from the Shentu clan, 6 from the Guan clan, and only 2 from the Li clan, Li Fuchen and Li Yunhai. The battles for the top 40 were obviously much more intense than the previous rounds. After this round, the Yang clan was reduced to 5, Shentu clan had 4, Guan clan had 3, and the Li clan still had 2. The third round was the top 20. This round of battles could no longer be described as intense, it was tragic. The top 20 meant generous rewards. Once one entered the top 20, they would be able to fight for a few years less. Enemies on a narrow road, Li Fuchen once again met Guan Peng. The Li clan's luck sure is bad. Li Fuchen actually met Guan Peng this early. Indeed, if he didn't meet Guan Peng, it wouldn't be hard for Li Fuchen to enter the top 20. The crowd was in a heated discussion. In the first 3 rounds, Li Fuchen performed well and easily defeated his opponent. But Guan Peng was different. As one of the 6 that soaked in the tempering pool, Guan Peng had the ability to enter the top 10. Except for Yang Kai, who could defeat him, no one else could. Li Fuchen, seems like this is heaven's arrangement. Guan Peng had a look of schadenfreude on his face. Losing to Li Fuchen was Guan Peng's greatest humiliation. He swore that he would make Li Fuchen pay the price. Now was the chance. The top 40 to the top 20 was a crucial round. If he entered, not only would he receive generous rewards, he would also have the chance to fight for the top 5. But if he didn't enter, he would get nothing and all his hard work would be in vain. Li Fuchen smiled, it is indeed heaven's arrangement. Still so stubborn even at death's door. I will knock all your teeth out later. Seeing Li Fuchen's confident look, Guan Peng was enraged. Patriarch, do you think Guan Peng will be in danger? The one who spoke was Guan Tian, who was sitting beside Guan Yu. Guan Tian was Guan Peng's father. He originally had confidence in Guan Peng, but Guan Peng lost to Li Fuchen. Even though he didn't know how he lost, but a loss was a loss. It meant that Li Fuchen had some ability. But on the stage, anything could happen, he wasn't sure. Guan Yu shook his head, don't worry. Previously, Guan Peng lost to Li Fuchen due to carelessness. But now, Li Fuchen is definitely not a match for Guan Peng. Guan Yu was surprised by Li Fuchen's sudden rise. But in his eyes, a normal bone frame was just a normal bone frame and couldn't do much. Just a normal bone frame, why are you all so nervous? Just a normal bone frame, why are all so nervous? Guan Yu and Guan Tian looked at each other awkwardly. The elder was the only Earthrealm martial artist in the Guan clan. He wouldn't show himself easily and would only appear once every 2 years during the genius contest. Li Fuchen said. Yu Fuchen. Guan Peng's body suddenly moved, the wooden sword was like a continuous drizzle, sprinkling towards Li Fuchen. Ding ding dang dang, his strength seems to have increased quite a bit. After exchanging moves, Li Fuchen had a better understanding of Guan Peng's ability. Not only did Guan Peng have an astounding amount of physical strength, every slash was also very tricky. It was probably due to his combat training. How is this possible? Guan Peng furrowed his brows. After a period of combat training, his sword style had a qualitative improvement. Every blade was aimed at Li Fuchen's flaws. In his opinion, even if Li Fuchen was strong in combat, it was impossible for him to surpass him. If Li Fuchen was weaker than him, the soft flowing sword style would instantly penetrate him. But if Li Fuchen was on par with him, with his astounding strength, he could easily send Li Fuchen's wooden sword flying. But the result was out of his expectations. His soft water sword technique was actually cancelled out by the clear wind sword technique. Not only that, but every strike of the opponent's was aimed at the weakest part of his wooden sword, causing him to only be able to use 40 to 50% of his power. Interesting. This kid's combat ability is very outstanding. He can easily see through the flaws of his opponent's sword techniques. Chen Zongming's eyes lit up and he nodded approvingly. Shen Tu Jianhe nodded. This child is called Li Fuchen, the son of the Li clan's patriarch. His combat talent isn't bad, but a pity that his bone frame is just a normal bone frame. Normal bone frame. Chen Zongming let out a look of pity. Even though Li Fuchen's combat talent wasn't considered outstanding, but it was already very good. If he had a 2-star bone frame, he would be a promising talent in the Zhanglan sect. This little bastard's combat ability is this strong? Guan Hong and Guan Yen had an ugly expression on their faces. Under their guidance, Guan Peng's combat ability had a qualitative improvement. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen's combat ability was superior, easily breaking through Guan Peng's soft flowing sword style. Don't be too happy yet. Guan Peng roared and changed his sword stance from the soft flowing sword style to the falling rain sword style. Compared to the soft flowing sword style, the falling rain sword style gave up on some of the techniques, but increased the speed and attack frequency of the sword. It was as though a drizzle had turned into a drizzle, pitter-pattering non-stop. Like I said, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. It was still the Clear Breeze sword style, but this time the sword stance of the Clear Breeze sword style was much more rapid. With a swing of the blade, Guan Peng's sword stance was instantly disintegrated. Between the two of them, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Young friend, this old man is Guan Tong. I wonder if you can give me some face and give up this match? I will give you the reward you want after this match. Right at this moment, an illusory voice drilled into Li Fuchen's ear, causing Li Fuchen's sword stance to falter and reveal a flaw. Even though he didn't know why Li Fuchen revealed a flaw, Guan Peng didn't care. His falling rain sword style went from weak to strong and counterattacked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression turned ugly, he quickly retreated and fell into a disadvantageous position. What's going on? How could Li Fuchen make such a huge mistake? It shouldn't be. Why shouldn't it be? Maybe Li Fuchen's burst was too strong at the start and weakened at the end. That seems to make sense. The twists and turns on the stage caused the crowd to have a heated discussion. Li Fuchen still had some strength left. A single Guan Peng wasn't worth it for him to reveal all his trump cards. After a few breaths, Li Fuchen regained control of the situation and continued to suppress Guan Peng. Young friend, this old man is a man of his words. As long as you give up this chance, this old man will give you 5,000 gold coins. The voice once again entered Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen turned a deaf ear and his sword stance became even more rapid. Seeing the situation, the veteran beside Guan Yu had a gloomy expression and his lips twitched. Young friend, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With my Guantong's face, even the city lord has to give some face. You better consider this carefully. Pang! Chapter 24. Crackle. The two steel balls in his hands were melted into molten iron. Guantong let out a cold grunt and revealed his murderous intent. He begged Li Fuchen time and time again, but didn't expect Li Fuchen to turn a deaf ear. Guan Peng lost? Guan Yu and Guan Tian couldn't react for a long time. They never expected Guan Peng to fall in the midst of advancing to the top 20. Despicable little bastard, ruining my son's future. I am not done with you. Guan Tian gritted his teeth, his face twisted. Guan Yu frowned. He originally had no feelings for Li Fuchen, but now he hated Li Fuchen. On the rostrum, Guan Hong and Guan Yen felt like they ate a dead fly and were extremely uncomfortable. Before the competition, the two of them didn't put Li Fuchen in their eyes and thought that under their guidance, Guan Peng could definitely compete for the top 3. But now, Guan Peng didn't even make it into the top 20. Contrary to the Guan clan, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyen were both excited. Li Tianhan was full of smiles. The unhappiness caused by Li Hongkai was swept away. Shen Yuyen was glowing, as though she was a few years younger. The Guan clan sure are shameless. After sending Guan Peng flying, Li Fuchen glanced at the veteran beside Guan Yu. This veteran was Guan Tong, the only Earthrealm martial artist of the Guan clan. He was rumored to be at the second level of the Earthrealm. Earthrealm martial artists were extremely formidable. But it didn't mean that a 2-star bone frame would definitely become an Earthrealm martial artist. It could only be said that there was a high chance. Earthrealm martial artists didn't just have incredible strength, they also had all sorts of unbelievable techniques. Voice transmission was one of them. It could transmit a voice to the target's ear from a certain distance. The higher the cultivation level, the further the transmission distance. Under the gasps of the crowd, Li Fuchen left the stage. The Yang clan was reduced from 5 to 4, the Shentu clan had 3, the Guan clan had 2, and the Li clan had 2. The 4 major clans had a total of 11 participants. The remaining 9 were from the minor clans. 4 of them were famous. They were the North's top prodigy, He Ping, South's top prodigy, Si Fei, East's top prodigy, Zhu Hongxiu, and West's top prodigy, Sun Di. The following matches were the qualifying rounds. Compared to the elimination round, the ranking round was much fairer. You wouldn't be eliminated just because you lost a match. Of course, those who accumulated 5 losses would still be eliminated. After all, the Battle of Geniuses was mainly for the top 5. The 6th to the 20th place didn't need to be ranked. In the first round, Li Fuchen was matched against the West's number 1 prodigy, Sun Di. Sun Di's ability was strong, but that was only in comparison to others. In Li Fuchen's opinion, he was about the same as Yang Qi. Without much effort, Li Fuchen won the first match of the qualifying round. In the second round, Li Fuchen went against the Shentu clan's 3rd-ranked clansman, Shentu Hai. In the third round, Li Fuchen went up against the Southern's number 1 prodigy, Si Fei. You are very strong, but I will be the one to emerge victorious in the end. Si Fei's swift sword was deeply engraved in people's hearts. Up until now, he had not tasted defeat, and his momentum was like a rainbow. I'm afraid it won't go as you wish. Li Fuchen could see that Si Fei's sword was fast and ruthless. He should have a lot of combat experience. But in this world, combat experience didn't necessarily equate to combatability, it also depended on one's combat talent. There is a price to pay for being arrogant, and I will be the one to make you pay. Si Fei grinned and attacked Li Fuchen with the Si clan's 36-path swift sword. Si Fei's sword was too fast, one move after another, one sword after another, all aimed at Li Fuchen's vital points. A regular person wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few strikes from Si Fei. A pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. Up until now, Li Fuchen hadn't gone all out, at least not revealing the 6th-rank Red Jade technique. Revolving the 5th rank Red Jade technique, Li Fuchen executed the Clear Breeze sword style to welcome the 36th Swift sword. Clang clang clang, the sound of the wooden swords clashing was like the rain hitting the banana leaves. In the blink of an eye, the two swords had clashed at least 4 to 5 times. Take my move, Swift Wind Grass. The Sea Clan's 36th Swift sword contained many sword moves. The Swift Wind Grass move was extremely fast, like the grass in the wind, extremely sharp. Whoosh! The wooden sword sliced through the air, emitting a soul-shaking sound as it hurriedly attacked Li Fuchen's chest. Let go! Li Fuchen's Clear Breeze sword style was already at the completion stage. In the blink of an eye, he could swing at least 6 times. Si Fei's Swift Wind Grass was only considered average in his eyes. Aiming at the trajectory of his opponent's sword, Li Fuchen made a move later but arrived first, striking at the hilt of his opponent's sword. With a numb palm, Si Fei's wooden sword flew out of his hand. Si Fei's face was flushed red. Unwilling to admit defeat, he leapt into the air and sent a flying kick at Li Fuchen's head. Displaying your slight skill in front of an expert. Li Fuchen's body spun like a whirlwind, landing 3 consecutive kicks on Si Fei's chest. The kicks caused Si Fei's mouth to bleed and he fell off the stage. Li Fuchen, you dare injure me? Falling off the stage, Si Fei was burning with anger, pointing at Li Fuchen and roaring. Members of the Si clan were infuriated and protested to the referee. Li Fuchen gave a cold snort and walked off the stage. This Li Fuchen is too ruthless. Elder, should we give him a warning? If he offends us again, we will disqualify him. Guanhong suggested to Chen Zongming. Chen Zongming shook his head. Si Fei asked for it, don't blame Li Fuchen. Even though he had high hopes for the Guan clan, it didn't mean he didn't have his own stance. His stance was that whoever had the potential, he would look favorably upon them. Hearing this, Guanhong and Guanyan's expressions changed several times, but ultimately didn't say anything. With the end of the 3rd round of matches, the sky turned dark. City Lord Shintu Jianhe announced that the contest would continue tomorrow morning. At night, everyone was staying in Yunhua City. Yunhai, do you have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen? In an in-room, Li Taizhan asked Li Yunhai. Li Yunhai gritted his teeth, Dad, I will do my best. He originally had the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen, but after Li Fuchen defeated Guan Peng, he lost all confidence. He couldn't imagine where Li Fuchen's combat ability came from, he didn't even receive any guidance from Li Shanhe. In the room, Li Shanhe was also present. He slowly said, we can persuade Li Fuchen to intentionally lose to Yunhai when he meets him. He was Li Yunhai's uncle and had a much closer relationship than Li Fuchen. What's more, he always disliked Li Fuchen. Intentionally lose to Yunhai. Li Taizhan was tempted, I'm afraid Li Fuchen won't accept it. Li Shanhe sneered, this isn't up to him. A normal bone frame will always be a normal bone frame with no future. Giving the opportunity to Yunhai is the right way to go. He should look at the bigger picture. After all, the Li clan raised him for so many years, it is time for him to contribute to the Li clan. If Li Fuchen can look at the bigger picture, that would be for the best. Chapter 25. The Li clan's patriarch was also an Earthrealm martial artist and his cultivation was 1 level higher than Guan Tong. He was at the 3rd level of the Earthrealm. It was because of the Li family's ancestor that the Li family was able to maintain their status. Otherwise, the Li family would have been suppressed by the 3 major families to the point where they had no place to stand. The Li family's ancestor was called Li Xianfeng. After knowing why Li Taizhan and Li Shanhe came, Li Xianfeng muttered, Yunhai hasn't lost a single match yet. Let's wait and see tomorrow. To be honest, he was rather fond of Li Yunhai. As an Earthrealm martial artist, he knew how hard it was to break through to the Earthrealm. He, who had a 2-star bone frame, was stuck at the 9th level of the Origin Realm for 10 years. If he had a normal bone frame, he might have been stuck at the 9th level of the Origin Realm for his entire life. Thank you, Ancestor. Li Tishan's face lit up. With Li Xuanfeng's words, this matter would most likely succeed. In the other guest room, Li Fuchen's family was present. Fuchen, with your ability, you might be able to get into the top 5, but you must not let your guard down. Li Tianhan's heart was still racing, but he couldn't be blamed. Anyone who knew that their son was about to become a Zhanglan sect disciple would be extremely excited. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Li Fuchen was very confident. He still had the 6th rank red jade technique that he had yet to reveal. Once it was revealed, apart from Yang Kai, no one else would be able to withstand more than a few strikes from him. The night passed uneventfully, and the next morning arrived. The arena was packed with people, and the sound waves soared into the sky. The battle of geniuses continues. Shen Tu Jianhe announced the start of the match. In the 4th round, Li Fuchen persisted and defeated his opponent without any surprises. However, Li Yunhai's luck was not as good. In the 4th round, he encountered the northern region's #1 genius, He Ping. He Ping's combat ability wasn't inferior to Kai Yang's, and his strength wasn't weak either, weighing around 400 to 500 jin. The two of them fought for more than 10 rounds, with He Ping suppressing Li Yunhai. Shallow fish glide. Li Yunhai practiced the drifting sword art. He lowered his body and swung his sword, unleashing one of the ultimate moves of the drifting sword art. Eagle soars the sky. He Ping's battle experience was extremely rich. He instantly soared into the air and slashed down with his sword. Puff! Li Yunhai's chest was pierced by the sword, and the immense force almost caused him to pass out. This He Ping is so strong, he actually defeated Li Yunhai, who soaked in the tempering pool. Among the disciples of the small clans, He Ping's strength is without a doubt #1, and Zhu Hongxiu is #2. It is not surprising that he could defeat Li Yunhai. After Guanpeng, Li Yunhai was the 2nd-seeded player to be defeated. This made many people feel hopeful. Seeded players who had soaked in the tempering pool weren't unbeatable. As long as they were strong enough, they could still be defeated. Coincidentally, in the 5th round, Zhu Hongxiu defeated the Yang family's Yang Hao, who was second only to Yang Kai. Her swordsmanship was magnificent and eye-catching. Just like that, 3 of the seeded players had already been defeated. In the 6th round of the Genius Tournament, Li Yunhai was up against the #1 genius of the Shentu clan, Shentu Ju. Shentu Ju cultivated the Shaoyang Aura Qi, and having cultivated it to the peak of the 4th layer, Shentu Ju's true Qi was even stronger than Kai Yang's. How could Li Yunhai be his opponent? Within 7 or 8 moves, he was defeated by Shentu Ju's sword. On the rostrum, Shentu Jianhe smiled. As the city lord of Yinwu City, he cultivated the Zhanglan sect's mystic class, mid-tier, Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Due to the sect's rules, no one was allowed to privately impart their sect's cultivation technique, which was why the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique wasn't passed down to the Shentu clan. The Shaoyang Dipper Qi was something he obtained from outside. It had a total of 9 ranks, and once cultivated to the 4th rank, it would be comparable to a yellow class, high-tier technique's 5th rank. Furthermore, the Shaoyang Dipper Qi that was cultivated was extremely ferocious. Once the enemy was hit by it, it would feel like they were being roasted by fire, causing unbearable pain. After 6 rounds, 2 people had been eliminated. These 2 people had only won 1 round and had lost 5 rounds in total. In the 7th round, Li Fuchen was up against Shentu Liang. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you defeated Guanpeng. My strength is above his. 2 months ago, Shentu Liang didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. At that time, he had yet to soak in the tempering pool and didn't have any combat training. Winning or losing isn't decided by words. Li Fuchen said indifferently. What a sharp mouth you have. Watch me smash your mouth. Revolving the 4th rank Shaoyang Luo Qi, Shentu Liang's entire body heated up. The air on the surface of his wooden sword was slightly distorted. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if he got grazed by it. But after 7 or 8 rounds, Shentu Liang wasn't as arrogant as before. Li Fuchen's sword was much heavier than he imagined, and the angles were tricky, making him feel uncomfortable. Against Shen Tuliang, Li Fuchen used the Xiao Shang sword style. The Xiao Shang sword style that was at the completion stage was not only exquisite, but also contained an exceptional amount of qi within each blade. Without considering the physical strength, an average person's blade strength would be around 700 to 800 kilograms, while Li Fuchen's could reach 1,000 kilograms. Even without soaking in the tempering pool, Li Fuchen's explosive attack power wasn't any weaker than a seated contestant's. Almost there. Li Fuchen's sword speed suddenly increased. With a swing of his blade, a piercing sound pierced through the air. Shen Tuliang didn't even have time to react and was struck in the chest, sending him flying. Damn it! Shen Tu Jianhe crushed the teacup in his hand, with an ashen expression. After defeating Shen Tuliang, Li Fuchen shook his head. Too weak. Be it in terms of foundation or combat ability, his opponents in the genius contest were all weak. Up until now, excluding the 6th rank Red Jade technique, he hadn't even displayed 70% of his true ability. Which means, without exposing the 6th rank Red Jade technique, he could still win with ease. In the 8th round, Li Yunhai lost again, to Zhu Hongxiu. Even though Zhu Hongxiu's physical strength couldn't be compared to Li Yunhai's, but her sword style was close to the completion stage. It contained a lot of qi, coupled with the exquisite sword style and outstanding combat ability. Li Yunhai only lasted for a few dozen moves before being defeated. Following Li Yunhai's defeat to Zhu Hongxiu, Li Taizhan was in a bad mood. In the following matches, if Li Yunhai lost another 2 matches, he would be eliminated. Other than He Ping, Shen Tu-ju, and Zhu Hongxiu, there were many others who could defeat Li Yunhai. Like Yang Kai, Li Fuchen, and Shen Tuliang and Yang Hao who had the same ability as Li Yunhai. It could be said that it was a dangerous situation. Whether or not Li Fuchen surrendered would be the deciding factor. Founder. Li Taizhan looked at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng nodded. Tianhan, you are the patriarch of the Li clan. As the patriarch, you have to look at the bigger picture. What I am about to say will affect the future of the Li clan. I hope you can understand and carry it out. Li Xianfeng said to Li Tianhan in a sincere tone. Chapter 26. Li Xianfeng spoke slowly. With Fuchen's ability, even if he loses one match, he still has a high chance of entering the top 5. For the future of the Li clan, I hope he loses one match to Yunhai. That is impossible. Li Tianhan immediately rejected. The genius contest is being watched by the Zhanglan sect's outer sect elder. If Fuchen goes easy, he will be disqualified. In the past, it wasn't like there wasn't such a precedent. A certain clan wanted to obtain more spots for their clan and allowed their clansmen to throw the match. But when the Azure Water sect's outer sect elder noticed something amiss, he immediately disqualified the clansmen who threw the match. Don't think that the Zhanglan sect can't do it. There are countless cities in the Zhanglan region and countless prodigies. It doesn't matter if you have one or not. Those clansmen with real potential have already entered the Zhanglan sect. Then we can only give up one. You are the patriarch, I think you should know which one to give up. Li Xianfeng knew that this method wouldn't work. If not, he wouldn't even need to say it himself. Li Tianhan's expression turned ugly. Founder wants me to give up Fuchen. That is impossible. Let alone Fuchen agreeing. Even if he agrees, I won't agree. He wasn't so selfless. So what if he was the patriarch? If he had to give up his son's future for the patriarch's position, then he would rather not be the patriarch. Li Xianfeng frowned. I know how you feel as a father. But you have to know that you are not only Fuchen's father, but also the Li clan's patriarch. If you can't contribute to the Li clan, who else can? Contribute? Asking my own son to give up something that belongs to him, is that considered contribution? Li Tianhan asked. Li Xianfeng spoke in a deep voice. Tianhan, I don't know if you are really muddle-headed or just pretending. Everyone knows that Fuchen is a normal bone frame, but Yunhai is a 2-star bone frame. How can a normal bone frame compare to a 2-star bone frame? Giving up a normal bone frame and choosing a 2-star bone frame is the best choice for the Li clan. Li Tianhan shook his head. Founder, forgive me for not agreeing. So what if you have a 2-star bone frame? In this world, there are plenty of 2-star bone frames, but how many of them are able to reach the Earth realm? A normal bone frame might still be able to reach the Earth realm. The Rising Sun city lord that is 3,000 miles away rose up with a normal bone frame and eventually became a city lord. That is just an example. How can it be counted? If only 1 out of 5 2-star bone frames can advance to the Earth realm, then there might not even be 1 out of 100 normal bone frames that can advance to the Earth realm. This 1% chance doesn't make any difference at all. Ancestor, do you think that Fuchin is purely a normal bone frame? My Li clan has been established in Cloud Mist City for 60 years. When have you ever seen an ordinary bone frame perform like this? Perhaps he will be the second Chaoyang city lord. Hearing this, Li Xuanfeng's expression changed. Li Fuchin really couldn't treat him as a normal bone frame. This performance was even better than the Rising Sun City's city lord when he was young. But a normal bone frame, there were too many unknowns. Shaking his head, Li Xianfeng said, the clan has already spent too much effort on Yunhai. We cannot give up on him. I hope you can look at the bigger picture and not let me down. At this moment, Shen Yuyan couldn't help but speak. Founder, Fuchin gave up the chance to compete for the tempering pool for the Li clan. Now you want him to give up the chance to enter the Zhanglan sect. In the future, will Fuchin have to give up his life? How long will he have to give up? Isn't this too unfair to Fuchin? At this moment, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Shen Yuyan, you are just a woman. Since when is it your turn to speak? Li Taizhan reprimanded Shen Yuyan. Li Tianhan glared at Li Taizhan. Li Taizhan, Yuyan is my wife and the patriarch's wife. Since when is it your turn to reprimand her? Who do you think you are? Li Taizhan coldly said, Li Tianhan, you use your position as the patriarch to oppress others. A pity that you haven't done what a patriarch should do. In your eyes, the future of the Li clan cannot be compared to your son's future. You are not fit to be the patriarch. Li Taizhan, don't try to twist words. I, Li Tianhan, don't know any great principles. I only know that a martial artist must have an unyielding character. Whatever you want, you have to fight for it. Your son needs to rely on others to give him opportunities. In my opinion, he won't be able to achieve anything great. As for my son Fuchin, even though he only has a normal bone frame, his current achievements are all due to his own hard work. He doesn't need any charity. Fighting for it himself? What a joke. If it wasn't for the Scarlet Snow Pill, do you think your son could advance to the 6th level of the Qi realm? Li Taizhan sneered. The Scarlet Snow Pill was given to him by me as his father. Can't I? Yes, of course you can. You are the patriarch of the Li clan. Everything in the Li clan belongs to you. Even if you want to squeeze the entire Li clan dry for your son, it's fine. What can I say? You. Li Tianhan's eyes widened in anger. Enough. Li Xianfeng looked at Li Tianhan coldly. Tianhan, you have disappointed me. It was my mistake to choose you as the Li clan's patriarch. From today onwards, you are no longer the Li clan's patriarch. As for your son Fuchin, I will speak to him personally. He didn't believe that a Li clan's descendant would dare to defy the founder's words. Founder. Shen Yuyan was mournful. Li Fuchin, who was spectating from below the stage, suddenly heard a voice. Fuchin, I am your great-grandfather, Li Xianfeng. Li Fuchin frowned and turned to look at Li Xuanfeng's group. You are a descendant of the Li clan and should contribute to the Li clan. Now great-grandfather requests for you to lose to Yunhai. I hope you don't disappoint great-grandfather's expectations. After this matter is over, great-grandfather will compensate you. Li Xuanfeng's words entered Li Fuchin's ears without missing a single word. Li Fuchin remained expressionless and lowered his eyes. As if fate was playing tricks on him, the 10th round was Li Fuchin's match against Li Yunhai. Li Fuchin, I hope you make the right choice. When I become an Earthrealm martial artist, I will not mistreat you. And you will be proud of the choice you made today. Li Yunhai said indifferently. Relying on opportunities given by others, can you really accept it with a clear conscience? Li Fuchen asked in return. Li Yunhai laughed, why can't I accept it? In this world, the strong rule. As for how one becomes an expert, who cares? The process isn't important, what matters is the result. I am undoubtedly the Li clan's hope, you aren't. What a clear conscience. Li Fuchen lifted his eyelids and stared at Li Yunhai. Since I, Li Fuchen, came to this world, I will not be bound by anyone. No one can obstruct my path, not even the founder. Li Yunhai, you shall be defeated. Li Fuchen didn't plan to lose to his opponent, because he wasn't worthy. Hum. The wooden sword thrusted at Li Yunhai at an astounding speed. This blade was the strongest blade that Li Fuchen displayed in the genius contest so far. Only a shadow of the blade could be seen. Li Yunhai was shocked. Li Fuchen, you are out of control. You are the sinner of the Li clan. This blade was too fast. Li Yunhai could only raise his wooden sword to block. Crackle. The wooden sword in Li Yunhai's hand was broken. Immediately after, he felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying like a cloud. For a moment, the entire arena was in shock. Chapter 27. Defeating the seated contestant Li Yunhai with a single blade, Li Fuchen's explosive ability was much stronger than before, as though he was a completely different person. Such strength. Zhu Hongxiu originally had the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen, but after witnessing this blade, she lost all confidence. This sword was too domineering, too sharp. The wooden sword used for the tournament was extremely tough and could withstand a force of 1,000 kilograms. It was basically impossible for anyone below the 7th level of the Qi realm to break a wooden sword. But Li Fuchen used his astonishing sword speed to forcefully break the wooden sword. What a domineering move. Interesting, he actually concealed his true ability. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. This child is not to be underestimated, he is worth nurturing. Chen Zongming praised in his heart. If Li Fuchen was a 2-star bone frame, Chen Zongming wouldn't be so surprised. But Li Fuchen was obviously a normal bone frame, yet he was able to achieve what even a 2-star bone frame couldn't. This was enough to catch his attention. The Azure Water sect that ruled the Azure Water region didn't only value star-grade bone frames. The Azure Water sect would also give opportunities to those with outstanding talents and normal bone frames. The bone frame determined a person's innate potential, but as long as a normal bone frame worked hard and had some innate talent, they would still have the chance to become an Earthrealm martial artist. At least Chen Zongming knew that among the Earthrealm martial artists, there were around 10 normal bone frames. Of course, an Earthrealm martial artist was the limit for a regular bone frame. Therefore, it was impossible for a regular bone frame to obtain a high treatment. He's simply lawless and has no respect for his elders. Li Xuanfeng's body was trembling. As the founder of the Li clan, he wouldn't allow anyone to disobey him. Even if it was Li Tianhan, he would dismiss him with absolute authority. But he didn't expect a junior like Li Fuchen to disregard his words. Not only that, he defeated Li Yunhai with absolute strength, as though he was doing it for him to see. Li Tianhan, you have taught your son well. Li Xianfeng stared at Li Tianhan with a stern expression. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan didn't dare to make a sound, but in their hearts, they were extremely proud. Their son was more outstanding than they imagined. Even when facing the patriarch's coercion, he dared to resist. This was a true martial artist. A true martial artist dares to go against heaven and earth. They weren't true martial artists, but Li Fuchen was. Rebellion, this is rebellion. Founder, we cannot let him go. Li Taizhan was enraged, his eyes were red. Li Tianhan didn't dare to talk back to the founder, but he didn't put Li Taizhan in his eyes. Li Taizhan, don't you forget that after the genius contest, my son will become a Zhanglan sect disciple. A Zhonglun sect disciple was sacred and inviolable. Even if the city lord wanted to punish a Zhonglun sect disciple, he would have to apply to the higher-ups. He couldn't punish a Zhonglun sect disciple for no reason, not even a clan. Of course, the premise was that the Zhonglun sect disciple didn't offend the city lord. If a Zhonglun sect disciple offended the city lord's prestige, the city lord had the authority to mete out a certain punishment. But it could only be a normal punishment. Li Tianhan, don't get cocky. So what if he becomes a Zhonglun sect disciple? The Zhonglun sect disciples are also separated into different grades. If he can't pass the test, he will only be an odd job disciple. There is no future. Let's see if you still have any face left. The Zhonglun sect's outer sect was separated into outer sect disciples and odd job disciples. Odd job disciples had to do many chores and didn't have many opportunities to be groomed. More than half of the disciples from the 4 major clans that entered the Zhonglun sect were odd job disciples and couldn't be counted on. Taking a deep breath, Li Xuanfeng's expression turned gloomy. The clan has nurtured you all for so many years, but you are just a bunch of ingrates. Li Tianhan, from today onwards, your branch will be considered a subsidiary branch. Hearing this, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan's expression changed. Any major clan had a main branch and a subsidiary branch. The main branch held the authority of the clan, while the subsidiary branches had to obey the main branch. It could be said that the difference in status and treatment was like heaven and earth. They didn't expect the founder to be so ruthless and directly demoted them to a subsidiary branch. This was even more humiliating than stripping Li Tianhan of his patriarch status. His expression changed several times, but ultimately, Li Tianhan didn't say anything. Perhaps, this was the price of disobeying the founder, and they had no choice but to accept it. I disobeyed the founder's order, I wonder what punishment my parents will receive. Walking down from the stage, Li Fuchen looked at Li Xianfeng again. In his vision, Li Xuanfeng's expression was gloomy, Li Taizhan was furious, and Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were silent. Who? Exhaling a breath of air, Li Fuchen thought to himself, no matter what, it is impossible for me to give up the chance to enter the Zhonglun sect. It is a tragedy for the Li clan to carry the burden of Li Yunhai. With his mediocre talent, he will only be at the bottom of the Zhonglun sect. And with his personality, he will probably lose all his fighting spirit. At the end of the 10th round, the total number of contestants who lost 5 matches reached 8. 11th round, Li Fuchen vs Zhu Hongxiu. Zhu Hongxiu's strength was very strong. Judging from her performance in the first 10 rounds, she was second only to Yang Kai and Shen Tuzhu, almost on par with He Ping. Her family's peacock sword art, when displayed by her, was incomparably beautiful and dangerous. But her opponent was Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's sword skill rank was above everyone else. Even though Zhu Hongxiu's peacock sword style was magnificent, it wasn't at the completion stage. Without the completion stage, Li Fuchen could see flaws everywhere. If he wanted to, he could easily counter his opponent's sword style. The clear breeze sword art was like a gentle breeze. Although it was gentle, it was pervasive. Zhu Hongxiu's peacock sword style couldn't be executed at all. In the end, Zhu Hongxiu still lost this battle. You are strong, I believe a normal bone frame will not limit your future. Zhu Hongxiu was a 3-star bone frame, one of the 2 3-star bone frames in this year's Genius Contest. One was Yang Kai, the other was her. She felt it was a pity that Li Fuchen only had a normal bone frame. Those without a star-grade bone frame might not necessarily have bad perception. Other than cultivation talent, they might have other talents. But cultivation talent was the foundation. A Qi realm martial artist, no matter how exquisite or mystical his sword skills were, he was still a Qi realm martial artist. An Origin realm martial artist could finish him off in a single move. But she still hoped that Li Fuchen could grow, if not it would be such a waste. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. In everyone's eyes, he was just a normal bone frame, a person destined to not have a bright future. He couldn't be bothered to explain anything, whether he had a bright future or not, he knew it himself. The existence of the golden amulet gave him a transcendent state of mind. He was like a billionaire who wouldn't flaunt his wealth everywhere he went. Right now, his soul was light green. When his soul turned green, even he himself wouldn't know what level his innate talent and comprehension would reach. After the green soul, there would most likely be a higher grade of soul. Chapter 28. In the 12th round, Li Yunhai met Yang Kai. Without any surprises, Li Yunhai suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Yang Kai. As such, Li Yunhai, who had lost 5 matches, was completely eliminated and lost the chance to enter the top 5. The moment he lost the match, Li Yunhai lost his wits and glared at Li Fuchen venomously. Had it not been for Li Fuchen, he would have entered the top 5. Li Fuchen took away his hopes of becoming a disciple of the Zhanglan sect. His heart was filled with hatred towards Li Fuchen. Sensing Li Yunhai's gaze, Li Fuchen gave a look of contempt. This kind of trash would only blame others for his failures. The last match of the 12th round was Li Fuchen against Guan Hao. At this moment, there were only 6 contestants left. They were Yang Kai, Shen Tuju, He Ping, Zhu Hongxiu, Guan Hao, and Li Fuchen. Guan Hao had lost 4 matches. If he lost this match, he would lose the chance to enter the top 5. But the cruel thing was, he was only 1 step away from the top 5. Guan Hao is not a match for Li Fuchen. It seems the Guan clan is in for a setback. Li Fuchen is the bane of the Guan clan. Guan Peng was eliminated by Li Fuchen, and now Guan Hao is about to be eliminated by Li Fuchen. I wonder how Guan Yu is feeling right now. I heard Guan Yu's daughter, Guan Shui, was engaged to Li Fuchen, but the Guan clan annulled the engagement. Speaking of Guan Shui, she is a true prodigy. If she participated in the genius contest, Yang Kai, Shen Tuju, and Li Fuchen wouldn't even be a match for her. Indeed, with the Guan clan having Guan Shui, it doesn't matter if no one enters the Zhanglan sect. The audience was in a heated discussion. Guan Yu's expression wasn't great. On the day of the annulment of the engagement, he never expected such a situation to occur. So what if he enters the top 5? If he can't pass the outer sect disciple exam, he will still be an odd job disciple with no status. But my daughter, Guan Shui, has a bright future. Not even 100 Li Fuchens can compare to her. Unknowingly, Guan Yu had already forgotten about his brotherly bond with Li Tianhan. In his eyes, the Li clan was now a stranger or even an opponent. Guan Tong, who was standing to the side, said, "In the past, our Guan clan was too kind to the Li clan. From now on, we will do our best to suppress the Li clan. If they do something wrong, they will have to pay the price. That's right, it's best if we can chase the Li family out of Cloud Mist City." Guan Peng's father, Guan Tian, said fiercely. On the stage, Guan Hao attempted to negotiate with Li Fuchen. "Li Fuchen, with your bone frame, even if you enter the Zhanglan sect, you will only be at the bottom of the hierarchy. Why not give this opportunity to me? I believe this will allow you and the Li clan to win the friendship of the Guan clan. In addition, even though Guan Shui broke off the engagement with you, but her future is immeasurable. Just take care of her and your Li clan will be able to enjoy endless benefits." Guan Hao thought his words were reasonable and should be able to move Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sneered, "Your Guan clan's friendship? That's right. The Li family is on the decline. Without the support of the Guan family, it will be difficult for you to survive. You must know this." "Of course I know. A pity, if I, Li Fuchen, want something, I will reach for it myself. I don't need charity from others. Let's fight." Li Fuchen pointed his wooden sword at Guan Hao. "Li Fuchen, you are so stubborn. Do you really think that by entering the Zhanglan sect, you will be able to follow in Guan Shui's footsteps and that Guan Shui will care about you? To tell you the truth, in her eyes, you are just a clown. Don't waste your efforts." Guan Hao always thought that the reason why Li Fuchen entered the Zhanglan sect was to find Guan Shui. "Nonsense, you'd better shut up." With a sudden dash, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Crackle! The wooden sword in Guanhao's hand broke and he was sent flying. With Li Fuchen defeating Guanhao, the top 5 of the genius contest were finally decided. They were Yang Kai, Shen Tuju, He Ping, Zhu Hongxiu, and Li Fuchen. He Ping and Zhu Hongxiu each lost 2 matches. He Ping lost to Yang Kai and Shen Tuju, while Zhu Hongxiu lost to Yang Kai and Li Fuchen. After Shen Tujianhe stood up to congratulate, the genius contest continued. Zhu Hongxiu vs Shen Tuju wins. He Ping vs Li Fuchen wins. Zhu Hongxiu vs He Ping wins. After 3 matches, the 4th and 5th place were decided. They were He Ping and Zhu Hongxiu respectively. Next up was the battle for the top 3. Up until now, the 3 of them had not fought against each other, so none of them had lost a single match. The first match was between Li Fuchen and Shen Tuju. For Shen Tuju to reach this stage, half of it was due to his bone frame and the other half was due to his cultivation technique. His Shaoyang Luo Qi was too strong. Combined with his 800 kilograms of physical strength, even He Ping and Zhu Hongxiu weren't his match. Perhaps only Yang Kai could suppress him. Li Fuchen, it is commendable for you to reach this stage. A smart person should know when to stop. I shall kindly accept this 2nd place. How about it? Shen Tuju knew he wasn't Yang Kai's match, but he didn't want to lose to Li Fuchen. What's more, the 2nd place prize was much better than the 3rd place prize. The 2nd place prize was 5,000 gold coins and a bottle of mid-tier, yellow-class pills. The 3rd place prize was 3,000 gold coins and 5 bottles of low-tier, yellow-class pills. That was a difference of 3,000 gold coins. Li Fuchen asked back, "Do you think it is possible?" "Why? Not giving me face." If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Fuchen, Shen Tuju wouldn't have allowed Li Fuchen to go easy on him. He would have used his absolute strength to beat Li Fuchen into a dead dog. "I am not giving you face," Li Fuchen replied bluntly. Shen Tuju was so angry that he laughed. Good. I will remember today's incident. You will suffer in the future." Shen Tuju intended to suppress Li Fuchen in the Zhanglan sect. In his eyes, Li Fuchen would definitely be an odd-job disciple once he entered the Zhanglan sect. Bullying an odd-job disciple was a common occurrence in the sect. Sometimes when one was in a bad mood, he would vent his frustrations on an odd-job disciple. The sound of the wooden swords clashing was like rocks colliding. Li Fuchen was able to break Li Yunhai and Guanhao's wooden swords, but not Shen Tuju's. Shen Tuju's wooden sword contained the formidable Shaoyang Luo Qi. Fire Cloud Shroud. Shen Tuju cultivated the Fire Cloud sword style. As the name suggests, it was a blazing hot sword style. Coupled with the Shaoyang Luo Qi, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Huff 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 huff, the air distorted as the blazing hot sword shadows enveloped Li Fuchen, as though a fire cloud was pressing down. Mountain River Cleave. Against Shen Tuju's tyrannical move, Li Fuchen countered with an even more tyrannical move. Mountain River Cleave was the finishing move of the Shaoshang sword style. Once the sword was brandished, all the force would be concentrated on the blade, allowing it to cleave apart all obstacles. Even if it was a giant boulder in front of Li Fuchen, it would still be cleaved in half. Dong! As the wooden swords clashed, the two of them suddenly sent out a palm strike at each other. Shen Tuju used the Fire Cloud Palm. The palm force was domineering and blazing hot. Anyone who was hit by it would feel as though they were being roasted by flames. Those with a weaker cultivation would definitely have their skin and flesh charred. Li Fuchen used the Mountain Cleaving Palm. This was a mid-tier, yellow-class palm art that he cultivated during his free time. The palm force was ferocious and overbearing, with a power that was twice that of the stone-shattering palm. A single palm strike was enough to shatter the organs of the opponent. Chapter 29. Pang! A loud explosion could be heard, as a strong chi force exploded with the two of them at the center. At the same time, both of them flew backwards. Shen Tuju took 10 steps back, while Li Fuchen took 9. My fire cloud palm is actually not a match? Shen Tuju had a look of disbelief. The fire cloud palm was a palm technique created by his uncle, Shen Tujianhe. It needed to be complemented with a yang technique in order to bring out its full potential. With his cultivation base, even an 8th level Qi realm warrior would be heavily injured by his palm. The Shentu clan's fire cloud palm is indeed blazing hot and domineering. It sure lives up to its reputation. Li Fuchen had already cultivated the mountain-splitting palm to completion. With a single palm strike, his strength was at least 1,500 kilograms. Shen Tuju's strength was only slightly weaker than his, and the palm force was scorching hot. Had it not been for the red jade technique being a yang-type technique, Li Fuchen's palm would definitely have blisters on it. Tiger Fang cross slash. Not intending to tangle with Shen Tuju any longer, Li Fuchen leapt into the air and slashed at Shen Tuju. Even though the Tiger Fang cross slash was only a low-tier, yellow-class sword art, it had an explosive power. With only one move, it wasn't any weaker than a mid-tier, yellow-class sword move. In mid-air, 2 sword shadows crossed and flashed towards Shen Tuju. Fire Cloud Soar. Shen Tuju gathered all his remaining strength and slashed towards the sky. Crackle. Bursts of qi erupted continuously as Shen Tuju retreated, his blood boiling. Half Moon Slash. While in mid-air, Li Fuchen suddenly swung his right arm. A sword shadow expanded like a crescent moon, enveloping Shen Tuju within it. The half-moon sword style was the same as the Tiger Fang cross slash, both were low-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Just because it was a low-tier, yellow-class sword art didn't mean it was useless. In fact, a mid-tier, yellow-class sword art only had more sword moves and the power was similar to a low-tier, yellow-class sword art. Most importantly, low-tier, yellow-class sword arts were simple and fast, allowing for faster attacks. Pang! His arm went numb, Shen Tuju's feet left the ground and flew backwards. Finally landing at the edge of the stage, he was just half a step away from falling. You are not my match. Li Fuchen didn't continue. That's not necessarily true. This move was originally meant for Yang Kai, but now I'll let you experience it. The Xiaoyang Luo Qi flowed towards his arms, alleviating the numbness in his arms. Shen Tuju lifted his eyes and stared at Li Fuchen coldly. A blazing qi rose from his body. Li Fuchen raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see what other tricks his opponent could play. Fire Dragon emerges from the cave. With a flash, Shen Tuju skimmed towards Li Fuchen. When the distance between the two of them was only 5 meters, Shen Tuju thrusted his sword out brazenly. This thrust was incomparably scorching, as though a scorching stream of fire was coiling towards Li Fuchen. The Fire Dragon sword art was a high-tier yellow-class sword art of the Shentu clan. It was also created by the city lord, Shentu Jianhe, and its power was unparalleled. Only martial artists at the 7th level of the Qi realm and above could comprehend its essence. Under Shentu Jianhe's guidance, Shen Tuju barely managed to master the first move of the Fire Dragon sword art. Fire Dragon emerges from the cave. Therefore, this move only had power and no subtlety. However, it was enough to deal with ordinary people. Tornado scattered clouds. Li Fuchen let out a light laugh. This sword art that was full of flaws, no matter how powerful it was still useless. With a twist of his body, Li Fuchen flashed to the right of Shen Tuju. With a kick, he sent Shen Tuju flying and crashing off the stage. Even Shen Tuju was defeated. This Li Fuchen is practically possessed by a battle god. Didn't you see? At the end, Shen Tuju should have executed a formidable sword move. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen could easily neutralize it, and with a kick style at that? Li Fuchen's combat ability is outstanding. If a formidable sword move only has power, it won't do if it isn't subtlety. Li Fuchen's consecutive victories were no longer surprising to the spectators. At most, they were a little surprised. This child's talent in both martial arts and combat are outstanding. Chen Zongming realized that he had praised Li Fuchen several times today. Shen Tu Jianhe laughed, a normal bone frame will always be a normal bone frame. Let's see how he performs in a few years. True, whether he has potential or not, we will only know after a few years. Chen Zongming nodded. After a short rest, Li Fuchen went back to the stage. This time, his opponent was the undisputed #1 contestant of the Genius Contest, Yang Kai. Yang Kai was 16 years old this year, 7 feet tall, had a handsome face and was already at the 7th level of the Qi realm. His physical strength was at a staggering 1,000 kilograms. His talent in both martial arts and combat was outstanding. Except for Li Fuchen, everyone else was slightly inferior to Yang Kai. The only one who could match up to Yang Kai was Zhu Hongxiu, but her cultivation and physical strength were far inferior. It could be said that no matter what, Yang Kai was the best and had no shortcomings. Big brother Yang Kai will definitely beat him into a dead dog. Guan Mei was feeling depressed. Yang Qi, who stood up for her, was eliminated in the first few rounds. Her Guan clans Guan Peng and Guan Hao were also defeated by Li Fuchen, causing the Guan clan to lose a lot of points in the Genius Contest. Now she could only hope that Yang Kai could teach Li Fuchen a lesson. In her heart, she had always liked Yang Kai. If she could marry Yang Kai and he became an inner sect disciple, she might even be able to follow him to the Zhanglan sect. Tian Han, do you think Fuchen can win? Shen Yuyan was a little nervous. Li Tianhan patted Shen Yuyan's hand. No matter if he wins or not, Fuchen will enter the Zhanglan sect. Let's wait and see. In fact, Li Tianhan was even more nervous than Shen Yuyan. The prize for the Genius Contest's first place was 10,000 gold coins and 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills. Now that he was no longer the patriarch and was demoted to a branch family, he didn't have the ability to support his son. Once his son enters the Zhanglan sect, he would need a lot of gold coins. 10,000 gold coins could be used for a long period of time. You are not my opponent. Yang Kai looked at Li Fuchen. We will only know after we fight. Li Fuchen's expression turned serious. Yang Kai was indeed a tough opponent. Without a fight, he wouldn't know who was stronger. Is that so? Venomous snake's tongue. Yang Kai's sword was too fast. It was so fast that one could only see the shadow of the sword flashing by. It was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. Of course, this sword wasn't just fast, it contained an astounding amount of force. From a few meters away, Li Fuchen could already feel a sharp qi flow coming at him. This wasn't sword qi, but the qi flow from the wooden sword. It was as sharp as a sword and as sharp as a saber. Venomous snake sword style completion. Li Fuchen could tell with a single glance that Yang Kai's venomous snake sword style was at completion. As of now, the only one who could cultivate a mid-tier, yellow-class sword style to completion was Li Fuchen and Yang Kai. Even He Ping and Zhu Hongxiu were slightly lacking. But He Ping had a wealth of combat experience, while Zhu Hongxiu was the same age as Li Fuchen, 14 years old. At this moment, if Li Fuchen still held back his strength, it would be arrogance. Revolving the 6th rank Red Jade technique, Li Fuchen's qi presence rose by 30%. He then swung his sword at Yang Kai. Chapter 30. Boom! With an explosion, the two swords clashed against each other. In the next moment, both of them took a step back, evenly matched. Venomous snake sword style completion, clear breeze sword style completion, 6th rank Red Jade technique. Origin realm martial artists who had some understanding of the two clans were shocked. Among the yellow class martial arts, low tier and mid tier were on the same level. The former had a single move, while the latter had many moves. Generally speaking, for those below the 7th level of the Qi realm to reach completion for a mid-tier, yellow-class martial arts was equivalent to reaching completion for multiple low-tier, yellow-class martial arts. The difficulty was about the same, but the time required was several folds more. As for high-tier, yellow-class martial arts, it was on another level. Peak tier, yellow class martial arts were of an even higher level. The 6th rank of the Red Jade technique was even more incredible. It was a level that only Origin Realm martial artists could reach. Guan Shui had a 4-star bone frame, which was why she was able to reach the 6th rank of the Water Moon technique. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen could do the same? Impossible? Guan Yu blurted out. He would never admit that Li Fuchen's perception was on par with Guan Shui's. 6th rank Red Jade technique, Fuchen's perception is so demonic, not inferior to the Guan clan's Guan Shui. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyen were both surprised. Li clansmen started cultivation at the age of 10. They didn't start off with the Red Jade technique, but rather with the Li clan's foundation technique. Only after the foundation technique reached completion would they begin to cultivate the Red Jade technique. Li Tianhan remembered that Li Fuchen started cultivating the Red Jade technique at the age of 12. Until now, only 2 years had passed. Most importantly, Li Fuchen didn't even have a year to cultivate. Of course, Guan Shui wasn't that simple either. Before the age of 12, Guan Shui's talent wasn't outstanding. It was only after the age of 12 that she started to display her astounding talent. It was rumored that it was because her 4-star bone frame hadn't fully matured. As the battle continued, Yang Kai pushed the venomous snake sword style to the limit in an attempt to break through Li Fuchen's sword style blockade. Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with either. With the 6th rank Red Jade technique revolving, his chi strength wasn't any weaker than Yang Kai's. Perhaps in terms of physical strength, Li Fuchen was superior to Yang Kai. But Yang Kai's combat ability couldn't be compared to Li Fuchen's. With both sword styles at completion, the stronger one's combat ability would be the stronger one's sword style. Just like how the same weapon in different hands would have different effects. 9 Transformation of the Poisonous Snake. Kai Yang bellowed. His sword trembled, and the sword's path changed, producing 9 variations. Clear Breeze Sword. No matter how many variations Kai Yang's sword style had, Li Fuchen would always use the same method to deal with them. The Clear Breeze Sword style was extremely agile in his hands, as if it had a spirit of its own and could automatically block and counterattack. Bang 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 bang, on the spacious arena, the two of them moved around. Their wooden swords clashed against each other continuously, causing a series of loud noises. Every strike from the two of them carried a force of more than 1,000 jin. Not to mention a human, even a huge rock would be split into 2 halves if it was struck by their swords. Li Fuchen, you aren't bad. You can actually withstand my sword for such a long time. But my true strength isn't the venomous snake sword style, but my Yang clan's silver snake sword style. Kai Yang was already at the 7th level of the Qi realm and could start cultivating high-tier, yellow-class martial arts. But the silver snake sword style was of a higher tier than the venomous snake sword style. With a swing of the sword, it was as if there were shadows of snakes slithering towards Li Fuchen, ruthless and domineering. Had it been anyone else, Li Fuchen would have been able to take advantage of the flaws in the opponent's sword style which had yet to reach completion. But Kai Yang was different. Even though Kai Yang's silver snake sword style had yet to reach completion, it was at the sub-completion stage. Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to take advantage of the flaws. After all, his and Kai Yang's abilities were on par. If he forcefully took the risk, he would only put himself in danger. Seems like I can only use this move. Before cultivating the Red Jade sword style, Li Fuchen never thought he would need to use it in the genius contest. He didn't expect Kai Yang's ability to be so strong, much stronger than he imagined. Woo woo. With the Red Jade sword style's first move, Touch of Red Jade, a formless suction force was produced, causing Kai Yang's wooden sword to involuntarily deviate from its original trajectory. You have also cultivated a high-tier, yellow-class sword style? This time, Kai Yang was truly shocked. Same to you. Li Fuchen used a suction force on Kai Yang's wooden sword and sent the sword towards Kai Yang's chest. In your dreams. Kai Yang's burst strength was still stronger than Li Fuchen's. With a jolt of his wooden sword, he repelled Li Fuchen's wooden sword. As such, the situation on the stage became strange. Their swords would occasionally stick together, and Kai Yang would constantly repel Li Fuchen's wooden sword, repeating the cycle. Kai Yang isn't in a good situation. With Chen Zongming's keen eyesight, he could see that both of them were struggling to execute high-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Especially Li Fuchen, who was only at the 6th level of the Qi realm. Executing high-tier, yellow-class sword arts was even more strenuous. But every time Yang Kai deflected Li Fuchen's wooden sword, he would need to use a large amount of qi. Unknowingly, his qi consumption rate was double that of Li Fuchen's. If this continued, Yang Kai would be defeated sooner or later. I can't let this continue. Kai Yang could also see the problem. His silver snake sword style couldn't display its full potential in the face of the red jade sword style. It was as if the red jade sword style was specially designed to counter the silver snake sword style. How could he know that Li Fuchen had already cultivated the touch of red jade to sub-completion? The subtlety of the touch of red jade was something that his silver snake sword style couldn't compare to. Lose! Kai Yang couldn't be bothered to waste his qi and revolved the silver snake technique to the limit. Taking advantage of the moment when his wooden sword was stuck together with Li Fuchen's, he took a step forward and sent a punch towards Li Fuchen's head. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't go head-on against Kai Yang. With a twist of his body, his wooden sword was still stuck to Kai Yang's. Activating his cyclone kick, he sent a flying kick towards Kai Yang's left arm. With a pang, Kai Yang's left arm went limp. Staggering, he was sent flying by Li Fuchen's consecutive kicks. Li Fuchen's cyclone kick style was swift and fierce. At the crucial moment, it had the ability to subdue the opponent. Kai Yang had the physical strength of 1,000 kilograms. Even after being kicked 3 or 4 times, he still had the ability to fight. But before he could stand up, Li Fuchen had already swept over and sent him off the stage with another kick. Li Fuchen wins. The referee took a deep look at Li Fuchen and announced the result. In an instant, the entire arena was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were on Li Fuchen. There was envy, jealousy, admiration, and all sorts of emotions. How could this be? Guan Mei was at a loss. Looking at the youth standing on the stage, as a member of the Guan clan, this was the first time she felt powerless. Guan Yu suddenly had a trace of regret in his heart. But very quickly, this feeling was erased. Being strong now didn't mean anything. Continuing to be strong in the Zhonglan sect was the right path. Unless his opponent had a 4-star bone frame, it wasn't worth his regret.